Do you want to know, Parth, why I don't care at all about Collegiate League of Legends or collegiate esports in general? Can you guess what the reason would be?
Thorin, I'm not going to try to guess what goes on in your mind.
Right, we're here for another episode of Summoning Insight, brought to you by Esports Bet. You might notice, obviously, LEC is going to come back with the playoffs now. LCS began its playoffs already, LCK is underway, LPL's underway, LEC is just the one lagging behind. All these regions, and the RLs, and all the minories, all of them are on Esports Bet. And if you want to play the World's Prediction Series 2 contest, it's all covered by this, including, by the way, all other esports games, CSGO, Valorant, Dota 2, Rainbow Six, FIFA, all that jazz. I don't know about Teamfight Tactics, is that on there? Probably as well. And also, not only do they have the World's Prediction Series 2 contest, which is a free-to-enter 10 million USDT competition with a first place of 800,000 USDT, but if you have yet to actually use Esports Bet to do a real money deposit, then we actually have a bonus, the double-headed bonus. Because on the one hand, when you do a bonus anyway with our referral, you get 50% up to $200 and then they will also then simultaneously give you extra DJT, which you could then yourself play in the aforementioned World's Prediction Series 2 contest. Right, that's the end of that part. Now let's get on with the show. There's a couple of big topics, Monty,
wait,
that we can actually get into. Go on.
First up, thank you guys last week for subscribing. We give you all this content for free because of great sponsors like Esports Bet. So the least you can do is click the subscribe button and the like button. You guys did good at that last week, but some of you are still slackers. So thank you very much. Follow the Twitch channel as well for the watch parties, etc., etc. So now we can start. What
By the way, if
me?
people haven't seen it, because obviously it was that awkward scenario where on the one hand you had the 2 weeks roughly until the LEC playoffs, right? The problem with that, if you ever do talk shows, is you have a choice. Do you only somehow talk about the last week but not address the playoffs, which would be weird because every conversation is going to then infer what that team would do in the playoffs? Do you wait until the week now, this week, and do your show now by LEC, in which case no one gives a fuck about the last week of the Super Week? So what I did is I decided, screw it, I'm going with the former. And what we did was we did already the Best Damn League show last week because it covered both. So what we did is we essentially covered the outcomes of the Super Week, and then we then immediately took all the teams and did the 3 matches in the playoffs. And what I did was, if you notice on that show, I'm experimenting a little bit differently with when I have only me and Dom and when I have the guests. So what I tried to do is, once there's a bunch of storylines that sort of we keep going around the same circle for 2 or 3 weeks, that's when I bring in a guest to like spice it up a bit. And what I did on this particular case was I brought in a guest who we've had on this show before, but I actually think it's only in the last couple of years he's found his groove. Before, he used to be, he's called Jensen Gore. You've seen him on the show and Fast and my shows. But the difference was, when he first started, he was just like fucking, I don't know, Diet Nelson or whatever. Like, he was just a guy from that region who's not Nelson, but he's still got some interesting info. He's been
Rhymes with Nelson, Jensen.
Now, though, he's actually nailed it. Now he's got what he's done, crucially, this is what every analyst should seek to do, is he's found his own lens through which to view the game and model it. And his approach is really interesting, because what I got into is, at the end of last year, basically, I noticed for Worlds, he was doing all these videos where he was like accurately predicting how the teams would play an entire playoff series, like EDG, etc. And I was like, this is not next level, because all everyone else does is like basic draft analysis and then simple things like this player will carry the game. Like, he had like a totally different view on it. And what I found as interesting was, if you go watch this episode on this channel, it's already on YouTube, it's from a week ago, like I say, his way of deciding like how he picks, for example, will Rogue beat Mad Lions or will Mad Lions do it? It isn't based on things of like, is Niski better than last? He has his own perspective. So I think it's a totally fresh perspective on who will win these series if you've never seen it. So you can go check that out. Anyway, getting into today's topics. Go on then.
By the way, also, just as an aside, you know, I know he's done a lot of time and he spent a lot of time and motivation on his own projects. He actually wrote a book about coaching in League of Legends, and I had lunch with him before the World Championship last year, where he correctly predicted the winner, whereas a lot of people were saying it was going to be like, including myself, were saying it was going to be an easy 3-0 to DAMWON. So onto your point for the predictions, he had some really interesting takes in when I had lunch with him about that, and ended up being correct. So yeah,
I think he was, because I know he did a video. I think he was the only other person along with me to pick EDG to actually win the playoffs. Yep. I'm not certain on that, because obviously in theory some of the LPL people, I don't know what Kelsey predicted, but obviously most people were going with DAMWON, and before the tournament, people don't know that people were actually saying FPX, which obviously ended up looking pretty bad. But
sure.
Anyway,
well, there were reasons that was a good prediction before the tournament. It can be hard. I'm just saying specifically about the finals. Like, I talked to him right before the finals took place in the week between semis and finals, and yeah, he was right on the money with the EDG pick. So.
Is that everything?
That's it.
Okay, just don't want to step any toes. So, right, to get into two actual topics now. So, one topic, so another thing about these shows, I'm just going to use them to talk about whatever I want to talk about. I don't give a fuck what random fans want to talk about. There's all sorts of shite shows that Travis does. You can go watch that and then not get into have a call and not hear your question be answered and just hear someone else's shit question like, is NA actually good this time? Well, here's my friend from NA to explain why they are. Money at the end of the show. So, here's the topic, right, that I want to bring up. Because another thing I think this show can do, much like the Four Horsemen does for the industry, is there's a lot of bollocks in fucking esports, mate, that never gets called out because everyone's in little cliques or everyone wants to be in cliques or everyone's like, oh, I don't want to step on their toes, I step on mine. So here's one thing I want to bring up, right? It's one thing I hate in general. Is like talent on talent bullshit where people just do stupid stuff like make the other talent look like a fool publicly. And then it's like the most minor thing ever. Did you see this, Monty? Even though it got quickly resolved because Wolf was actually very magnanimous and even sort of like bullshit agreed with his take. And then like Caedrel like apologized to him. Like that whole thing where Caedrel just basically like called out Wolf for what was obviously just like a fucking sarcastic tongue-in-cheek comment in a match. But he called him out, dude, as though like what I thought was so dirty. If you don't know, basically it was like the game-winning play of Game 5 of the fucking playoff series, right? But the vibe that I got when you were watching this was almost like it was almost like playing on the fact that Wolf's not from League or something, because it was almost just sort of like, oh, if you don't know the game, then just like don't, you know, it was almost that sort of vibe. Like, what the fuck? Because here's the thing: if people do stuff that's really egregious, yeah, call them out if you want. But like, this seemed like such a minor thing for someone in talent to do, though, mate. Because he essentially sort of made it sound like Wolf's biased and just hates everyone that's not on Team 1 or something, right? Like, what the fuck? What?
So to put this into context for you guys, this happened live because Caedrel is a co-streamer for LCK. Wolf was casting a series, and there was basically like there was a Renata Glask ult that was a flank ult that required, you know, some pretty good positioning, but it was not a mechanical outplay. Like, to be clear, it was just pressing R. So
yeah, of course, literally.
What happened was Wolf made a comment on the broadcast that Caedrel thought downplayed the severity of the, or like the importance of the moment because it wasn't a game 5. However, like during his rant where he wasn't listening to the cast, I mean, if you watch the Caedrel clip, Valdez, I believe, was the one who was casting with Wolf at the time, was like, but it was a good play. And Wolf said, absolutely it was. So like, even though the initial take could have seemed kind of flippant from Wolf, he later, like, if you listen to it as the conversation progressed, it was very clear that Wolf was giving props. He was just saying it wasn't a crazy mechanical outplay, which it was not, right? It was a Renata Glass.
He just kind of got too triggered by like whatever happened. Like you're saying, he wasn't listening to the rest. He sort of got off in his own world. And even though it is resolved, like I say, mate, the thing that's I say, look, I will shade in one piece of context, to be fair, that I hadn't considered myself, which is, to be fair, Caedrel's in Europe. If you watch it live, would be early in the morning. You might be a bit grumpy. Like, put it this way, I've done calls with Monty when he's had to get up at 9 in the morning. Understandably, he's not as fucking, it's not all smiles and sunshine always.
Hey man, I wake up
get up at 9 in the morning. Fair enough.
Now, so you know, I'm fine.
So it's whatever in that sense. But like I say, the thing I want to bring back to is not the idea Caedrel's a bad guy, Wolf was wrong. But in fact, I don't even think, quite as you pointed out, there's anything to even discuss about the point. It was corrected on the fly in real time, and it was never a fucking issue to begin with. But my issue was just to bring it back to that original one. It's like, because this is the problem I've noticed also with co-streaming, by the way. It's like people forget they're on stream. Like, bro, you're not in your house. Like, listen, if I'm just watching in a green room, I'll flame the fuck out of everyone on the broadcast. I won't do it on air though, because those are my fucking colleagues. Those are literally the people I work with. And in this case, I don't know. As far as I know, Caedrel and Wolf have no beef. Like, why are we going? Why are we sort of calling each other out in that sense, guys?
It's also, you know, I guess, like, so let's be clear. I think Caedrel is probably the best color caster in League of Legends right now. Like,
it's an indictment of League of Legends, but true.
No, I think he's like legitimately very good. I really enjoy his, you know, I can feel the fun he's having when he's watching the game. But at the same time with Caedrel, like, I don't think he is yet in a position in his very young career to be criticizing a guy like Wolf, who has thousands and thousands of hours of broadcast experience. And like, I think that while Caedrel has some excellent game knowledge, and I think Wolf's game knowledge has improved dramatically, and like he does have good game knowledge now, I think that Caedrel should be looking at Wolf and learning what Wolf is super good at. And Wolf is one of the best casters in the entire world when it comes to developing compelling player narratives, understanding the backgrounds and histories of players and telling them on the fly during the broadcast. He is really good at characterizing like the emotion of a particular moment in time. And he is absolutely world class and has done this across many games. He's done an incalculable number of professional matches, stadium finals. He is straight up one of the most experienced English casters in human history. Like that's, it's like, it's not even particularly close. He was casting StarCraft in Korea before I got to Korea. And he, unlike me, has taken 0 breaks throughout these like 10, 12 years now. And he was in one of the only places to have professional broadcasts well before these even existed in LCS or LEC in the West. So I think at the very least, Wolf deserves a little bit more respect for Caedrel.
The benefit of the doubt, like you said,
Right.
like assuming I know what he's talking about and he knows what he's doing. He's not a moron just doing his first cast, is he? Come on.
Yeah. And like, yes, Wolf is newer to League of Legends and like obviously isn't going to have the same level of game knowledge as Caedrel, but he's also not making that pretense. Like Wolf has a different style of casting than Caedrel does. And I don't think that moment, I mean, I think Caedrel just got heated in the moment and like, I don't think he like hates Wolf or intended it to come off that way, but I think it goes to a broader problem. And this is my unpopular opinion with many fans, which is that I don't like co-streaming. I don't think co-streaming should be allowed. I think that it really fractures what the narratives that you're trying to tell as a league, and it creates unnecessary conflicts and bad PR situations. I don't think it's good for sponsors of these leagues to make sure that their brands are getting value. And for purely a business perspective, and you guys have to remember that esports is going to go through the shit very soon. It's already going through the shit, guys, but it's going to get way worse. Like you see leagues like Overwatch League with no sponsors. There are going to be a bunch of sponsors that if we go into a recession are not going to re-up with your favorite leagues. And then how are they going to pay the players, et cetera, et cetera. So as a marketing exercise for a developer who wants the broadest audience, it's good. But you look at Valorant that has 70% of their viewers on co-streams instead of the mainstream. And it's really just ultimately bad for the scene and it's bad for business. It's bad to have all these mixed messages going out on a live broadcast. I think it's different when you have people do VOD reviews after the fact because that's additional content. But when people have, Caedrel got to 40,000 viewers for T1 versus DAMWON. We saw Wolf, not Wolf, English-speaking Wolf, former SKT T1 support player Wolf go over 90,000 co-stream viewers. Like, it's not good when you have co-streams that are this big because it really fucks up your ability to do storytelling, to do sponsorship sales, to have a premium product with the league. And I know a lot of fans who watch this show are hardcore fans that love these co-streams.
I watch them most of the time, Matt.
Exactly. Like I watch it a lot too. But the problem is that I can get the same content via VOD reviews that these people would do without this kind of really, I think, unfortunate tarnishing of the league's image. And we've seen this repeatedly in LCS, LCK, all of these moments. And you can say, oh yeah, they don't happen enough, but they keep happening and they always will happen. And like the PR hit that you take, when these moments arise is just really unfortunate for the health of the overall ecosystem. So I think that what these people should do is just transition to doing VOD reviews. I don't think that these co-streams are necessary. I don't think you would see viewership drop by that much in LCK because at the end of the day, people are watching LCK for the level of competition that it has, and you're not going to not tune into Faker. Now, in a league like LCS, if Doublelift doesn't co-stream, I think the viewership does go down because the product is bad. Like the competitive level is bad, and people who wouldn't otherwise watch it are there because of Doublelift, but that's almost certainly not true of LCK. I also think LPL, because of its smaller fan base, and having Dom there is such an insane resource to get people into LPL that wouldn't be into LPL otherwise, right? But it's really a league-by-league, case-by-case thing, and I don't see why LCK should have co-streaming.
Got a couple of things to say. One would be this. One of the reasons, Caedrel, why you don't want to call out Wolf is because you fucking stand next to Medic. and listen to him cast, mate. Let me know when you keep that same energy when he says some shite. When he says some bollocks narrative about Western player being like a best support in the world. Keep that same energy then, homie. Oh, don't you? Do you not do it to the people you work with? Oh, that's weird. That's weird. Unconscious how that works, isn't it? Because, mate, Wolf's fucking mega compared to some of these people. Then also, I will just say, you'd think Caedrel would learn his lesson, mate. Remember last year when he tried going at my mate LS's head, and I did that video where I basically just fucking instantly put him in his place and big brothered the fuck out of him? You won't believe this, Monty. He's doing a fucking Worlds podcast with LS. How rich is that? The same guy who in this video last year, he was like, 99% of what he says is just like made up narratives and that. And then a year later, like, oh, please, can I be on your massive co-stream for millions? Exactly. You're all fucking joke in this industry. Like, figure out what your lane is. Here's what's great about me. I know exactly what my lane is. I just stay in it 24/7. Now, I created my lane. That's true. But I stay in it. Like, I'm consistent. You know which way it's going to come out with my takes, don't you? I'm not just going to one day be like this radically different character. It's going to make sense. Because there's an area in general, like, what are they, like, what I don't get about some of the talent is, what is your identity? You can't do this. I hope you get that. You can't be in 2011 and think you're all just analyst A, analyst B. You all have to have your own distinct identity. There's got to be a reason that you need to be on the broadcast, and why once you're on the broadcast, I can balance you with this guy. Too many people right now, their whole take is like, I know a lot about League of Legends. Right? That doesn't narrow you down at all, mate. There's hundreds of those people, mate. Now, if you can add in like some skills on camera, this guy's maybe a little bit more skeptical, this guy's the one who bigs you up more, like that makes sense. Another angle is this. There's two other quick ones, right? One that I thought we could knock out the park really quickly, because it's mainly for comedy purposes. But mate, you know what? One of the reasons I actually enjoy watching Richard's content, Richard Lewis, is I think personally, all his videos that he does on his stream are like the perfect Monitor 2 content ever of all time, Monty. Because usually you don't have to look at what he showed on stream, it's just read an article. And it's basically just him doing like, it's almost like, the joke is, it is a React stream, but it's a React stream actually with a really intelligent, cerebral individual who knows loads about the industry. So the joke is, it's actually of like insane value compared to normal React streams. So I saw he did one of those response/React videos to Doublelift's React video to Richard's article about Peter Zhang after Peter Zhang got this ban from Riot. And Monty, if you ever want to watch some comedy, unintentional comedy, this is one of the funniest videos, if you know the esports context, you will ever see. Because essentially, he's going back to when Doublelift was reacting to Richard's story about Peter Zhang and the fact that maybe he'd stolen money. And what you see is, because this is, remember, this is all now that we know what the actual reality was. Spoiler, what actually happened is exactly what I speculated on, because I knew it from a source internally within TSM, unlike Doublelift and Leader. I knew this was the case. So that's why I was speculating so hard that I'm sure it's actually more money than that. And maybe he's done something between the deals. And maybe, remember what I even said? Maybe he's even actually getting people and going to TSM, well, who do you want? And then going to the player, well, they want to play like him. So if you could come under me, then I could be your agent. Like, that's exactly what was going on. And the best part is, because this is at the beginning, before Doublelift has any access to real sources, he says probably some of the stupidest copium I've ever heard in my life, mate. Like, he says things for real, Monty, like, if he did all these things, why don't you show evidence in the article? By the way, think about, like, that means Doublelift, by the way, guys, doesn't even know what a newspaper is. He thinks in the newspaper, when they say this person's been arrested for murder, that they then show you all the evidence in the newspaper. That would be his logic. And then he even at one point in time, by the way, essentially says something like that this is how stupid Doublelift is. He's one of those people who just believes people's lies at face value, mate. He believes that Peter Zhang was just taking loans off people by not even, by the way, this is a loan in Doublelift's mind. Oh, remember when I said I'd like sell that car for you and give you the money? I'm just not going to give you the money. That's like sort of a loan. No, it's called stealing. Like, what are you talking about? Like, mate, this video's so funny. It's so funny because every time you think Doublelift said the dumbest thing possible, he comes with the next line, and mate, it just looks so bad. Because here's what I don't get right. I'm being serious when I say this. To me, the thing about Doublelift's whole character in his career was always what made it work was that you didn't feel like there was any malevolence behind it. You never felt like it was mean-spirited. Even when he was bantering people, I always just felt like it's what it was.
Sure.
It's sort of like a cheeky kid making a little bit of fun and sort of being a bit cocky, like, hey, I'm better than them. But there was always a sort of wink and sort of like, we are just pro players, and obviously I'm making the game. It's like Conor McGregor, I'm making it more entertaining for everyone, aren't I? But the problem is this, mate, I'm not joking. Ever since he came out against Reggie, something's changed about Doublelift, mate. Now it's like, now he's just like he's trying to do like call out stuff, but he doesn't even have the basis to do it. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, it's just whack, it's just shit, mate. Like, his call outs don't even make sense. Like, the joke is, he just owns himself with these call outs. Like, he doesn't even, as far as I can tell, know the internal workings of TSM. The team that Lena was the president of. Like, it's mad how bad these takes are. I wonder what you thought about this, because obviously you know him. Like, I don't get this new, like, the way he's trying to reinvent himself. Like, stick to the game stuff. That's great. This industry's just nothing, mate. Because it's the same thing when I watch these podcasts. It's like, these are great guests, but it's never going to go anywhere because you just fucking just throw out a bunch of nonsense and it's just stupid. It's all small talk and shit banter.
I mean, if I had to guess what's going on, I think that Lena is managing his career at this point in time because she wants to and is working as like a content creator manager. And
she's giving him a lot of publicity. She's doing a good job in that sense.
Yeah, I think that what they are doing and what the strategy is that they want to try and move Doublelift away from necessarily doing gameplay related stuff, because there is a limit on how long Doublelift is going to be relevant within League of Legends. The further he gets away from his playing days, the less people will care. I mean, you want proof of this? Show me Odd One and Dyrus's streams these days, guys. Remember, Odd One used to have one of the biggest streams in the world. Dyrus's stream used to be absolutely fucking massive, and they made a lot of money. And I think that Lena would be intimately familiar, obviously, because both of these people were streamers with TSM. And so there has to be a strategy for getting Doublelift into more of the central pillar of business discussions. Hence the conversations that he had with Steve and Joe Marsh and Carlos from G2 as part of this tactic. So, and then also it's clear that he's not doing any of the research and he's not booking these guests because he doesn't know anything that's going on his own podcasts. So that's what I would suspect is going on. I do not think it's going to work. But because he seems to be not interested in this.
You've actually just nailed an element that does tilt me as well, is that he will do podcasts, which, like I say, when you see the lineup, you're like, this could be amazing. Like, fucking hell, you've got all these world-class owners. But then the joke is the least informed person is Doublelift, the host of the show. Like, the joke is he's almost on the level of being like, so Carlos, I've heard you know Expeke. How's that? And you're like,
I mean,
it's almost on that level. It's almost. Like, I'm obviously hyperbolizing it.
The problem is like he doesn't understand enough about the industry to call out the problems or like the bullshit on the business end, which happened all the time on the little bit of that. It was just, that podcast was honestly just so stupid that I started watching it. And because no one was calling out the bullshit, I was like, okay, this is irrelevant and,
that was
and
just
dumb.
a circle jerk episode. It was ridiculous.
And then it was even shit like, nobody even he should know things about League of Legends history. So for example, Joe Marsh was like, he basically made a snide remark about being able to compete internationally. Remember when G2 and Team Liquid? Now, how many international titles has Joe Marsh won while being a part of T1? 0. In fact, Steve has been to as many MSI finals as Joe Marsh has. Carlos has been to more Worlds finals than Joe Marsh has. So like objectively from an ownership CEO perspective, Joe Marsh is approximately the same in terms of international tournament success. And they just let that slide. I was like, holy shit, you're not calling this guy out on this fucking nonsense that's happening right now? I'm fucking done. This is crazy.
Here's what's mad if people don't get it. That would be like if when they did that show, fucking Carlos just counted all of like Caps's titles from Fnatic, and then Steve Arnett was like, yeah, all those like Doublelift and Björk. Yeah, that's mine actually. I've got them all. They're all mine. Even though I wasn't there, I didn't do anything. The joke is he did as much as fucking Joe Marsh did. All he did is live in America while Faker won all the titles. Like there was no connection. Yeah, it was nothing.
You can't be a podcast host and be uninformed about at least the general parameters of an industry and afraid to call people out, because otherwise your guests just run roughshod over you and you can't have a reasonable conversation. So the whole thing was just nonsense. It was nonsense from a business perspective. It was nonsense from just even an objective competitive history perspective. People just said random shit and nobody got called out for anything. It was ridiculous.
The other topic I thought was a good one, because this is more of like a general one and we can comment a little bit on it. It was obviously the one where apparently KOI will actually buy into the LEC, but what they'll do is they'll buy 60% of the Rogue LEC slot, and then essentially, presumably they'll rebrand as Koi, and then Rogue will just like own part of the slot and get part of the revenue, but it won't be Rogue anymore. And I would assume this is all, part of it's implied, but some of it's speculation. I would assume they will let the Rogue League of Legends people specifically run the slot for now, and it would probably be business as usual, but then you figure out the branding aspect and you just use the fact. By the way, that part even makes sense, because if you don't know, I always thought the flaw of Rogue was they killed it competitively, but they didn't really do a very good job building the fan base as much. Whereas the whole thing of the Koi team, obviously, is just like K-Corp. They are one of these ERL wallers that's just come up with insane amounts of fan support and interest and national interest. So I can see, there's a lot of reasons why you would do this. I thought where we'd start out, because obviously it's open-ended, you can jump in where you want. I just thought one area I could even sort of help fans understand here, Monty, because this is where Reddit is just, they don't even have a clue. They are just a blind man in a room, not even searching for the light switch. They don't even know light exists. They just think darkness is the only state you can exist in. Because, mate, when people come to these topics of people buying into LEC, they don't even get the basic premise of the league. Like, there's people who still do those two takes every time, even in 2022. The two takes go like this: well, if they're going to buy in for that much, they surely are going to spend millions on all the best players. Never happened ever, by the way, so far. Ever in any of the teams that bought in. Then second, even the original LEC teams that should have applied to, you idiots. Why did XL and Rogue start with the shittest teams ever if that works? So already that never made any sense. And then the next one, which is even better, goes like, well, why would they buy in if you don't make money? Again, these are people, it's like, the joke is they just started paying attention now, and the rest of us are like, you don't even know where you are. So the weirdest one is this. I even saw one of the top comments in the thread, Monty. It has 101 points. Starts like this. Are you ready? Think about this conceptually, Monty. He goes, genuinely curious, what is the point for Rogue? They own 40% of an LEC slot. Right, let me just rewind a second, guys, and do a little simple, quick maths for you. So remember, an LEC spot costs what? It was around 10, 11 million euros. That was a few years back. And if you know the way those slots work, you don't really pay 11 million euros. It vests over time. Obviously, you pay a little bit.
There's installments. Yeah.
And usually, I would imagine it's backloaded if you know the way these leagues work, so that people feel like they can hang around longer and not have to have
It was also
liquidity.
probably, I don't know LEC for sure, but I will say that many franchise leagues across esports, payments were also suspended during the pandemic due to all of the uncertainty, marketing budgets for sponsors being frozen, et cetera, et cetera.
Understandably, just to help everyone make it, and so they didn't have to have people sell or feel like it's done in bad faith, etc. But here's the problem, right? So think about this, fans. Do that number in your mind, 11 million euros. Remember, but not even 11 million. It might have been 3 billion euros at this point. But let's say it was 11, right? Watch this. 11 million euros. Then, you remember this is the headline, Monty. See, keep that in mind, 11. This is the headline. Koi buys 60% of Rogue's LEC slot for 20 million euros. So what this guy's now saying with that information, fans, is genuinely curious. What's the point for Rogue? They just get to keep 40% of a potentially inflationary asset while getting almost double the buy-in and having no downside. You know what I mean? What I don't get, really, because I'm being serious, if that is an upvoted comment in this thread, it means everyone else in that thread is just lost. You guys, the real problem here is we could have a lot of nuanced discussion. Me and Monty could get into it now of could they buy the sport? What does it mean? The problem is, though, unless you know the basics of what the league is and how it's operating, essentially it is operating on a greater fool principle. In fact, the whole premise, and here's the joke, Monty, people go, but how can you know there will be a greater fool? This is a greater fool! Do you know what that premise means? The first fool was Rogue. They bought a slot for 11 million at the time. That was ridiculous. Nobody's business is worth 11 million in Illegal Legends. Then they found a greater fool. They're called Koi. It's right now. It's happening right now. That's the greater fool. In fact, this is how genius the Rogue guys are. Get me the Rogue guys on the phone. They must know fucking business. I get to keep 40%. You do all your name. And so then if you do then sell the whole thing later for 100 million, I still get to fucking cash out. They fucking killed it, mate. Those are that's the best one of the franchise pivots I've seen so far, mate. They killed it.
There's also a pretty key piece of information that we're lacking here that tells us how worth it is for Rogue. And I assume that this deal means that Koi will now be paying operational costs of the team as well. So if Rogue continues to have the management, but all the costs are covered by Koi, and they get $20 million to reinvest in their business or to, just pay money to their executives, who knows how they're going to use that money, then it all of a sudden seems pretty good. Rogue also, by the way, just won the Rainbow Six Major. So competitively, this team is doing quite well across the board in multiple esports at the moment. So, I think that the value it brings is huge. Now, as far as the bigger fool principle goes, I think that there are business reasons this might make sense for Koi. So first off, you have to remember that they're owned by Ibai, and the fact that Ibai could sell his own sponsors on his own massive stream, as well as with the new LEC team simultaneously, may provide actually a better source of revenue because the package deal will be significantly larger, and it allows advertisers to be in esports and get a massive individual brand at the same time. But also, this is the goal of most of these esports organizations, guys.
That's the reason why. You notice, Monty, how I'll never ever get credit. I understand that, but I will be Cassandra nonetheless. How many, literally at the beginning almost of franchising, I told people Astralis was already there to sell. What was the news came out in the last week? Astralis looking to sell now. I even told you, by the way, fans, that was the only even possible because last year they got to the phase in their company where they were at the position they could actually sell the whole company as well. Like you could finally sell the shares that they'd all gotten from going public. So if you know the timing, it was logical. All the smaller orgs like the Astralises of the world that are min-maxing, they're the ones who should sell for 40 million. Like you've never spent 40 million on the LEC brand. So get it out now and you make 30 mil profit or whatever.
And all of these teams, basically, not all of them, but many of these teams have exit strategies. Like their goal is to increase the value of the team and then sell to somebody who's super rich. Now, whether that's a professional sports team or a very wealthy individual, who's a very wealthy individual? Ibai, who makes a fuck ton of money streaming. Now, we could also ask the question, does Ibai even care about turning this into a super profitable business? Remember that sports teams are toys for rich people. This could be Ibai just being like, I want to own a fucking esports team because it's fun for me to own and I have a fuck ton of money. It's not, the value of sports teams that are worth, $4 or $5 billion. So my favorite team in the NFL, the Denver Broncos, was just sold for $4.5 billion. Now, under normal business principles that might say, the asset is worth 8x the revenue that it brings in, right? That's not true of NFL teams because there are only 30 and 32 NFL teams. There are only so many good Premier League teams for Russian oligarchs to buy. So they pay a premium because it is fucking fun to own a sports team, even if it's not the most profitable business of all time. But that's where these teams want to get, is that they want super rich people to start to buy into them so that they have this opportunity, the rich people have the opportunity to have fun, and the people who built these teams cash out and become rich themselves. That is a major, major goal of esports organizations. Now, some of them want to stick around and, go the distance. Those owners and CEOs want to be there for the rest of their lives. That's true. Some of those people do. I would question when you hear that from people, how many of them you believe, because everybody has a price, obviously. But I think that this is a good move for Rogue also, just on its face, because as you noted earlier, Thorin, the management for Rogue has been very good. The GMs have put together good teams. Honestly, from my perspective, Rogue is one of the, if not the best organization to work with when it comes to getting guests on the show.
They have the best. They always have a really good setup. You notice they get the camera set up. They make the person turn up on time. They do it all. Yeah.
They are the best org to work with. Like their players are well media trained. They participate in the content. They want to be there. They have a great setup. Like Rogue is a fucking dream to work with. Now, where Rogue was weak is obviously I think their logo's cool, but they didn't really ever develop an identity for themselves like G2 did. They don't really, when I think about Rogue, I don't think they have a tone or, a central kind of aura around the organization. And I think what this does for them is that it gives them access to Ibai's fan base and a much more specific brand that has a lot more positive, enthusiastic fan sentiment behind it. So if you marry what's good about Rogue, which is that their competitive abilities, their scouting, their infrastructure, their ability to make players available for PR, all of this stuff is great from the Rogue side. And I think this makes a lot of sense for everybody. I think it's good that Rogue is going to get a big infusion of capital. I think it's good that a powerful brand like Koi and a big personality like Ibai is joining the LEC from a promotional perspective. All this stuff is awesome. So I'm actually really excited about this.
I just love the way that if you keep scrolling the thread, it's just people over and over again in different words but I don't understand why Rogue wouldn't want to keep it all, though. It's like, guys, remember at the beginning, as I said, they keep 40% ownership while making a profit from the original purchase of something that was never going to make a profit, and they keep their foot in the door in the game. Like, the joke is Rogue has killed it, mate. Like, they've actually done this perfectly. Because one thing I will say, it touched on something you said a little bit earlier. I actually made this point on a different show when it was talking about Valorant, Monty. But you know the funny thing? The world of crypto has actually brought me a gift in terms of a concept I didn't have before, which is the term of the maximalist. The whole premise, if people don't know, as to why a lot of people who did have loads of Bitcoin did not sell Bitcoin at 60k, even though now it's at like 20k, is because they believe it will one day be worth 1 million. It's the same premise. They believe there's only 21 million of them. When they're all mined, each coin will become worth 1 million. Therefore, why would the premise goes, listen carefully, fans, why would I sell even for 60k profit each coin if I could sell for 1 million, or never sell because it'd be worth insane amount? Now, the reason why that's an interesting concept to apply now to these leagues is this. Unless you're someone like a Rogue, who, like I say, has sort of had their cake and eaten it, they've actually figured out sort of a mad way to sort of gain all the upside while removing all the downside. If you're a normal org, though, Monty, here's my problem. When the Astralis of the world sell their spots, that actually shows no matter what they tell you, they were never a maximalist. Because if they were a maximalist, Monty, as your NFL example would go, you would never sell for 3 times what you bought in for, because you're going to have it one day be worth 400 million just for your LEC slot. But that's the point. When they sell, they show they never believed that. That's why actions will always be more important than words, guys. Because anyone can say in words the right thing, or I believe in this or that. But the point is, if someone comes along and gives them an option, which is, do you want to essentially sell out on the idea that you don't believe in? If they then buy it, they showed what they actually believe. That's what's brilliant about actions. It's way harder to have subterfuge of what you act on than what you say, because most people just believe what they hear, like the aforementioned Doublelift in that case. So I thought this was an interesting one, because unlike all the other cases, this isn't the standard one of like a shit org seemingly is leaving and an org that people think has money is buying in. So like, oh my God, this must be universally great because they'll buy Faker, as the famous line always goes. But like, the obvious answer is they won't buy Faker, and you can't even know, crucially, if they'll be better than who they replace. Because I always thought the mad one to me is that people were so happy about BDS coming in, and now this one where obviously the Misfits people are selling to Heretics, because it's like, mate, BDS is worse than Schalke. What are you talking about? Like, I'm imagining Heretics is going to be worse than Misfits, considering Misfits survived off the fish show doing miracles with the roster over again. So like, one thing I'd like to say, if you're a fan, is, can you stop being so feckless that you take the buy-in as meaning the team's good? Once they've finished the buy-in, if they don't spend any more money, it can be a worse team, a la BDS. Like, the sad thing about BDS as well, by the way, this is why I want to bring this up as a last topic, because you notice, because the eBay angle, people are going to make it sound like it's slam dunk this works, right? All I'll say is this, Monty, even though they did lose lots of games, which obviously doesn't win you fans, where are all the BDS fans, mate? I was told when this team buys in, they're bringing all of France with them, and it's going to be like they've got their own fans and a bit. They have less fans than fucking Schalke did, mate. Like, what is this shit? No one likes BDS. Everyone flames the fuck out of them. They have no fans, guys. They don't even have joke fans. Like, I've never met a BDS fan. Has anyone else met one? I don't know who they are. Like,
I mean, they also just have no identity.
They also have none.
Before. Yeah. Their team is literally the initials of their owner, who is like part of the richest family in Belgium or some shit like that. Like, it's such a vanity project. But this is where people want esports to go. They want billionaires to buy and operate these teams and name them after themselves. It's absurd. It doesn't fill me with joy, but that's it. Like, that's what people want.
You know what my best example ever for this, Monty, is? Because I'll give you the best esports example I think has ever existed. If you asked most fans in CSGO, I'm not joking, Monty, I'm pretty sure the average CSGO fan thinks the OG org is literally the prize money no-tail one from the international that he is spending himself to pay Valde. Well, he doesn't play for him anymore, but, you know, like, whatever, it's Dexter. They think he is paying him to play. That's what they think esports teams are, mate. They're not aware that if I'm going to go ahead and guess, I'd guess it's almost fuck all of No-Tail's money if he has any sense about it. He got someone else using his name to back him, and now he's not spending 1 cent of his fucking money. In fact, he's taking a salary from OG, I would hope, while still having equity, and someone else pays Valde's salary or Dexter's salary. Because, by the way, like, guys, you guys are so delusional, like, because you know the other angle is, it's like that classic one they always do. They'd be like, But he won 30 million, so he could spend 8 on fake hits like that. Again, if that's how you work your pocketbook out, you'll never be in business in any field of your life, mate. Like, those margins cannot work, guys. It's like that famous stat. You know, like one of the reasons why famously loads of entrepreneurs supposedly start restaurants and they all fail is because people don't even know the basic margins of like a restaurant, Monty. They do
like
stuff
3%.
Yeah, they think stupid stuff like you can make like 10%, like this X revenue, and you just make money. It's like, no, like loads of the business just goes immediately to obviously the salaries, costs of the, like, people don't understand businesses are really tricky, and it's an area I'll tell you. The reason I talk about how little people know is because I didn't know any of this myself 5-10 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago for some of it. Like, this is stuff that once your eyes are open to it, you realize, oh wait, I couldn't even have guessed what was going on here. I have to actually figure out like the lay of the land first. Like, and crucially, like I'm saying in this case, look for references, look into how NFL works, look into how the Overwatch League worked when people bought into that, look into how it works with 10 years down the line in a franchise league, or how you buy a certain, you can be a silent partner and not the operating costs. These are the things you want to look into, because otherwise you can't just go off game results, guys. It's not just like, this guy's famous and he's going to buy this like good League of Legends. That's none of that's the business side, guys.
Well, it's also possible that, you know, Rogue was backed by venture capital. So I'm not actually sure if they are still run this way, but they were part of, they were basically funded by Sterling, which is the ownership group behind the New York Mets. I think they might have sold. But anyway, the point is that this team was started on VC, and they may be in a position where, given that late stage venture capital due to a potential downturn in the economy is now more difficult to get, that they could have wanted to sell because they needed more money, and they're going to use the $20 million to pay for operating expenses for this team to get them through a potential recession. And then on the other side, remember, Rogue is still maintaining 40% of this team. Also, Misfits is retaining 20% of that slot. They sold 80% for $35 million. And so it's not that they're all out. They're not all out, right, guys? They can come back and sell again. They can sell their equity again later down the line, or they might sell the entire team together, you know, both entities. I'm not sure if what Koi and Rogue are doing are like creating a new corporate entity that just merges the two organizations across all games. Like, I don't know what's going on yet. But that's a possibility, and they may just sell later, in which case Rogue still can get, you know, they get 20 million for 60% now, but they might get 40 million for 40% in 5 years if there's good growth in the LEC.
Use the crypto one against us. Everyone's into it right now. Essentially, what they're doing, these orgs, Monty, the ones that keep a percentage, is profit taking. They've done their 10 million euros to buy in. Now they can make profit and keep some of the Bitcoin in this analogy. That way, then, if the Bitcoin goes up even more in 10 years, they sell for the 10 years and they still get some of that. So that's what they're doing. Like you say, even the Misfits can potentially also, down the line, if it becomes worth megabucks, they can make the same again, just off 20% down the line, right?
Yep. So I think this is good. I don't know enough about Heretics. Like, I don't know a lot about Koi either, because I haven't been in the, you know, EU tier 2 scene. But my initial impression of the Koi one, at least, is positive, because it's bringing so much with eBay with it. And I know already that Rogue's infrastructure is good, and it seems like they intend to keep the good Rogue infrastructure in place while adding on a more powerful brand and you know, somebody who can really help them gain new fans like eBay. So for me, it makes a lot of sense.
Unfortunately, like, I know a little bit about Heretics, and they're fucking nobody as far as I can tell. Like, that's what I'm really worried about, Monty, because that one I do think is that they will just buy in and get the cheapest players possible and be another shit org. So actually, I'm sad that Misfits are leaving in that regard, because Misfits was a much better org if you see how competitive the teams were. In terms of the Koi one, all I know about Koi is 2 things. One, the eBay guy owns it. And then 2, they had that guy, fucking, what's his name? Bloop, the journalist, was simultaneously working with Koi while reporting on stories about Koi and other teams that were Koi's direct rivals without disclosing it. And what's that? Nominated for Journalist of the Year, of course. What a great industry this is. What a great industry. It's almost like you can't just be 18 and know nothing about an industry and walk in and just know all the rules, isn't it? It's almost like everyone would have to learn. So maybe humble yourself, you know. Crazy idea.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Should we talk about LCK just a little bit
Yeah,
before
let's do
we
it.
bring Parth
First
on?
of all, here's the thing. Luckily, it didn't happen, because I will say, Monty, if DAMWON had pulled off that game 5, I was going to blow your fun up. Like, I told you to fucking bet on that one. I said it was like 3 odds, Monty. Because it was pretty crazy odds, if you remember. Like, that was a pretty big one. But it didn't happen, so it's all good. Actually, in the end, it was fine that we didn't bet them on. It's all good in the end. I was going to tilt
fine
more.
that we predicted CLG. It was not fine that we predicted CLG. By the way, we'll talk about that with Parth, but that was really disappointing to watch. I mean, that whole best of 5 was terrible from a gameplay perspective. And also CLG should have won like every single game of that series. So
that's why, though, if you notice on that show, we were tearing ourselves apart. As I said, if this was like a normal game with no pressure, I'd pick a CLG all day long. But that's the problem, mate. The upside always for C9 was they've got all those veterans, haven't they?
Yeah,
there's a reason why being a veteran is really worth more than people think. It's not just an intangible, mate. Like that's a big deal. Yeah.
But onto the LCK topic. Like, I guess we could.
So this just ruined the whole final for you, Monty, because now you can't even conceive of world where T1 wins, surely. After that semi.
I mean, look. I thought KT was going to beat DAMWON. Again, speaking of the veteran factor, that did seem to play like a relatively big factor in the series. Also, KT lost the series in the same way they lost the Live Sandbox. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. They lost the DAMWON Kia playoff series in the same way they lost the Live Sandbox last time they met up in the regular season, through a massive macro blunder, except it was the reverse blunder this time. And this is where you can get into your own head. It's almost like at the end of the Live Sandbox series, they were thinking to themselves, okay, we pushed mid instead of like, and then we gave up we fought at the dragon and then we lost the game that way. So this time everybody just stay on the Dragon Soul. And then DAMWON just like walks straight up the mid lane and ends the game while they're on the Dragon Soul. So it's like they didn't want to lose the game in the same way they did before. So they did the opposite thing, but it was just equally as bad. It was a very KT mistake to make. It was disappointing because I think that they were in a pretty strong position at the end of game 5. Could have said the same thing about CLG versus C9, and managed to throw that one away. So DAMWON kind of gets away with that series against KT. I still think, it's hard to argue because KT is like anti-clutch, whether they're actually the better team or not.
Well, you're not going to need to. You've got the regional qualifiers, so you'll find out, right?
I got that.
Find out, exactly. By the way, I will say, since people always claim we never say this is the one time I think it actually is appropriate. You know what, Monty? I agree with the hater that's been saying this for 10 years inappropriately. For once, Monty, this was a stupid mistake like could be made in LCS that we would all laugh at. If someone made this mistake in Game 5 of playoffs, of course we'd all go, you idiot, never going to be. This was the equivalent of that in Korea. There was no shading of any special reason. They just had a brain fart and fucked up and has traded like soul for the game. Yes, they did do that. Indeed. They did do like an LCS level bad play. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, as for Live Sandbox versus DRX, I don't think there's that much point in really talking about this series. Like, it was one-sided as we expected. Deft played his little heart out, but it wasn't enough to actually take the win.
It's so wild that he's actually still good in fucking 2022, guys. He was playing in like 2012. Like, this is mental. This guy's still good. Yeah, I don't think people realize, because obviously, sadly, DRX now isn't a challenger. Like, he's actually still, like, his longevity of like level of play is unbelievable. It's fucking unbelievable, isn't it? Because he's still good now,
in multiple regions.
Yeah. He is. Listen, he's not the best, but he's still good. He is still a competent player, certainly. Yes.
Yeah, he's not a top 3 ADC in the league, but he's top half. He's top 5, probably. It's like, the list is probably like Ruler, then Aiming or Prince, and then either Gumayushi. Maybe Deft is ahead of Gumayushi. But that's pretty much top 5 right there, I would say, overall. And it's been a stacked ADC split in LCK. So it's not like some of these guys are shitters. Like, it's been a lot of these ADCs have been really fucking good. So it's no shame to be only top 5 within the league. I guess we should talk a little bit about some of these semifinals. I think this just, as you mentioned earlier, Thorin, validated everybody's point that Gen.G is just like some insane, overwhelming favorites within the finals right now. Live Sandbox, they took a game. Yes, there were a couple of close, or like game 2 was pretty close overall within this series. But the problem is that Gen.G is basically just the better version of Live Sandbox, and they don't have Dove going 0-9-0 in some of these games on what is a Renekton, which has risen to first pick priority status within LCK. And we can see why from some of the games that players like Rascal have had, like Noguri had in the next series against T1 for DAMWON KIA. But it's going to be really hard for Live Sandbox with a player like Dove to have the level of versatility necessary to take a title. Now, can Live Sandbox make a quarterfinal appearance at Worlds? Probably. I don't think they can go further than that, though, with this roster.
I think they'd have to really have like the meta smack them in the face with like it's all just hyperscaler ADCs or something. So like, yeah. And also,
And, like,
by the way,
only in top.
this is why you'll notice when we were talking on past shows, because obviously the Gen.G were the ones who got to select which of the teams they played against in the semis. This is why we said not only would they pick Live Sandbox, but that in doing so it would actually sort of ruin the semis. Because the problem is Live Sandbox, and quite frankly, especially if you saw that DAMWON series, mate, I wish I could run that back and see them against T1. Because that's the problem. The only team in the league that if you're Live Sandbox, you can never get your win condition against is Gen.G because they have ruler.
Yep.
So it's just over. Like the joke is he might even be the MVP of the league, and you've got in that case the second best ADC, but your whole team's based around him. So it's going to be really hard to ever do anything with that. Oh, and spoiler, you're never going to have mid prio. That's never going to happen ever. So, like, well, I don't. If you were coming in this series, I'd really love to know if you were Sandbox, like, what even your game plan was, how you're going to win these games. You know,
Crocco is like the dumber version of Peanut too. It's like he has the aggression of Peanut, but Peanut is smarter and more. It's not that Crocco is an idiot. It's that Crocco's a much newer player, right? Peanut's like a super experienced veteran. So when they both play these kind of aggressive junglers, and they're both doing things like flashing walls, diving turrets. Sometimes Crocco really fucks up, and Peanut rarely does. So it's the level of jungle aggression is also just so much more crisp when it comes from Gen.G that it's tough. I think it's really tough for Crocco as well. So it's like all the strengths of Live Sandbox are just neutralized against Gen.G. And also I saw a little nugget, which is that like Live Sandbox's coach or manager or somebody said that Gen.G had been refusing to scrim them for weeks. So they knew that Gen.G was going to pick them, right? They had just not, I mean, it was very calculated from Gen.G. But this is what we expected. We talked about why. I saw some people were surprised by this. Like Dom made a tweet that he seemed like surprised that they had picked Live Sandbox when Live Sandbox looked a lot better. But he doesn't watch a lot of LCK, and I don't think he had seen the previous Gen.G DAMWON KIA matches. And I think DAMWON KIA, the thing about them is that T1 is also a worse matchup for DAMWON KIA. Like I think Gen.G is a better matchup because Gen.G is less adaptive to enemy teams' win conditions. Like they're really good at doing their own shit and playing a very strong meta style. But when you start to do weird things in a game, which DAMWON KIA will always do, especially over a best of 5, like look at what they did in game 5 of their own series. Gen.G struggles more to adapt to and identify and adapt to enemy team comp win conditions on the fly if they're weird. Now, T1, I would say this is T1's primary strength is that they can pick apart what an enemy team comp wants to do and then counter it. T1's problem is that they are less versatile at playing the strongest meta game available. It's why you see them defaulting to comfort picks like Lee Sin over the course of the season. It's why you don't see them playing a lot of Poppy or other strong picks. It's like they're not exactly playing the strongest mid pool. Like they want to play Swain and Galio because they feel more comfortable with it. But with these compositions, they are just insanely good at being like, we have to hide in this bush and create this trap to win the game. Or we can't play team fights, so we need to get vision control and make an aggressive pick early on or in a side lane. Like this is where T1 really shines. And unfortunately, like, you know, DAMWON, they want to play the surprise factor and like confuse opponents. And it's much less effective against T1. Gen.G, it's more effective against Gen.G. The problem with playing against Gen.G is that they are so good at playing their own style that they can eventually overpower DAMWON KIA, but it's a little ropier. It's a little ropier. Not to say that the T1 series wasn't also ropey.
That's actually, in my opinion, where Gen.G correctly used that fucking feature where you select. Because basically the same thing happened, if you remember, Monty, in the last LEC split. Even though Misfits got the 3rd seed and they had the MVP, why were people picking them instead of G2, who were number 4?
You definitely would have picked.
because everyone knows G2's more dangerous for me, whereas actually the team that on paper is doing better, like stylistically, we're going to all smash them. Like as long as we have a mid and an ADC, basically, we're going to beat them. So, like to me, that was the reason why it was the right pick to do. You saw also the way it played out, like you said. There was also a chance where they might have even got a free chance to just play DAMWON in the final instead of T1. It almost happened. Here's my question for you. I have one take. It's actually from the series of DAMWON versus T1. I just want to know your take on the fact that DAMWON apparently thinks their best top laner is Birdall. Because they only played Nagori in that one game.
And Nagori like, fucking crushed that game, by the way.
Banish him back to the cellar. Back you go to the fish heads, Nagori. Bring out the talented Birdall. Because what's this Birdall guy doing? First he replaced Rascal when he was having like a slight slump on Gen.G. Now he's got fucking Nagori's spot. Who is this guy? Does he fucking secretly own the LCK or something? Is he the one who owns the truck company? What's going on? Why is this guy playing? I don't get it, mate. Because he's just average as fuck. What is it? He's not even like a great player. I don't get it.
There were a lot of questions that you could have asked about DAMWON KIA in this series, Thorin. Like that is one of them. Apparently, they subbed like the whole confusion of what's going on. So the DAMWON KIA sequence of events has been, okay, Kellen is out. We're going to put Bible in. We then listen into comms, and Bible is just like God tier shot calling this team that has really struggled in mid to late game shot calling.
Get him out of there, obviously.
his second best of 3 is against Gen.G. They almost beat Gen.G in that best of 3. Then they get him out, right? And then they're like, we're bringing back Birdall for the shot calling. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why are you doing this? I just want to get this straight, DAMWON KIA. You sub in Bible, you nearly win against Gen.G. And instead of giving it a little more time, you're just like, yes, Birdall clearly is the solution here. And it's not that Birdall
to be a shot caller too. Yeah, it's our Renekton Yorn main. That's the shot caller from top lane. Like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like, top laners who are famously doing nothing for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Like tank players. Exactly, yeah. It makes sense then, wouldn't it?
It's also because they can't even affect the map anymore because the teleport changes. So like, you're just on your own little island up there, just like trying to TP back to lane. Like, how the fuck can you shot call what the jungler's doing? Like, obviously he's not doing that. Like, and it doesn't work like that in most teams. But it is entertaining that this would be the solution. Now, I'm not in there. Maybe it is. Maybe we don't know enough. Like, Bible showed some really good Amuma play. We don't really know the depth of his champion pool at this professional level. They made an informed decision based on their scrims. But from the outside, it does look strange. The other factor here is, why would you put in Nogari for game 3, right? He is fucking really good in that game, right? And Birdall
kind of like come back in the series as well. Like, you need to win every game now, basically. Yeah.
Birdall did suck on Renekton in the previous game, and I guess they really, really wanted to pick that Renekton again. So in Nogari goes, because worth noting that DAMWON KIA was playing on red side for the remainder of the series. So this might have been like, I'm theorizing here, guys. This might have been one of those scenarios where you're like, okay, well, we have blue side pick, right? So in this situation where we're down 0-2 and we're going to blue side first pick Renekton, we want Nogari. So there's that aspect to it. And if you thought to yourself, well, once we win, they're going to pick blue side. Now they did, or blue side, but DAMWON KIA won the 4th game and then selected the red side because obviously it's because they have this Heimerdinger last pick strat. Like that's clearly what it was.
And what a way to go out as well.
I don't even think it was bad.
Hey, it could have worked in theory. It's just the problem is, like, it's just one of those ones you're not going to go to. You're not going to be sleeping easy after that comp. Like, oh well, I did everything I could.
What do you expect from DAMWON KIA? Let's like revisit all the last times they were eliminated. Okay, World Championship Finals Game 5. They pick Jin, Yuumi, Trundle, and suck. Okay, what do they do? Last split playoffs. Oh right, they pick Nidalee, and then lose the game. Now, admittedly, they should have won that game. That was Riot Games, League of Legends bullshit that caused them to lose in terms of objective bounties. Like it was a shameful indictment of the game of League of Legends that they lost that game. But still, this team does weird shit in game 5s. Like that is just true. Like that is just true. Every game 5, there's going to be something wacky, and we just have to accept that that's who they are. It has never worked yet in this iteration of the roster, but it should have worked the last time, and I would argue it also should have worked this time. So here's my hot take on this one, because people think, they look at it, they're like, DAMWON KIA, you just got Zeri Yuumi and ran over T1 with this very powerful combination. True. That is the thing that happened. Yes, they could have gotten Zeri Yuumi within, or at least one. They probably should have taken Yuumi. You could have gotten at least one of them in the first rotation. They wanted the Azir. Now, that isn't the weird part to me, okay? The weird part to me is putting the Azir into the top lane. Now, that's a little much for me, but let's play a game of theory crafting here, which is that you have Azir, Poppy, Yasuo, Senna, Heimerdinger. You're playing into Wukong, Zeri, Yuumi, Galio, Gnar. Now, a lot of these champions are melee range champions, and the thing about Azir and Heimerdinger is that they create insane zoning and can clog choke points with turrets and with sand soldiers. So this composition is, fans are like, oh, Zeri Yuumi's OP, it's good in every situation. The situation in which Zeri Yuumi is good is cleaning up team fights. Now, why this champion is dangerous is because when she gets in close to you, uses her ult, somebody dies, she cleans up the rest of the team fight. Not many champions can chase down every single other fucking champion and then take objectives for free. Usually, with an AD carry, if somebody dies, the other team can kind of like back out and then like kind of contest you and prevent you from taking the Baron or whatever, or like leave and then TP back in with full HP so that there's like some semblance of a fight that happens afterwards. Zeri Yuumi just makes that impossible. She hunts down everyone. There is no escape, and then you get Baron or you get Dragon Soul or whatever it is.
The new analog for the Broken Jinx. We just got a new Broken Jinx.
It's a win more. Exactly. It's a win more champion. Okay, so that is the primary strength of Zeri and Yuumi. Now, the problem that people don't seem to get through their brains is like, what happens if you don't start winning the fight? This composition that DAMWON KIA is running, they have such an insane range advantage, and they can, like I said, if they have positional advantage, if they move first onto Baron or onto Dragon, and they control the choke points, how the fuck does Zeri even get in there? Like, the problem here is that DAMWON KIA played this comp badly. They played it badly, and this is where T1, you can see their strengths shining. They knew that they couldn't let DAMWON KIA get a positional advantage around objectives. And if you watch the way these teams play, T1 is constantly rotating between like mid lane and Dragon to dislodge DAMWON KIA from that position, and DAMWON KIA just doesn't stand firm in one location on the map in the river and say, no, this is our territory. DAMWON KIA is reacting like a normal comp would in that scenario. And T1 is also doing things like they're getting these pickoffs onto champions on the side. They're luring them into choke points so that they can actually attack them before they get the setup, because it takes time to set up DAMWON KIA's composition. DAMWON KIA has an extremely strong siege. If they set up in the late game around your turret, if this team ever gets Baron, it is fucking lights out for T1, because they have a more powerful split pusher in the Yasuo. And how are you stopping the siege from Azir, Senna, Heimerdinger when you have a Zeri, Galio, Gnar, Wukong? Like, that's not possible.
You want, yeah.
You basically can just put an Azir turret up behind you so they can't flank you. You sit there and you just kill them. You kill their entire base. And they can't engage on you because you have a million turrets and sand soldiers. So people don't understand the theory of this comp. And in fact, the thing is,
you say people, the problem is, it sounds like DAMWON didn't. It's the main issue. Right?
DAMWON also didn't understand it, yes.
The joke is they played into that thing I've told you, that's one that I actually always say is one of DDK's great analytical points, is he used to say in games in CS, what you should do before the game is consider, like, what's the only scenario in which I could lose, and then actively avoid that. The joke here is, it's like they went towards it. That's like the way they played was the only way they could always be behind.
And the other thing was, like, DAMWON was like flipping objectives. What you want to do is you want to bait the objectives and then force people into your choke points that are covered by all these.
You don't even have to take the objective.
So people might say, exactly. Well, what would have happened if the Baron wasn't stolen from DAMWON? The problem with that argument is that DAMWON should never have been in a position for that Baron to be stolen. They didn't need it, but also the way you do this is that you are the one saying, like, threatening the Baron, and you force them to come to you. You don't start the Baron and then all in on the Baron and then force the flip. That's just playing the comp wrong. So, and honestly, they could have played the comp wrong, and if they had gotten that Baron, probably still won the game. So this game was extremely close. It was actually very advantageous, I think, for DAMWON KIA to have this game go 25 minutes without any kills, because basically it allowed them to power up these really strong, choke point controllers, and they just misplayed the objectives. Like that's what it boils down to. And again, this is T1. T1 is so good at reading the situation. I just wouldn't have pulled out the bullshit on T1. I think that there is valid criticism to the fact that DAMWON KIA should have played standard, should have run the Yuumi Zeri back when it was gifted to them, and shouldn't have been like, we have this wacky strat. We chose red side. Remember, like, that's I don't know. It's tough. I think it's tough. To justify this. Sorry, they didn't choose red side. It was T1 that chose blue side after losing. But they clearly had like this red side strat designed. And that's probably, again, why they didn't play Nuguri. Maybe Nuguri's having champion pool issues and they only feel comfortable with him on the first pick Azir. Or first pick.
Why is that a thing? Am I missing something on that? Why does no one else have a problem with that? The team that loses the last game picks the next side. But it's the last game. We're all 2-2 now. It doesn't matter. They just get an advantage for no reason. What? Who made that rule up? Where's Mr. Riot? What's that? What's the point of that rule?
No.
Shouldn't it be coin flip or something? Come on.
I think that's because the higher seeded team gets to pick the first match. So it basically makes it so the higher seeded team, if it goes to 5 games, will kind of still have that.
Give them an edge still. So it's intentionally to give them. Okay, that's one thing.
I think it's fine. I mean, how else are you going to decide it, right? But yeah, blind pick. That would be wild.
It's actually wild now to realize that was a real thing once, isn't it? Because now I'd say I've deleted it from my brain until I remember it exists.
So yeah, I think you look at this series and it's not quite as bad as fans say. And I think for me the takeaway was they went out like they came in. T1 went out playing their own kind of slightly less powerful meta picks, but doing it, executing in clutch manners in a brilliant way, as we have come to expect from T1 style. And DAMWON KIA went out playing their weird ass picks and then faltering in the mid and late game in terms of execution, which is, I mean, if you want to talk 2 seasons in a nutshell, it was this fucking game 5. So I'm not even upset. Like DAMWON KIA still has a chance to make Worlds. I think that they're much more likely to do it when they don't have to face T1, because now T1 and Gen.G are guaranteed to make the World Championship. So it's going to be some combination of Live Sandbox, DRX, KT, and DAMWON KIA that are fighting for the remaining 2 spots. So I don't know. It seems pretty reasonable to me. DAMWON KIA has been sloppy. This series was a little sloppy. Doesn't really engender the most faith in T1 in many ways either. I think the worst indictment of T1 was probably game 4, because that's the game that's going to be probably most similar to them playing against Gen.G, because we saw Canyon, which was game 3, sorry, is the Morgana game, because that's going to be one of those peanut pocket picks that we've seen come out in the past. He likes to play it into Vi. If owner wants to play Vi, the Morgana's going to come out from Gen.G. Yeah, I think it's going to be tough. Going to be really tough for T1 to win this finals. They should be considered very, 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 very significant underdogs. And DAMWON KIA, at the end of the day, I think that they can go into the gauntlet and certainly take out some of these other teams, especially KT and DRX in their current states.
I mean, the only thing is, apparently it's already set and they play like LSB and then DRX plays KT, but then it's like first and second are the ones that go, so DAMWON has to play LSB, unfortunately. Well, as both go, who cares? They can both just take like one kind of the main event slot, one can have the play, obviously.
Yeah, I think I think there are 3 relatively strong teams in Live Sandbox, DAMWON KIA and KT. I don't think it's going to matter too much which ones Korea sends. I think it's probably better if they send DAMWON KIA just from a fan engagement and recognition perspective.
Experience,
but I think there's
all that jazz,
Yeah, I think there's merit too to Live Sandbox and KT going, because it's going to give some young players some really good experience. And also, I think it's good for fans to have more exposure who don't normally watch Korea to some of these rising stars, because players like Prince and Aiming are really exciting players. And I think they deserve to be stars on the international level, and going to Worlds will allow them that opportunity.
Right. Now we'll just do a break and then talk to Parth, not from TSM.
This segment is brought to you by esportsbet.io. Remember to use our referral link to go sign up. Thank you very much.
Right, we're back with our guest for this episode, which is going to be Parth, as I said, not of TSM, because he's actually not with TSM anymore, even though people still seem to forget that. It's part of why, if you notice, he's been making some Twitter threads that were more sort of like general industry stuff. In fact, in general, I've noticed an interest of yours seems to be, I mean, certainly rich since you were in TSM, but fixing the esports industry. So all I'll say is this, Parth. The way I'm going to set this up, because unfortunately I'm actually going to have to sort of bring people down a moment to start the conversation. They're going to think, by the way, you're now going to come on, oh my God, if a TSM ex-member came on at Summoning Insight, like, spoiler, Parth isn't now going to reveal loads of secret info about TSM and Reginald and all. No, in fact, we're probably not even going to address half of that. Like, I'll try, I'll do it, every now and then I'll see if I can get some out of him, or I'll say something provocative and see if he defends Bjergsen or something. We can do it what we can, but all I'm saying is just come in with your expectations set. This is going to be more a discussion probably about the esports industry, League of Legends, NA, maybe, right? More in that wheelhouse path.
Yeah.
I also think, and we can bring this up maybe on the screen. We'll see if we can bring it up very briefly. But I want to start with this very hilarious tweet that you made about the expectation of versus reality of like scrimming in NA, because like you have this calendar. It says like expectation. I have to do it via audio because we have podcast listeners, etc. So forgive me while I walk you fans through this. So it says expectation, beginning of the day, discuss new champion for 30 minutes. Then there's like a 5-hour scrim block, and it says play 5 productive games of practice with and against the new champion. And then at 5 p.m., decide champion priority for 30 minutes. That's your draft meeting that you might have at the end of the day. The reality of this is morning meeting is players miss meeting, food delivery late, game 1. You draft a terrible comp around it. Game 2, enemy counters it with niche champion. Game 3, enemy team first picks it and gets 10 kills in 10 minutes. Game 4, enemy team bans it. Game 5, lose first scuttle fight, no remake, FF at 15. Debrief at the end of the day. Realize player hasn't played a single game of it in solo queue, which is a shockingly accurate description of how scrims go, and something that fans may not realize, because it's always a clown fiesta. Like there isn't a reprieve from the clown fiesta that is like a day of scrims.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to a couple of like amateur GMs and coaches, right? And they have like this really crazy imposter syndrome of how much better things are at the LCS level and how much things are standardized and how teams and coaches like approach practice. And I know from the last 6 years of working at TSM and just knowing what happens at other teams that that's never the case. It's always like there's a lot of human factors that go into running a team, and a lot of the things that you expect to be standardized from the outside by looking at like professional sports and like the media and stuff that they put out aren't necessarily relevant at the esports scale yet. So it was just a funny idea that I had that I felt like I had to put out.
By the way, the point you were making, obviously the more general point, like for example, about how the contrast can be not just like different, but extreme. Like in this particular case, obviously people are thinking, well, you had like 5 hours to get some out. But as you see in each case, you get almost nothing. You're not even getting really like one proper game that you wanted to test it out. So like obviously the expectation versus reality is like quite just drastic. But what I would say is this is one of the reasons why I actually think a major area that no one in the West has ever truly cracked, which will always hold back a tiny percentage of advantage to the Koreans and to the Chinese teams, is they have little cartels of coaches and groups. They have little groups within tournaments and within leagues that like we mainly practice each other. And the difference is they have the setups. Like people have heard in the LPL that like little like mafia of people from the LMS that came over the coaches. In Korea, obviously, famously, a lot of it's to do with like some of them are players and we're in orgs together, or the orgs are friends within Kesper, etc. Right? Basically, the analogy would be this. Think of that show that you all fucking loved during 2020, but I thought was some pleb fodder. The Queen's Gambit. Spoiler, has almost fuck all to do with chess. It's just a Mary Sue wins every chess game ever, and all the men want to sleep with her. Brilliant. Great series, by the way, Netflix. But if we come back to the one area, right, you might remember in that show, one of the key premises, that's like kind of like a key area, spoiler towards the end, is that it turns out she isn't just playing the best player from Russia. She's playing all the Russians. They essentially like crowdsource like the like analysis element of the game, and they help each other because the premise goes to them. yes, while they would each want to be the best Russian, the most important thing is that Russia wins over the USA. That's essentially, if people don't know, what happens in League of Legends. Koreans, it's real. If they lose to you, by the way, in a scrim, they go straight to their fucking mate and tell him everything you did and all the shit you're doing and how to count you and what they should, like, that's a real thing. Like that. So as a result, what I'm bringing it back to is this. That's one of the areas in the West I've always felt like, actually, NA, it's the West in general, but NA particularly shoots himself in the foot. They've got too many petty battles with each other. Like, there's too many scenarios where it's like, right, well, the reason why we're going to ban it is because, like, I've seen Jensen smurfing on it, so like, fuck that guy, he's not playing in the second game. Like, and they're just doing stupid shit like that, whereas the premise is, like, bear in mind, we're all the underdogs at these international tournaments. Like, we'd be better if we had that mentality, if we were all fucking banded together trying to be like the West against them. Like, we'd actually have a chance then. We could get some meaningful practice, because obviously the dream would be, like in Korea, you could have another coach and you don't just come to him like, can we have a scrim block? It's like, hey, let's do this. On Thursday, let's scrim, and I've got a few things we want to run, so can we run those for the first 3 games? And you agree to run, like, you know, a comparable comp, but you're not going to shut it down. Then I'll give you a scrim block the next day where you get a few. Like, you'd want that in an ideal world. That would counteract some of these problems, right?
Yeah, I think collaboration between orgs in general, compared in the West compared to the East, is like just drastically different. Last off season, I kind of visited a lot of like the team campuses for Korea, and overall, I got the sense that for the most part, even though they're competitive against each other in their own region, when they go to international tournaments, they recognize that the idea that if one of them wins and one of them does well, it is super beneficial for the entire region, because a lot of LCK viewership is also non-endemic. And I've also spoken to like guys at RNG, FPX, and they also recognize the huge benefit of, again, their region doing well. Whereas I know from LCS, every team is still kind of competitive against each other, and not only at a regional level, but even when they go internationally, right? Like, it's all about which one of us beats the other more so than us collectively beating the group. And
they sort of want their domestic rival to also lose. Like, they think, like, put it this way, I'm sure if TL's at a Worlds, they think it's hilarious if TSM loses. Also, of course they do.
Also, Parth, don't you think that's a little weird to still have that mentality at Worlds when it's literally impossible for any of you to be in the same group? Like, what the fuck's with that?
Yeah, it is for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that I can't explain, right? Like, the entire premise of sport, for the most part, is like, most of it is emotional, and so I just know being part of TSM for a long time, and I know I've talked to guys at C9 and TL and some of the new risers also. It's like they want to be the best team, and they want to be the representative of NA, right? For them, it's kind of, it hurts them in a lot of ways in terms of like sponsorships and all that kind of stuff. If someone else is now taking like their part of the pie. And so, and I know a lot of these opinions are childish, and it's not something that's conducive to the long-term health of the region and even like the ecosystem to think this way. But I just feel like it's like a cultural mentality that's kind of set in from leadership, and it kind of came out through how a lot of these orgs were formed and the rivalries between them. Especially because a lot of the business model for all of these orgs is also both very different, but they operate in the same space with like the same group of sponsors and a pool of money.
By the way, this is actually in the West a very common trend of phenomenon.
Yeah.
The problem is fans don't see it, because here's the problem. Like, I'll give you an example. In my native CSGO, right, when Astralis was the Danish team, right, you would see on Twitter, Parth, all the other Danish teams would be cheering them on and being like, oh, even though they beat us, I hope they win the tournament. Like, spoiler, behind the scenes, those guys hope more than anything that team gets smashed the next match. In fact, they hope that Australian team gets humiliated by, like, you know, MIBR from Brazil or like just NA team or something. They fuck what that team to win. They just know that, like, it's just the right thing to say on social media. But behind the scenes, they all secretly are sort of like crabs in a bucket pulling the other crab down, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I remember like the biggest time I had that feeling was in 2016 when we just lost like the best of 5 to CLG, and they went to MSI and they had their run, and we're like, obviously we have to like cheer them on as a region, but like internally, like all the players and like even me, I'm like, we're like seething. We're like, we're clearly a better team. I can't believe they're pulling this off. And I feel like a part of how hard we tried that season was because we saw like a team do something that we really, really, really wanted to do and could see like the path to get there. So I think it's like a plus and a minus, right? Like, it's like a motivating tool too, because it's like that intense hate for something, or like that drive to be the one team who does it. Sometimes like is something that propels you and your org forward. But I think overwhelmingly, I think if there was more collaboration in the scene, especially now where I think that is the best way for NA for Worlds internationally to kind of pull together. I hope a lot of teams are kind of switching the way they look at it.
No, I've heard it was so bad that day that Reginald actually had them hang 3 workers outside the factory. Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of Werner von Braun, who used to work with the V2 Rockets in Nazi Germany. Sorry, my mistake. I completely mixed them up. My mistake. I apologize entirely.
When we talk about the NAC, and I want to get your take on this because you've actually lived through all the highs and the lows in terms of viewership, and like there's a lot of conversation right now when it comes to the direction of LCS, because, you know, this weekend we look at Cloud9 versus CLG. It has like between 60 and 90K viewers on the mainstream, plus like a lot of co-streaming and YouTube as well. So it's not that it's that low all, you know, by itself necessarily. But when we talk about what it used to be, because like you and I, we all remember like 300,000, 400,000 people for CLG versus TSM regular season game in like 2015 or whatever. The viewership has gone down like really significantly, but the player base really hasn't changed in NA. And in fact, it kind of went up during the pandemic, which is as expected. Not people were less outside, it's kind of returned to where it was pre-pandemic levels, as it were. But it seems like a lot of the gas is gone and the league is kind of running on empty right now. I do think that they've made pretty good, you know, changes to the production value. But as you look at this from the outside and you think back to when these matchups were so incredibly hype in LCS and it was smashing EU LCS in terms of viewership, what do you think the changes were that caused the league to kind of be in its current state? And how would you address some of these issues with NA moving forward?
That's a big question. And there's I guess I have 2 larger points. The first is, I think when you look at kind of like the esport ecosystem in NA in general, and you compare it to like traditional sports, I think it's like very underdeveloped. Because when a normal sport starts, right, like you obviously have a bunch of people who play, and there's like a huge player base, and then there's a bunch of people who want to watch, and so there's a lot of investment in the space. Pro team starts popping up, and then there's a bunch of industries that form underneath, right? And then eventually there's stakeholders who want to increase the amount of players who are playing, and then there's stakeholders who want to increase the amount of viewers. And there's this like natural ecosystem that follows with like collegiate who gets into it, amateur programs who get into it. At the community level, you get a lot of support from like scholastic parents, and there's like a very good like cycle of people who go in and out. That system below the pro level and above the like recreational gamer level hasn't really been built yet in a way that's sustainable for like the long-term health of the ecosystem. And so that's like one part of it. I think a lot of people who used to play League and like watch League for the reasons that they did, that kind of group has been carved out by a lot of other esports who've come into the space. And I don't necessarily think that League of Legends is as prominent among like the group who's growing up now as it was before. And so I think that's one natural element of the ecosystem that I don't think is like very solvable in the short term. So that's like the PR/public answer. Well, I mean, I also think it's
there's
true.
truth to it. I mean,
Yeah.
no, there is truth to it. I think one of the things that has come up recently is you see Riot. I don't know if we've ever talked about this on the show. We've seen Riot move away from PlayVS, which is the high school organizing body that had exclusive rights to League of Legends tournament and was charging school districts an arm and a leg. In fact, what you guys may not know is that Riot was an investor in that company, which is why they provided exclusive rights. But everyone that I know who works in high school and collegiate hates them. And they were like the mafia, basically, like shaking people down for money, rolling around from high school to high
business
school.
model by the sounds of it, right? That's the whole premise of what they were doing. It sounds like it's a feature, not a bug, Monty.
Right. And because they had exclusive access to the license in League of Legends, they were also just straight up lying about having exclusivity in like Activision Blizzard titles. I mean, they are a piece of shit company by all accounts of everybody. Literally nobody I know who works in collegiate or high school likes them and has nothing but negative things to say about them. And Riot finally realized this and like pulled it, but there could have been a time where Riot themselves could have fostered more high school leagues and created a better grassroots community that would be bearing fruit now. Right, because these things take years.
If you were going to pick a company that was universally disliked and everyone thought was just shit, That sounds like League of Legends players in school. Everyone hates them. So the tone, it was perfect.
I'll hop in. I'll hop in and be like the counterpoint here, and not because I think PlayVS is garbage. But the reason why a lot of those relationships formed between PlayVS and not only Riot but a lot of the other publishers is because they pitched to a governing body that had access to a wide networks of schools, right? And they got the exclusive rights to operate in those schools from that org. And once they had that, that's when they went to different publishers and asked for this specific license to do all that. And so I think that that initial deal is the one that caused this ripple effect that led them to dominate this space in the first place. And I think at the time when they were starting out and they had good ambitions and they had good ideas of how to run the ecosystem, it made sense for publishers to partner with them. But over time, you found out about their operational structure and how they work with kids and Scholastic, and it became clear it was more of like a cash grab, like we just want to make as much money from this ecosystem as possible and not necessarily what they were pitching. And so I don't think the initial premise is bad, where you work with an operator in the space who has access to like this wide network of schools and help build out this ecosystem. And a lot of publishers did work with them. I just think that publishers should have recognized what was happening, listened to the feedback from the community a lot sooner, and pulled out faster.
Well, it's also, I mean, if I can understand your perspective, but when Riot is an investor in this company and has a level of transparency and oversight from being on the cap table and also potentially having a board seat, I mean, they invested a lot, right? Like, where was the oversight? That was like Riot should have had total transparency into the operations of this company and should be the one holding them accountable to the values that they were pitched when they made the investment.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say I don't have enough information about their relationship with PlayVS to know how much oversight.
It's all theoretical, but as an investor in the company, like certainly they should have had, they could have paid more attention, almost certainly. Than they
to ask you about. Here's how we can push the conversation onwards, because no one ever asks this fucking question. It drives me crazy, dude. Do you want to know, Parth, why I don't care at all about collegiate League of Legends or collegiate esports in general? Can you guess what the reason would be?
Thorin, I'm not going to try to guess what goes on in your mind.
Here's the thing. It is utterly irrelevant to the pro scene in any way.
That is true.
The only reason people think it is because they're doing that thing where they're making sports a 1-for-1. And in sports, it's a direct pathway to the professional level. You only get to the professional level coming through school, college, and well, obviously you can skip college sometimes, but you got to generally go through that path. My problem is this path. People are acting like you can sort of, because we also have colleges in league and we have college league, they're acting like the fact that there's no true bridge isn't a problem. And even worse, they're also acting like this is a sport that's going to be around for 100 years. Because that's my problem with the whole topic, mate, is whenever people bring up ideas like collegiate, proving grounds, like they're all good ideas. But the question is, like, how much time do we have? Like, what steps are going to go between? Like, how do we actually get from like the start to, you're producing the player who is like, the point is instead of every now and then getting like one blabber, you get like 4 blabbers in it. You're like, how do you get to that point? That's the part where no one ever seems to address it. People have all sorts of ideas that require money and attention, but no one ever seems to actually have a plan that gets from that point where it's collegiate. Because if people don't know, the joke is the one player in the modern day that came from the collegiate stuff was that Niles guy, and no one gave him a chance. He actually even had like a little bit of potential, but he just got run straight out of the league pretty much. So to me, it's all well and good, but it sounds to me like a lot of people spinning their wheels to get projects up and running and make money and get a lot of goodwill.
I think Parth will also say too that as a GM, like you don't want a 22-year-old player. You want a 17-year-old player. Like you want to get them into your team and starting, coaching them at the highest level when they're younger, right? Like it's hard to justify getting an older player who hasn't, because the thing about collegiate sports is that these kids have been coached since they're 8 years old and they have good coaches in college and are part of elite academic program or athletic programs at these universities. Whereas like basically a lot of these colleges, they are, not to insult collegiate esports because they are upping their game, but like oftentimes a challenger League of Legends team is going to be better for learning than one of these colleges.
Yeah, so I think that the topic is framed in a way where collegiate is looked only as a direct pathway to pro esports, but I don't think that that's the niche that it serves for esports. I think that there's a lot of way you can include players from that want to do a bunch of different things, variety of things in their life, And some of them, sure, may want to go to pro, but others may want to get into the ecosystem as managers, as coaches, as sports psychs. And I do think that the collegiate programs exist because there's enough people, if you run a program in the right way and promote it in the right way, that people are going to watch. And it can exist in parallel to the pro ecosystem um, in a way that makes sense, but without having to be like pitched as a path to.
When you say people will watch, do you mean like in the traditional sense of sports, as in people who are alumni and actually go like live in that area are going to watch? Because that's the part I'm actually lost when you say that people are going to watch, mate. Because the one thing that there's no issue with supplying is world class League of Legends. Like essentially, like what reason would I have to watch the collegiate one unless like I know the guy or it's my alumni? Like I don't really get like why anyone would ever watch it though.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like loyalty to colleges and groups in the United States and just around the world that are not necessarily there to watch the highest level of like pro play, right? Like there's a reason why a lot of parents and people go watch like high school tournaments. Obviously, those viewership levels, and they're not going to rival like pro teams, but there is like a market there, and the things that they do provide in terms of like for the ecosystem is super valuable, and it's only by creating this ecosystem where parents are involved at the scholastic level. You have like high school leagues, you have scholarship programs where you bring players up, incorporate them, have tournament structure, be part of like the local like at the city level, at the community level, activate there. It's only when you have like a bunch of these pockets of communities that fandom for like the sports itself rises. And sure, colleges and scholastic may not be like the goal to be like the path to pro, but they provide their own niche in the ecosystem that I feel like must exist for an esport, especially in North America, to have a long, healthy life cycle. And I don't know what the model is yet. Like maybe what you're saying does make sense. Maybe the viewership won't be there, and maybe it won't have the same outcomes that we see in traditional sports. But right now, I don't see any other way for an esport to have like a healthy long-term cycle in North America without that pipeline and infrastructure being built out.
Yeah. To go, when we got sidetracked because you were about to say something very interesting before we talked about like the PR answer and like why that angle may have hurt League of Legends esports viewership, even though it hasn't materially affected the actual player base as far as we can tell. But you said that was your PR answer. So what is the other answer that you think, the non-PR answer to why the viewership is there? Because that's what was coming up next, and we've been teasing that.
The other answer for me is that let's look at like what the league was like pre-franchising, right? You had a bunch of teams and players who had to play this game of like you had some sort of cash in terms of like capital or revenue that you were making. You had to spend that to create like the best team, and you had to invest in performance and creative, and then you had to like build fandom. Players at that point, I think pre-franchising, like they had to build a stream, they had to build a brand, right? Teams had to like focus on A, winning, and B, also making sure that they had different creative ways to like get fans to like them that then they can like monetize off of through sponsors or their own products, right?
Because like they were, by the way, because they were getting paid like $1,500 a month.
Yeah, right.
Like
at that point, there was not enough stability in the league, so you just had to like run this like very basic model of like how to run an org and how to be like a professional player that can sustain themselves and grow off the opportunity of the viewership that were given. The problem happened in terms of like franchising, and what happened afterward is players obviously like a lot of teams started indexing in performance, so they spent a lot of money on for players to perform at their best, and players now no longer were incentivized in a lot of ways to activate and build fandom. I feel like that was kind of an art that became lost through this, and also a lot of the teams that came into the league. You're looking at like the Clutch Gamings and even some of the guys who like left after a year or two. They had no clear understanding of how to run this cycle. They didn't really build fandom or add any positives to the league. So now you had like a group of teams who that was sustained by like the fandom and the franchise that already existed before. And I think a lot of the new guys who've come in have really struggled to capture that, either because they haven't been able to perform and get like the eyeballs on them, or convert those into like long-term fans that then keep coming back and watching their games. So that's for me the kind of long-term answer. It's like a lost art, and I think Riot has learned from how the teams they chose in the model, and they're kind of fixing it in their approach to how they're looking at Valorant partnerships.
I mean, we can talk about the Valorant partnerships a little bit because that's interesting. I don't know how far we want to like go away from the League of Legends side, but what's your explanation then for why LEC has like grown in viewership so much? Because like they were formed at the start of the franchise era, and historically EU LCS was like kind of garbage compared to LCS.
Sure, I think that they already had. I think LEC already had a large number of players and people who were already there that weren't being necessarily activated as well before the franchise era. I do think that LEC will see this stabilization. And also, I think, again, because regional leagues are so strong there, there's like pockets of, I think, again, pockets of fandom that naturally goes up to LEC. Like if you see anyone who joins like gets to challenge or even like high grandmaster, there's always like a team, like a tier 1 like ERL team or a tier 2 team or a tier T3 already there ready to participate in like X tournament or Y tournament. And so you always have like these community hubs and pockets of activations that have slowly kind of risen up through the franchising in LEC that activated a lot of these, and also the success of the ERL system, who've also like brought a lot of fandom there. I think that Europe at that time just hadn't reached the critical mass in terms of capturing all that audience, whereas in North America that had already happened, or at least had happened earlier than the LEC.
Helps to have a much bigger player base in Europe too. Like helps a lot.
At least that's my take.
Fucking hell. That can't always be the fucking excuse. It can't always. Here's what Americans do. They just go, like, guys, what's the one thing that we don't have? Right, only focus on that because that way we never have to change anything. The point is, it's irrelevant how many players you have. What do you do with the players? You're not even close to them in maximum right now. Like, for example, one area that drives me fucking crazy, because I know something you guys don't know. Are you ready for what I know you don't know, Parth? There used to be an active LAN scene in North America on the West Coast in the 2000s in Counter-Strike that produced dozens of world-class LAN players, even though North America and Counter-Strike wasn't the main region. Now, the reason why is because it was this LAN culture. It was just like you've heard about in Sweden and Korea. People used to go. In fact, these were people who didn't even own PCs. Some of them, by the way, were literal like Mexican gangbangers in gangs and shit. And they used to go and for funsies in their off time, they would go and they would play in these like cheap Korean PC bangs and all these, like they used to have loads of them in LA if people don't like. They used to literally be like a SoCal and NorCal scene, and they even had all kinds of things built in. Like, for example, in the early days, you can imagine top pros just made pogs and just won all the tournaments. So then they would do things like if you'd played too many seasons at like the open coming talent, and everyone could like be part of it. Are we lagging still?
Nope, you're good now.
Right. So basically, the premise was, in that scenario, you started out with a localized scene, but the real problem with NA is this. It's the general problem with this whole topic is we're all having discussions that are like scaled discussions, like this is in the next 4 or 5 years, you could do this in 10 years, in 20 years. And then every person, when it actually comes to their money, just acts this year, this month, this next match. And that's the whole philosophy in a nutshell. So even though, by the way, yeah, Monty's right, there's way less players in America. Well, tell you what, if there's way less players, it'd be really stupid to spread them out over a whole continent and have them all live and have one guy in New York and one guy in Texas and one guy in LA and go, why don't we practice the same on 10 ping? Like, you create that problem. You could have had 5 guys in a LAN cafe in New York. Well, this is a totally fictional problem you just created. So our point isn't you can get past the initial thing. That's why it's a worthless topic. The point is there are inroads. You have to do it your way. You have to do it specific to your region, your strengths. There's no point looking at Korea or Europe and going, we're not them. Yeah, you never will be. If that's the mentality, that flowchart always just goes back to the beginning, mate.
There also is the conundrum of the fact that NALCS used to have this massive viewership that we talked about in spite of always. There was never a point in time where they had more players than Europe, right? They just had a lot more viewers because of the hype and personalities that were in the league. And I think it's true that you can only lose so many years in the row internationally before people like can't delude themselves any longer. Like, you know, there isn't a hope that the teams are going to perform well on an international level, like there was in the early days where you might have been able to dismiss like 2 or 3, 4 worlds as flukes. But like by the time we're at 10, it becomes like a lot harder to actually justify that to yourself in any kind of meaningful way. But you also don't have to be a world championship contender, because look at the ERLs right now are popping off and nobody's like, oh yeah, like Carmine Corp's going to win LEC. Like nobody's saying that, right? It's just because they've
So I have to say,
fan
mate,
base.
Some
I
people
feel
may
like
be saying that.
I feel like there's a really weird conflation people make in League of Legends, which to me has never been a hard and fast correlation. So it's almost like a weak, if not medium correlation, which is people simultaneously, you'll notice, will swap in the same paragraph between are they trying to make the best NA team be able to beat the best Korean team, or they're trying to make NA better. They think they're the same thing. I don't think they're the same thing at all. Like, spoiler, if you tomorrow just want whoever the best NA team is to be able to have a chance to win Worlds, I don't have to do anything with NA Path. All I have to do is allow them to regularly go and boot camp in Korea. Problem solved. Yeah. If they could do that every 2 months, they'd have a chance. By the way, spoiler, make a circuit like Dota or CSGO that's open, and within a year, people will be competing. In fact, people will probably even be like the shock winner of Worlds. It'll happen, because spoiler, if you watch TI, if you watch the CSGO tournaments, that's how it works. When you're familiar with them and you play them every tournament, it doesn't actually matter if you're worse. Like, if people don't know, when in CSGO, the only major NA one was the Cloud9 one. If you don't know, they lost like 3 series to the same team on the same maps prior to that, and afterwards they lost some like 3 series as well. So actually that was a fluke, but it was a fluke enabled by playing them like 8 times within like a 8-month span or something. If you play them once ever, one time, like that's the problem in this particular case. So as you can see, I can help you fix that problem tomorrow if you just want the best team, which is what most fans actually, I really think, want, by the way. I think it's really dishonest to make yourself seem like virtuous, like I just want all of NA to rise up. As we discussed at the beginning of the convo, no one does. You want your team to win, you want TSM to lose, you want your player to succeed, you want that guy to be humiliated. No one really wants that stuff. They just say it to sound cool. But if we go back to the idea of making NA better, well then, yeah, we're going to have totally different approaches. But you notice that a lot of the approaches that would help the top team then will be inappropriate for the region. Like, I'm sorry, one of the first things I would do immediately, Parth, if I wanted to make NA as a region stronger, as in have all the teams be better and a better, I'd immediately do things like smash the fucking hegemony of all these big orgs that just run the scene and fucking wreck everyone with all their deals and dodgy ass contracts. I'd go in there and I'd do things like, I'd like change up the revenue sharing model, all these sorts of things. But the problem is, though, that goes against what, despite what they say in shows, what the top owners would want, and they are the people who the league is set up for. Because I always think the area that's so whack is this. I've said this a million times on these shows, but people never seem to remember it. The customer of the franchised league is the franchise by definition, because we don't have any money yet. So the person that Riot has to feel happy is TSM and Team Liquid. It ain't the fan of TSM and Team Liquid. The fan isn't buying in for $10 million. It's TSM and Team Liquid who are putting the 10 million in. So that's the person Riot's going to deal with. It's why, if you don't know, Path, we talked about it in the opening segment, but one of my biggest triggers is when people do that thing they do every year in LEC. They go, would be brilliant if 2 more teams joined. It's like the entire premise of the league is not to just let teams join willy-nilly after I've bought in for 10 million euros. That's literally the basic premise. So if people are coming in thinking that's like a plausible idea, you don't know the motivations of the people in the league. And crucially, you're going to be hoping for something that's never going to happen, essentially.
I mean, if you think, 2 things I'm going to say. First is when you said that the best thing that NA teams can do is just send people to Korea. Actually, one of my main reasons for going to Korea last offseason and talking to every single team and even Riot there was to open up a pathway for academy teams to operate in Korea. Academies,
that's a good one.
Academy is already online. Like, most of their matches are online. They come in, I think, on stage for proving grounds, but in theory, if all teams, instead of operating in Los Angeles, which is already super expensive, just send their teams to Korea, then they'll be able to play against players with a much higher technical skill and come back with a lot better experience of what is possible, and by getting their shit kicked in, to be honest, and getting like that realistic.
Oh, it's necessary, yeah, for sure, of course, yeah.
Then the people who actually get to go to Worlds in the first place. If you look at all the good endemic players who are in the NA ecosystem, they all ended up in top teams. They all went to international tournaments. They all got to boot camp in Korea. They all got to play against the best players. And it's only when you play against that level of technical skill and know what you can and can't get away with that you come back and become better. And it's disingenuous to say that players in NA aren't good. They have the capacity to be good. They just don't have the right environment and the opportunities to train and get better. And one thing that I really, really, really pushed for was to get every academy team in Korea at some point in the future. And even in the financial model, like, it is not that different to run it in NA versus running it in Korea. But there are always blockers to doing something like this. And I'm not going to share that, but
okay.
I'll say the one big one, right? Like, LCS players, obviously, you're going to have to operate in NA and play their games. If you now take the next 50 best players from solo queue and remove them from solo queue and champions queue, and they're now in Korea, then their inherent practice is going to be a lot worse. So again, like that, there are logistical arguments that, again, I've kind of come across, but like I at least wanted to. My plan was to have just 2 teams, one that operates in Korea and one that operates in NA for Academy, because it's only by like having a team do this and take the risk and trying to figure this out where NA players are going to have a better time long term. You can't fix NA by just staying in NA and continuing to do the same things over and over again. So
it also would make it harder if you had an emergency and needed to switch in one of your other players, right? Like that would be again, highly problematic.
The thing
they
is,
play
like,
with insane ping.
The thing is, like, Korean teams and Riot Korea was actually all for it. They're like, yeah, bring your players here, make them better, so you stop stealing our players every offseason, right? And so
that's even a clever angle to sell them on, by the way. It's a good angle to want to help you. Yeah, it's a good angle.
I mean, you touched on this, Parth, but I can confirm from talking to many teams, they fucking hate having their academy teams in Los Angeles. Like,
I mean, they don't have to anymore. They can be
not anymore. Yeah. So not anymore. But for a long time, it was very expensive because they had to pay California taxes, pay California, cost of living. It would be a lot cheaper to run academy in Korea compared to the United States, even with the airfares.
It breaks even.
I think
fair enough.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's like visa costs, like flights, and there's a bunch of extra stuff. I mean, obviously, if you want to do like the super, like, I don't know,
like an hour and a half outside of Seoul.
Yeah.
I'm not the cheapest place, but yeah, sure.
I'm not saying like you're gonna be eating like.
No, you mean like a reasonable place? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Okay.
I think the difference is in Korea, you don't actually necessarily pay rent. They have a chunse system there where you put a deposit down, and the teams have enough liquidity to put like $500,000 down. But basically, the landlord holds that $500,000 and invests it, and then you don't actually pay rent. And then when you leave, you get the whole $500,000 or whatever back.
Yeah, I know C9 did that. The tricky thing again is this is like you're only there for like 5 or 6 months out of the year, maybe even less. So it is in theory. Well, again, it depends on like how long term versus short term you want to do this, right?
Yeah, exactly. By the way, the point I was essentially making earlier, a short version is a lot of the issues people discuss in League and they talk like there's no issue for were artificially created because we made a game where it's separate regions, intentionally separate, and you stay locked in your region until you qualify to Worlds. That's the only issue, because essentially what my point I was making was in games like CSGO and Dota, this isn't a problem. Like the top teams can compete. The question then becomes, can the whole region, which is a different topic. Like I say, I think people conflate the two, and I think they're very different. Because like I say, Parth, even though people always say they want NA to get there, I think the real vibe is they just want their favourite NA team to. Like, what really is the case is if Doublelift plays a team, look, they want Doublelift to go to semis of Worlds. They don't just mean I want NA to get good, that like by osmosis one day someone makes a final.
Yeah.
So like, to me, those are different ones. So if we're talking, presumably you're more about making the whole region better. It's not just about the top team.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I'm from NA, or I think I like to think that because I moved here when I was 10, and culturally in every way.
I believe you've got the paperwork. Yeah, it seems all legit.
Yeah.
You sound American.
It's like,
it's all good.
I want NA to be the place where esports becomes and remains prominent, and it's like the region that wins, right? Like, and I see a lot of the things that are going wrong, and I know that it's by slowly fixing pockets of things over a long period of time, you're going to fix it. And what you're suggesting in terms of like what Riot should do is like break the system apart and like rebuild it from scratch. I don't think you can do that anymore. Like it's in a place where it's like path dependent, right? Like we are where we are because of the decisions that were made in the past for either that were good for the short term, bad for the short term, or whatever, based on the assumptions they made at the time. And now here's where we are with the problems that we have. And so the hardest thing about this ecosystem isn't what the right decision is. It's how to get there from the point that we're at. Yes. And I don't think these solutions are going to come only from League of Legends, and they're not going to come only from Riot. It's like it's easy to talk about Riot just because of how prominent and relevant they are in terms of what they've done. But I mean, Activision with their partnership with Microsoft is going to have a huge say in what happens.
Oh, and every franchise league's going to have the same problem. Yeah, of course. By the way, a question I have for you is this: it might sound abstract and a tangent, but it actually connects into this topic. And obviously, you're a big boy. You can figure out whether you can say something about TSM or whether you have to say it abstractly. My question would just be this. The thing I was thinking about in line of this topic is a famous thing about TSM during your tenure was that whole weird thing, which was always implied it would come from Reginald, which was the idea that he didn't want to import Koreans. Now, I know in the beginning he obviously did with Usboy and Loco and that, but like beyond that, there was the period where obviously they made use of having Doublelift and having Hortzer and Bjergs and it was mainly a Western team, right? And the logic was, whereas, even though it didn't often get pulled off, whereas Team Liquid and Cloud9 every year really did go to the Chovis and the fucking these super Koreans and make them the bid of like, you know, come here now. Like they didn't say yes, but they did go for it basically. The implication was TSM sort of didn't see the value in that or didn't think it was a good long-term approach. What I wondered was, since you were the GM of TSM, was that a sentiment you shared? Like, did you think essentially it was a bad long-term strategy to import top Koreans? Like, was it, what do you think about that topic?
I think it's always kind of a give and take in terms of like, when you look at like how a team is going to perform, it's like a combination of like game skill, but it's also like multiplied by like their psych, their team ability, and all the other factors into making it work together, right? And I think that as much as we talk about how young the ecosystem is and how maybe not as professional the scene is overall, the worst part of it is like having coaching staff and all the resources in there to make it work. And if you're looking at like a traditional sports team, they've like gone through like the cycle of like all the coaches that know how to like integrate players, bring them on. They have the idea of like when you form a team, especially a new team, there's like the idea of Tuckman model, right? Where you go through like different stages of like team development and how you get players from like forming to like helping them argue, create conflict, identify roles, and then getting to the next level. All of these concepts are still new to League of Legends and coaching in general, and most people still find the highest value in finding the best players that are going to be working in their system within like the confines of what they do and what their competencies are. And so you can see some teams who take the bet on getting higher skilled players from other regions because they may pan out, and some teams have the ability to be like, hey, we can actually find just like the best Western players and bring the most out of them. So I think everyone is making a different operational bet in terms of what they can get from the performance and balancing like the risk of each of those things. So bringing that back to TSM, especially in 2016, I think everyone, or like most of the leadership, including myself, at least at that time, had this idea that communication and being on the same page and being able to easily get a team from point A where they are to like working well together was more important. And we saw a lot of teams crash and burn because they weren't able to integrate Korean and foreign talent in. And so at that time, I think it made a lot more sense for us to continue looking for English-speaking Western players who align with our philosophies. But I think as time went on, and if at least TSM as an org had invested more into it, or even if other teams had invested more into like figuring out how to integrate these players in a way that makes more sense, then I do think that opening out and being able to look at talent from around the world is going to be super beneficial for you. And one example I can say for the future is Vietnam hasn't gone to MSI or Worlds for the last 2 years because of visa issues. You don't know the talent that's in there, and you're about to see the first, like, GAM didn't get to go to MSI. They're about to go to Worlds, and I think they're going to...
Well, they chose not to go to MSI, let's be clear.
Okay, yeah,
they
fair
chose
enough.
not to go.
Yeah.
I mean, for political reasons, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. But like, if you're looking at min-maxing how much performance you can get out of a team and like the talent you can bring on, if you think you can bring on Vietnamese players into your ecosystem and program, there is an enormous amount of talent there that's untapped that you can get for really cheap, and you can just spend more on like coaching staff, managers, translators, and like build that system instead of spending like millions on players who might speak the same language but maybe aren't as comparable or might even be lower in skill. So
well, also, I mean, that's a way to we've discussed this before on the show, but a way to actually fix LCS viewership is possibly to allow these minor regions not to count as import slots for major regions, which would allow a full Brazilian roster in the LCS. It would allow a full Vietnamese roster in the LCS. It would allow a full Turkish roster in the LCS. And they could, these teams could more or less be national representatives. You could actually build potentially, even though the viewership of VCS in Vietnam, as I understand, is very high right now, LCS still is going to have more money. And I think Vietnamese fans probably would watch a bunch of these games. Certainly Brazilian fans were. I mean, the joke this weekend was that the CBLOL playoff match had a higher viewership on the main stream than the C9 versus CLG match that was happening simultaneously. So I think that, especially because there already is infrastructure, like Immortals owns the MIBR brand. They could use the MIBR brand, which is extraordinarily popular in Brazil, to run a Brazilian all-star roster into the LCS. And I would think that would be great for viewership in the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to create a model where like economically it's possible to create leagues or a small subset of leagues that min-maxes skill and talent, I think that would make sense. I just don't know what it does to like each ecosystem when most of their best talent now leaves the region and goes to international region. So I just don't have the answer.
Here's the thing. The Japanese baseball league is fine, buddy, even though all their best players go to the MLB. Like, you know,
sure.
The Korean baseball league is totally fine. Yeah, yes, some of the best players will leave. This is true. But I think the Brazilian fan base is so enthusiastic about their own leagues right now. It's like another question. It's like, did taking a bunch of the best players from Europe make, you know, the Spanish league significantly worse in terms of viewership? If you have strong fandoms for your competitions within your region, it's not like 15 Brazilian players are going to go to the LCS. There just aren't enough slots for that, right? They're not good enough. But you could, in theory, create a 5 or 6 people from Brazil might be good enough to go to NA and compete, right?
Yeah. I'm not arguing that what the idea is bad. I'm just saying that there are
second and third order effects. Yeah, exactly. It's not
Yeah.
as simple as what it provides to LCS. Like in this case, obviously the problem here is the joke is on a separate show, they could be having a discussion about like, well, now Brazil's weak, how do we make it better? Like they could be having the same discussion. We just passed the buck to them essentially, haven't we? Oh, the other thing is the obvious angle you should do that they've missed out on is just make an all Canadian team. Call it sorry, yes, sorry. Surefire. Think about it.
I actually wonder what like an all-star Canadian team would look like for League of
You could
Legends.
actually make a good one, to be fair.
You could make a good one.
I mean, it's what like fucking Wild Turtle back in the day. Darshan, isn't he Canadian? I think it's Licorice is.
Yeah. Huh.
There's a bunch of them. I mean, you could definitely make a what?
At one point in history,
Vulcan.
Yeah. I mean, you could have like I mean, you can have Vulcan, you can have JoJo, you can have Licorice. Yeah.
I don't know about Canadian junglers. I can't think of one off the top of my head. But anyway, I do think that.
Didn't he at one point have like Canadian citizenship? And he was
no, he does. He is a Canadian. He is a Canadian citizen.
Okay.
He is a Canadian citizen.
I never know which way around that is as to whether it's like he's just ethnically from Venezuela or if he ever was there. I've never bothered asking.
No,
the least interesting thing to ask.
He grew up until I think he was like 10 in Venezuela, and then he moved to Canada after that. So he is both. I think he's a dual citizen. He's definitely.
He must have had one of the most fucked up life experiences. So he grew up until 10 in Venezuela, moved to Canada, and then went to America and became a professional video game player. Like it's no wonder he's one of the weirdest humans you'll ever meet. What a fucking origin story, I know. What an origin story,
yes. But yeah, I think like if you're looking at how to solve some of the LCS issues in the short term, that this is a way to do it. And clearly making it so other regions, minor regions can compete is basically it's most beneficial to LCS. Like you're not going to see, maybe you see a little bit of it in LEC. You're not going to see any of it in LCK. I promise you that. Maybe they get a Vietnamese player or two. China, they've already had some Vietnamese imports that have been successful. But mostly that change of the rule would be almost purely to benefit.
All I'm saying, Monty, is look, if all ideas are on the table and Riot really wants to make a big balls play, I'll tell you right now how you make league viewership insane. Allow an all Chinese team in the LCK. One, the viewership will be amazing. Two, the whole internet will melt down and will probably be war between China and Korea within the month. But aside from that, it's great. It's going to all be great. I wouldn't watch that.
Would an all Chinese team want to come to NA?
No, I mean, if you did the LCK, if you did the LCK equivalent.
I've seen some of the numbers that LPL teams are making and like what their league revenue model is and everything. I don't know if 5 good, I'll qualify that saying that 5 good Chinese players are going to come to NA.
Like one, we meant LCK, and then 2, there was actually 5 Chinese players who were called LMQ and they were better than TSM. Just because he got that bullshit Game 5 win, I don't care.
I mean, that was a different time.
That was before your time, to be fair.
No, that was in a time where what LPL and LCS look drastically
Yes,
different.
Parth. By definition, everything in the past was a different time and wasn't right now. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You got me on that one, mate. You've nailed me on that one. You were as Johnny Depp's lawyer. You have nailed me to the cross on that one.
I understand, like, as a historian, you're like, let's just
Okay.
fix things right now by looking at
Yeah.
things in the past and just hoping all the same assumptions carry through, but they don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what you do instead is you just live your entire career and then go, see, everything I did, don't do that because you'd be an idiot to do that. And now do what I now say is really good, even though that goes against everything I did in the past. And what my owner said.
He didn't have complete authority, and also, I think looking back on LCS,
complete authority. He's the general manager.
No. I mean,
not over the league or the entire ecosystem.
I never said that. I'm talking about TSM, mate.
Okay.
He didn't do any of these ideas in TSM, did he?
Absolutely, I have definitely made mistakes at TSM. I mean, what do you want me to say?
Something interesting.
For fun, I'm teaching like a class right now just for like people on like the amateur and academy side, like coaches and managers. And a lot of the classes is like, hey, I made this mistake. Don't do this when you go run a team. And I think it's fun because I think no one in the industry over the last 5 years in whatever role can claim like they did everything perfectly, and it's only by hopefully admitting to the mistakes and be like, hey, do this better. Where
I'm just waiting for Riot to do that. I mean, they kind of already have done that by this new Valorant franchising model, and the fact that the VCT Champions Tournament is GSL groups into double elim with the same number of teams at LoL Worlds. Like they're winking at us
gradually let
right
the
now.
regions change the format and slowly build it up. Yeah, true.
I actually do like the new Valorant format, which I think is a positive development. I just wish we'd see more changes faster to League of Legends, and we just admit that mistakes were made in the past, and that can't we just say that and then just have the nice thing now instead of having to wait more years for League of Legends to be fixed when it comes to format or these international competitions? Look, man, I welcome them bringing the VCT Champions format after they used it this year, and they're like, you see, guys, we realized that through running this format in Valorant that it is highly successful, and so after inventing it, we are bringing it to League of Legends. And also we realized that maybe it would be better to have international viewership on LCS, so I'll open it up and allow all these minor regions to compete with their full rosters in order to activate audiences in these various sectors. I'm just waiting for it, man. I can't wait. I do think all of these things would be positive developments.
Yeah.
So
Say what you want. I mean, you know what it's like to do the PR thing and do the back end thing. So it's like a very natural progression of what's going to happen.
Yeah. So when it comes to some of the other aspects of NA, do you feel like any of the production or anything that LCS was doing had any effect on the viewership, or is it mostly, you think, these kind of more systemic factors that caused a lack of retention of viewership or enthusiasm within the NA scene?
I was actually pretty critical of a lot of things. Again, when I was on team side of like the production, the formats, and I think Riot's gone through, again, in classic Riot format, slowly trying to fix a lot of these things. And at least for the last 2 years, COVID did inhibit a lot of what they could do. And I think this year, if you see a lot of the initiatives that they're doing in terms of like using like players on broadcast and
It's gotten better for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's hard for me to tell what the impact of like production and all those things were, when I do think that at the end of the day, a lot of people end up watching for the players and the teams themselves. And the production is kind of like a multiplier. And I do think that broadcast is like the funnel through which fans consume this content. It should have a lot more priority and budget and everything than it has in the past. I just think they've done a good job this year, but it hasn't really changed things super significantly. So I'll say it has an impact. I just don't know how big it is.
Well, I think it's hard to. I think that if this stuff had come years ago and you have the opportunity to showcase players when the league is more popular, it allows a transition point from like, I'm a fan of Doublelift because I got to see his personality on stream, or Reggie or Hotshot GG or Scara, these big personalities that used to drive the LCS. I'm a cutie pie, for example. If they had used those personalities and then used the broadcast to incorporate players more and do a better job of telling up and coming players, it allows people to kind of emotionally transition into a new generation. Whereas you're trying to do that now, but you're not exactly capturing all of the people that you lost, or it at its peak, right? And I think for me, while I totally agree that the LCS has gotten significantly better from a content angle, There are still like some really questionable things that they do. Like, for example, this last week, they released this playoff, like allegedly playoff hype video with Kobe and Dash, like in this extremely well choreographed fight sequence. Okay.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
let me be very clear. It's cool. Like, I enjoyed it for a fight sequence, and I think that Kobe and Dash did a great job. The problem is that this is how LCS works. They think they have an idea, and that idea is, let's do something fun with the casters, because that's what LEC does. But then they miss the core concept, which is that LEC does something fun with the casters, like the Caps card game or the songs, but they use it as a vehicle to tell player and team stories in order to hype up a match and like really succinctly distill down the history or emotions of a rivalry and remind people of it in a fun way. The problem with this video that LCS made is that while it must have cost a fuck ton of money because they got Marvel stunt coordinators or whatever to like help them out, and Dash and Kobe had to train a bunch, and it was really well made, it didn't tell any story about the playoffs or serve any function to get me hyped for the playoffs at all. It was like a cool fight sequence that lasted 3 minutes with like a throwaway joke at the end. And I'm like, why did you miss this opportunity? You could have done something really cool with like Dash or Kobe each representing one of the teams and then attacking each other in with like the trophies or relics of the era, or in a way that made sense with that team's style and actually told a story. But they just didn't do any of it. They just didn't do any of that. So it's like they spend money, lots of money, but they miss the point and don't use it in order to actually facilitate the storytelling on the broadcast.
I actually didn't know that was in replacement for a hype video, because
Look, I don't know if it was in replacement for a hype video, but Parth, I will tell you that spending weeks making that video cost so much money in Los Angeles. Like the amount of money you dump into that compared to the value you get of it on the broadcast. Now, look, I'm glad Dash did it. It's going to be great on his reel when he's a professional actor in the future, when he goes back to his passion and his roots, his Tisch training from NYU. He's going to be able to point that, look, I can do my own stunts. Check this out. It's going to be great for him. But I don't see the purpose of what it does in order to get me ready as a viewer for playoffs.
Obviously, obviously, sort of like a Stanislavski method actor here, because I really believe he loves NA and League of Legends when I watch him on the broadcast. So he's killing it so far. Yeah, I'm just waiting for a great character.
I will say, like, before the thing that you brought up before that specific sequence is the idea of like how to use talent and how to. LCS should have used talent early on when like the players were a lot more prominent and relevant. And I'll say, as someone on the team side, it's really hard to give up players to the league to do all these things, because we already had like a group of internal sponsors that we had to like get them to do things for, and it became more and more important as time went on in order for like teams to win. And so there was just like longer practice hours and all this kind of stuff. And then the PA came in, and the PA is like, hey, the players need to take Mondays off and they need more work-life balance. So it's like it becomes hard to balance like all the things that you're doing for performance, all the things that you're doing to build your own like org brand and do things for your own sponsor, then also have time left over for players to then go do things for a team or for Riot. Even though, again, that's like what would help the broadcast viewership overall. So no, I can see why. Like, I know I specifically, and TSM specifically, was very stingy with that.
Well, it was also in a pre-franchising era where, like, I can understand it. You had your own business to run. The problem is that the success of the league is now directly tied to your own business. I mean, that was true before, but by raising, you now have a more vested interest in raising the overall viewership of the LCS in a way that didn't exist pre-franchising. Like, it makes sense that you were out for yourself, especially because you had a very serious, not to say TSM doesn't have a serious money advantage now, but at the time it was like, TSM could outspend anybody because of all of the resources that were put into players writing these guides that were on solomid.net, which then, I mean, I understand from a business perspective why TSM did it the way they did. I just think that now that we're in a different era, it's time to pull together. And like, frankly, there is a way to sell State Farm across not only the league, but across every single team within that league. Like, there's a way to package these deals that could be much bigger to have State Farm on everybody's jersey and on the analyst desk. You know what I mean?
Yeah. As long as they
by the way, go on.
I was just going to, as long as they don't carve into the individual deals that those specific teams have.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say though, this is another area where you can't just like for example, I hope the topic is not in any way what did NA do wrong, like in the like the advantage they had was temporary and never could have lasted. Because I'll give you one example of as to why you can't recreate it. Think about the circumstances before you had the LCS, which began in season 3, 2013, if people don't know. Before the LCS, you had an open circuit, which meant that teams like TSM, etc., were also worldwide known. They were even known, in fact, because there wasn't servers in the back of the day in China in 2011, and they only got it in Korea in 2012. At the time, if people don't know, Korean players used to play on the NA server. People used to watch streams of Americans, and of streamers, there was way less streamers. Even within League of Legends, there was like, let's say if now there's 100 big streamers, there was like 20. And the point is, they were all the best players, and they were even the owners of the orgs. So it's like now when people are like, I want the eBay guy in LCK, that's what LCS was. You had Reginald come in and Hotshot come in, and then you had the biggest players who also were the biggest streamers. So what you did is you got almost the entire League of Legends streaming market, because at the time variety streamers were very small. There wasn't people who just had a cool personality like Yasuo. It's like they were all pro players. You took that and you did essentially, like with now people are talking about co-streaming, boosting Valorant, for example. You did the same thing with League of Legends. You took all those streaming fans and you said, right, there's a new product, it's called LCS. And so what happened is this, Monty, for a couple of years, people got like essentially the hangover effect of that. And then they naively thought this is just going to last forever with the biggest league. Everyone loves us. We've got all this tension. Like the point is, you didn't do anything wrong. That was always going to dissipate because, like I say, notice how streaming isn't even the same now. Nowadays, people don't want to watch, like, put it this way, one of the flaws I think people have had as streamers is if you're Doublelift and you're streaming, I don't think you actually are incentivized to practice. I don't think people want to watch you play a boring game where you get perfect CS. I think they want to see you play a game where you skirmish and you do silly things, and you go for a Baron, steal with your ult or something. Like in that scenario, like streaming isn't what it was in the past either. Because if you don't know, back in the day, guys, sometimes those players weren't interested in personalities. They were just the best player. They were streaming. Like the joke is, some of them used to stream without even like fucking talking half the time. Just a camera, just them. Like what people would watch because there was nobody watching back then. So to me, it's a totally different world to like the beginning of LCS. So the big lead they had there and the big advantage, which you notice also was impacted by things like Europe wasn't as big, the other regions hadn't built out. Like you can't get that back. At this point, that is like some Garden of Eden, like great golden age that we can never return to. Like we're barred from that. If you're going to build something comparable, it's going to be a totally different route to me. Because that's one area. Like another thing as well is in the modern day, because like I said, it's not what streaming's about. The guy who becomes the best player in the modern era of LCS won't be the biggest streamer. There's not the same strong correlation either. So I think it's a really tricky problem to solve in this regard. You can't actually apply most of the things from the past, in my opinion.
And I think one of the things that I was super disappointed by Riot by actually was the Mr. Beast had like a tournament in Vegas, and he was like inviting a bunch of players, and I think it was like the
Bjergsen story where they invited him as well or something.
It was
right.
that thing, right? And for some reason it was blocked by some group at Riot, and it was like,
whatever.
This is like the easiest win you're ever gonna get. Like this is the biggest YouTuber in the entire universe who is inviting one of the like franchise players from your league to come out, and you're gonna get a lot of viewers who are now gonna see this guy play, and they're gonna want to watch, right? Like it's such an easy win, and I'm not sure like what they thought that precedence was gonna set to not allow it. But I just wish that Riot explored a lot more of these venues and let things like this organically happen, because there are a lot of people who still love League of Legends and want to make it work. I don't know. I think it's like it just can't be the same exact model that every other league is doing, where you just have a bunch of orgs with the same franchise model where they bring players on, they train them, they have the regional tournaments, and they go off to Worlds and perhaps don't do as well as they advertise and rinse and repeat.
Sure.
Yeah,
but I will say I'm confident that the LCS has either stabilized in terms of viewership / will start increasing at least marginally starting next year.
I've got a question for you, right? One of the problems is...
I'll take you up on that. Well, Thor, go first.
One of the problems that a lot of us have who work in talent is actually a weird angle, but I'll give it to people who won't know about this world. Normally, people who work in talent and are front-facing on broadcast actually go the other way too far and think that they think that's all that matters because that's their world. And usually they actually exaggerate the impact they have. Like, for example, like as much as Monty might have been the best caster at one point in the world, it wouldn't really change the viewership of Worlds if Monty's there or not during his prime. Like, it'd probably be almost the same, if not 99.999%. Like, that's the problem. In that sense, right, there's not that strong correlation in that regard. But since this is the world we come from, and we know you could do so much more with the broadcast, with personalities, with how you show the game, how you explain it, it's always going to be, obviously, where we're naturally going to think of, like, potential solutions. So what I would ask you is this. It's what fans seem to point out the most, because the biggest difference on camera between LCS and LEC is obviously like the tone of the show, what types of talent they hire, how much they play into fun angles or such. My question to you is this, Parth. Do you think it's actually even worth exploring at all the idea that the broadcast is part of why the viewership isn't as much? Do you think it's relevant? Because since you're kind of not from our world, I wonder what you think as like an outsider in that sense. Do you think that's what puts people off? Do you think it'd have the same viewership even if it had like the LEC cast, for example, or something?
I think the broadcast is like an amplifying board for what already exists. And so they can like clean up the model and make sure that the assets that they have in terms of the players and the orgs and the teams get seen in the best possible way for them to keep viewership interested. But I don't think they can generate the interest in the assets themselves.
As in, it doesn't matter how, essentially for the layman, it doesn't matter how great a story you craft around like contracts. If people don't really want to watch contracts, they're not going to tune in just because you make an awesome video, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's still something you should do.
No, you should, of course. Yeah, I mean, by the way, spoiler. Obviously, you should try and min-max every area you can. Like, you want to do every solution. I'm just saying more in terms of, like, I think people sometimes, like, I do myself, because it's just my world. I sometimes get sidetracked into thinking I'd put so much effort in that, but it wouldn't change most of these fundamental issues, to be fair.
Yep. I want to talk about next year, because I find this is going to be probably a pretty, maybe not interesting conversation to people right now, but I think in a few months you'll look back on this and see a lot of truth in what's going to go on. So we're at a point where many of the teams they've taken on a lot of venture capital in the past. Some of them are sitting on large reserves. Some of them need and more investment in order to keep running at current levels. We're dealing with a situation where the decline in LCS viewership is pretty obvious. This split has been its lowest ever. And we are potentially heading for a recession where it is going to be very difficult to get late stage venture capital. That market of investment is drying up. And not only that,
but we never go to ever higher salaries than the rat right now. Like, I also feel like that angle's been maxed out completely.
Let's be very clear. Team Liquid is paying over $6 million for their players' salaries this year, which is insane. And a lot of sponsors.
He's friends with one of the main thieves in that group. So
a lot of sponsors in any kind of recession may be pulling back. So if you don't have long-term deals, you may be seeing some of this hit your books. The crypto sponsors that many people were hoping were going to get people through this recession are now renegotiating their deals. So
that was a variable market that could disappear. Come on, guys.
What may have been a $200 million 10-year deal may not be that anymore. As these crypto, like, basically every crypto sponsor has renegotiated their deals, to my knowledge. I haven't heard of anyone that hasn't. And they're doing this not only in esports, by the way, but in traditional sports as well, just kind of across the market. So the thrust of it is this: like, you're talking about these teams or this league that is going to grow in viewership next year. As a counterpoint, I think that we're probably going to see pretty drastic reductions in player salaries, and we're going to see significant chaos this offseason, because a lot of teams are going to come back and say, we need to restructure your deal, or you're a free agent and we're going to pay you a lot less than you got paid before. And they're going to say, you're free to go test the market. The market's going to be everybody getting paid a lot less. And instead of seeing a lot of signings right around the deadline, we're going to see a lot of chaos signings kind of later as players try and shop themselves and then eventually run out of time and end up on random teams together. It's going to be a lot less, I would say, calculated than previous.
It's where the cartel element's going to end up wrecking the players in this case. If people don't know, by the way, that's not even a thing that's never happened in esports before. There have been times in esports where a bunch of big, powerful orgs just got together and said, if we just all agree to never go over this amount of salary, then the market never gets out of control. Like, that is a thing that
happens with caster rates too.
Of course. It's obviously incentivized by having small groups like this where people cannot access it. And it's by definition a small, limited amount of people with leverage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because by the way, that market correction, as they call it, has been due for many years.
And I'm not saying
like
as
Monty's alluding to, this is not an exaggeration, guys. Team Liquid is paying like the kind of money you would pay for like a world champion LCK team. They are paying it to like fucking maybe not even win NA this year. So that's wild.
Yeah. So I just wanted to get your take on this because I'm sure you know that a lot of this is coming. Like the storm is coming. Player salaries cannot remain at this rate given the market conditions, and that's gonna make things real crazy this offseason as everybody's trying to like shop for the best value that they can as players, and it might create completely arbitrary teams of people signing at the last second. And if fans out there, if you think that the rumors of teams selling in LCS are true, I don't think so. Like a lot of the backing of these teams that you think might sell are traditional sports teams that have a lot of money.
They're maximalists by definition. Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
that's the reason they got in the business.
Like here's the question. If you have enough money to run an LCS team at bare minimum salaries and you're a professional sports organization, why the fuck would you sell low during a recession? It's stupid. This is like the lowest point the LCS has ever been. You don't sell low. They're not going to sell. They're just going to say, we're not paying any money for player salaries and we're just going to suck. Like that's what they're going to do. You know, they're not selling their sports teams when the leagues dip in viewership. They just cut costs. That's how it works in these franchises.
The joke is if you actually believed in the league in a maximalist position, you'd actually buy when it's at its lowest. That'll be the most.
Yes.
When something's on sale, you buy it.
But I don't think any of the teams are going to sell. Like, why would you sell now? It's like the dumbest time to sell.
No, of course not.
Unless you were in truly deep shit where you had no money to operate anything, which none of these teams do. Like, none of them are in that deep shit. Let's put it that way. So, Parth, I wanted to get your take on this because, like, you're saying like you think the LCS viewership is going to go up, but I see just utter chaos this offseason.
I mean, yes, the offseason I think will be chaos for a lot of the things that you mentioned, but I don't think that the viewership necessarily has to do with that. I think the result of the market correction is going to be, yes, there are going to be lower budgets, but also more teams are going to try to run their businesses in a way where they are indexing more on like how to run things more in the long term, how to get more creative fandom out of their, like, basically they're going to be incentivized to run things in the way that they were before franchising, where money was already tight. And
here's the joke, by the way. The joke would be this: like, obviously the two stories are connected and we didn't tie them together, Monty. Now that Hooney's retired, there's no point everyone just wasting money willy-nilly every year on players that are just short-term wasting millions of dollars. Like, he's gone, guys. There's no more Hooney. So now that there's no more Hooney, we may as well just run a proper league now. You know, that experiment, that like 6-year experiment is past now. It's okay. We can now have a proper sports league. Anyway, come in, Parth. What are you saying, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, like, I do think that there is a certain amount of optimism that people think that they're going to get through this down cycle, this recession, whatever you call it, and its impact. And I do think that LCS viewership will increase next year, and I'll bet either of you guys on it.
By the way, another reason I wouldn't sell is this. Because as Monty says, we're talking in certain cases about like main companies that are worth billions of dollars, etc. You have to essentially believe it's never going to get good. So there's no point hodling and just keeping the spot for long enough, because eventually if it ever goes up, you have the asset, don't you? But also the other angle I would say in that particular respect is like, if you basically leave now, like, why were you ever in the game? Surely it wasn't. Yeah. Surely there's no one where it's like the viewership had to go up 10% every year. That wasn't the metric anyone ever bought in, Mon. You know, like, exactly. Fans are thinking like they would, like an individual person. I need the money now and selling. Like, that's not how rich people don't do that. They hope, like, that's why there's all those famous quotes about the stock market. You buy when there's blood in the street, like all that shit. Because the point is, if you don't have to have liquidity now, you don't have to sell. You don't have to sell for cheap, do you?
And honestly, most companies do better when they spend in recessions, because when other people are cutting, you can consolidate your market share if you have the resources to do it. And you can consolidate your market share usually at a cheaper rate and gain permanent systemic advantages.
Yeah, and you said the same thing, right? Like, you don't think anyone's going to sell during this recession, and implicitly what you're saying is that the value of the league and what's going to happen is either going to stabilize or increase in value again.
I'll give you one last reason as well. It's already implied, but this is a correct game theory way of thinking about it. The other reason why is this. Because if the world is going to be so bad in the economy and all the financial markets that all the games are just waste of money, it's nothing, there's no value there, there's no future even in it. At that point in time, like, I'd just get a machine gun in your Jeep and get ready for Mad Max. I wouldn't be worried about whether your video game. So at that point, I'd just stick with the franchise. Either society comes back and you've got a League of Legends team, or at that point, I don't know if like games are even going to be a thing, guys. I feel like it's time to become a warlord, isn't it? Like, you know, what choice do you have at that point?
They just
It's
made
like
gladiatorial games in the Thunderdome.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Both logically and emotionally, I am vested in the LCS being better. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I do think that perhaps some of the chaos could increase viewership, because I do think that parity will increase next year as a result of some of this.
Well, the good news, if people don't realize, the good news is you're winding the clock back and you're going to the point where now just having good scouting could be the reason that your team wins, instead of I can offer you 5 times more than him, which unfortunately that argument tended to win a lot in the modern day, you know. So that, by the way, that's what's funny. Do you know what's mad? We didn't actually say explicitly, so I'll say it now. In a fucked up way, this could actually make the average level of the NA teams better within the LCS competitively, even though it's about reducing the amount of money in the ecosystem. I mean, crazy idea, right?
I mean,
it also will be good for the businesses of esports, because like what you are going to see is certain teams are going to die. Like, I don't know if a lot of fans are paying attention, but what recently happened was this team Order in Australia just straight up died. And Order was a team that was backed by one of the Australian football teams.
They just take it on millions,
Yeah, they had a bunch of investment. They were actually very successful for an Australian team competitively. In my opinion, they were pretty well run, from knowing those guys and talking to them pretty extensively at my time at Flashpoint. And it's really sad, but I think that they are kind of the first domino to fall. And it makes sense, because that was the hardest, they're going to be a team that took on a lot of investment, that was in one of the hardest regions to successfully monetize. They only have 20 million people. Playing video games from Australia fucking sucks, because you either have to fly 25 hours to Europe or play on like insane ping, or hope you can, play in NA. Like, it is super hard to be, Australian
lost all the
gaming
national
team.
events because the last few years, like,
and the lockdowns and COVID, like, they got fucking reamed. But that is just they were probably the most unstable.
They were the canary in the coal mine.
They are the canary in the coal mine, guys. Like,
absolutely.
what you're gonna see is you're gonna see certain teams start to merge with each other. You're gonna see, consolidation, teams going out of business. Now, I don't think it's going to be any of the teams in LCS. Like,
I think what we talked about earlier is more likely, Monty. Instead of direct sales, it's more like you sell a part of your share, like the Heretics and the Misfits and what was the other example, the Rogue One. I think that seems more plausible, right? It's a way to get a cash injection.
Yeah. So, but there's going to be a lot of this, I think, depending on how, and nobody knows how severe the recession is going to be yet. Like, it's still really, it depends on inflation and like what the Fed does in terms of their interest rate increases, but people are anticipating some level of recession.
I mean, and like you said, they're going to be like, it's one of those like necessity breeds like innovation, right? You look at what FlyQuest and CLG this year, and how like just the fact that these teams can compete against like the C9s and the TLs based on like their budget and operational skill and everything. I think hopefully more teams are able to do that, because CLG this year did a full revamp. They're not spending that crazy from everything I've heard.
No way, come on.
No, they're like bottom 3. I think, in terms
they
of
must
spend.
be like,
they must be the best min-max team in the whole league relative to results, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and I think we're just going to see a lot more of that. Where a lot.
I'm up for that. That's a good team.
Sure.
They actually did a great job with that squad. Yeah.
And like,
honestly, as much as I was molding about the C9 CLG match yesterday, it was trash.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It was fun trash. It was like eating a McDonald's hamburger, It was like you kind of have a craving for it every once in a while. It tastes sort of good, and then you just regret it afterwards.
It also helps if you're drunk. So, it's one of the two.
I don't know. I just hope we see a lot more stories like that in the next few years as a result of this, because I think that's like the step in the right direction.
Yeah, and like, you guys actually are crazy if you think a lot of these teams are going to sell. Like, FlyQuest is owned by the Edens family, who are billionaires who own the Bucks. Like, this is a drop in the bucket for them. Dignitas is owned by Harris Blitzer, that owns the 76ers and the Devils. CLG is owned by Madison Square Garden and Jim Dolan, and they own the Rangers and the Knicks. Like these, and MSG is building a giant ass Sphere Theater in Las Vegas right now for like billions of dollars or whatever they're doing. So, you know, these organizations in comparison to the parent companies are so small that they have no reason not to just like spend a minimum and just sit on it for a while and see what happens, right?
Here's my joke answer, but there's also, sadly, if you know my game of CSGO, and a bit of actual truth to it. The real joke is this, Monty. Since we need, like, if we're going to keep with the, as Parth said, the real problem is trying to change the entire league ecosystem is like trying to turn a steamboat. It's not something where you can just sort of go, right, just reverse everything and start at the beginning. Like, I mean, first of all the different leagues are already set up and running. They all interlink. There's the whole thing, like, people have already sold the next years of sponsorships and activations and how many games they're going to play. Like, it's certainly not as simple as we all discuss of, like, I just change this and do that tomorrow. But even so, like, one thing you actually could do is, even though it's going the other direction, just go full evil like we're doing in CSGO. Just tell all those people who have the bazillions of fucking dollars from the oil money in the Middle East, come on over. And what you do is this, you solve all the problems with ridiculously and entirely non-frugal solutions. So, for example, you know how like the Neon project, you know how the Neon project is going to build like apparently like a horizontal city that just goes all across like the Middle Eastern peninsula. It's going to be like a straight line city of like one of those, you know, that fucking meme of like this is what the world would be like in like a space colony if like, you know, fucking whatever, like Doublelift didn't join TSM. It's like that meme. They're going to build one of those, right? And they claim like, you know, you'll be able to like go along it in a super fast train. So do that. Tell them basically like, we've already got fucking 10% of the game anyway. Just come on over when Neon, coming over with the savvy game. Just bring billions though, because you need to literally do stuff like there has to be a maglev train that takes the LCS players to the studio to get them there faster and skip out the LA traffic. We have to literally get like the Starlink thing involved with all the servers. Like all I'm saying is if we get, I think go the other way, get the most evil rich people involved. We only had the problem we have is we have like the kids table evil people. We need the real G's, the top G evil bastards to come in. You know, the ones that are like fighting proxy wars. If they can fight a proxy war on the side, they can make LCS better, mate. That's all I'm saying. That's my pitch.
That's right. They can distract people with
exactly.
the fun esports in order for them not to pay attention to everything else.
Yeah.
Man. I
exactly.
mean, like I said, it already happened with
this
the
League of
Premier
Legends? Don't you love this game? Look, Teemo's being played. Shoot that kid in the head. Yeah, maybe Savannah next. Who knows? Kill his whole family. Yeah. Anyway, so here's the sad thing. True. 5 years ago, that would just have been a ridiculous Thorin hyperbole bit on some of the insights. Sadly, like some of that's even borderline true from the CSGO angle, guys. So it's not even like it's implausible, by the way. By the way, the joke is, I mean, that was going to happen in the LEC. If that deal had gone through, maybe we would have started entering that world. Like, by the way, that was even one thing I think a lot of fans haven't thought through. In my opinion, if they had allowed the Neon sponsorship, the next step would have been, like football, someone like that would have bought an LEC slot. It's logical. 100%. Because remember, this is the thing people keep missing, Monty, in my game of CSGO. In CSGO, the fans all say this naive thing. They go, but why don't they just put more layers of abstraction and not make it obvious? Because the whole reason to buy into the stupid video game was to attach a fucked up brand to something you like. That's intentional. That's the feature. That's why it's sports washing. You want people to literally go, but I thought I hated those people, but they did put on that massive major I liked. You want exactly that effect. So the joke people don't realize is like, I think this would have been the approach. They would have come into LEC because it would have given them a huge pop. People would like be, that the difference is that would be the team, Monty, that came in like the fans want and buys all the big players and makes a new brand and brings all the influencers like that. That's a world League of Legends could have actually gone down the path.
It's already, I mean, they tested these waters, right? Like they tested them with the Premier League and the Russian oligarchs and everything. And the sponsorship of Middle Eastern companies that creates a huge amount of the operating budget of these professional soccer teams. And I think that a lot of the interests right now know that esports is on a long enough timeline eventually going to be profitable and successful. It may take decades to get there, but there isn't a world without esports in the future. Because think about it, as virtual reality gets better, that's going to be esports. Eventually, on a long enough timeline, esports and regular sports are just going to merge into one thing. Like if you have the fucking holodeck from Star Trek or like perfect virtual reality, like there's a world where I just wear a suit that measures all my movements and strength and agility and everything like that. And I'm doing a gladiatorial combat, you know, that looks like ancient Rome. except nobody actually gets hurt, but it is measuring my ability to fight another dude in virtual reality and providing that resistance of the combat, right? Or fighting with, padded sticks, but it looks like he chops my arm off, but in reality, we're just in a room together hitting each other with padded sticks. That's just going to be rad. But there isn't a world where in a long enough timeline, esports and traditional sports aren't exactly the same fucking thing, right? So they know this, they know it.
It's actually funny because I've been talking to a few like high schools trying to get them to run their programs, and I had to like address a group of parents, and I had to convince them of this idea, which they hadn't thought of, is like the entire world is only becoming more and more digital, and you can't like ride out this wave of like esports as being a fad, or you can't like stop your kids from like playing in their rooms. It's about like creating the context in which they can do that thing, because they're going to do that thing regardless of whether or not you want them or not, in a way that actually benefits like their future and whatever they want to do.
Yeah,
I'm sure the thing is, dude, I actually imagine that's an easy sell when you frame it that way. Like, look, if they're going to waste their time anyway, why not instead of just playing the game, play the game competitively like you would baseball or whatever,
and work as a team. Like
exactly.
The thing, and esports are only going to become more physical. You're not going to convince me that eventually we're not going to have a virtual reality version of CS:GO that is going to include actually like aiming something and actually like running around. Like imagine if you had an arena with a map in it that everybody's looking down on and it looked real, but the actual arena is just guys like holding fake guns. But the effect of it when you animate what's actually going on looks like Counter-Strike, right? Except you actually have the movement, you have the running, you have the actual aiming.
Why does every one of Monty's ideas sound like his whole thing is he sets it up like that, and then at some point it's just Monty going, Mortal Kombat! Like, dude, he's just the guy making... I know, exactly.
Look, I'm just going to point this out.
You've definitely thought about this, I can tell.
Objectively, gladiatorial combat and blood sport is the most entertaining because it's
why the UFC is so popular, of course.
Line, okay? It is immoral, but if you can make it look real without it actually being real, that is like the holy grail of entertainment. That's just true. We're all animals. We're all animals.
Fair enough.
Okay.
All right. So I think we've talked enough about the theory of everything.
Yeah, what's your favorite blood sport, pal?
What's your favorite blood sport? If you had to invent a blood sport, what would it be?
The answer is just League of Legends offseason.
There you go.
To be fair, your off seasons did used to start in the best possible fashion. I know I used to save tweets from myself, mate. It's that day when that 6th group game starts. Oh, it's like I remember that months of my own life, mate. That's like my marriage. It's like then there was when they lost the game. Yeah, exactly. All good.
Let's talk about some of the actual games and playoffs. I know this wasn't the most consequential week of LCS playoffs. Like, I'm glad it wasn't because we have more of a chance to discuss like the big picture topics with you, which I think are especially valuable considering how long you've been in the league and how long you've been a GM. But let's talk about specifically some of the matches. I don't know how much we want to discuss FlyQuest versus Team Liquid because outside of the first game, which was kind of what we expect from Team Liquid, like the Blippo int happens and then they kind of slowly lose the game. It was really one-sided in terms of Team Liquid, which is what we expected. FlyQuest is, they're a pretty good team for LCS, but they have a very specific style and they don't really have a lot of versatility. Team Liquid came online, eventually crushed them. Any thoughts on this one before we go into CLG versus C9, which I think is the one most people probably want to hear more about?
I think for me, it was just FlyQuest had like a very like, I think the first game was just like, I look on left side and I see Syndra Olaf top side and I see Azir and Ornn and Azir and Aatrox, and the Aatrox has like 2 kills early. I'm like, okay, well, we can just wait till next game to start.
By the way, the Syndra pick will never, ever not blow my mind in this meta. I know it's a Bjergsen classic, dude, but sometimes we don't need to revisit the old hits when we can pick Sylas instead in the modern era. Like that is...
It's also one of those things where like I don't know what like the game plan is coming in, and I know like there are times where in the playoffs where maybe it's not the strongest opponent, it's fine to kind of just test the waters and see what happens.
Sure. Game 1.
And so
whatever.
Yeah, and it's like it's one of those things where it's like if you sack game 1 but you like dominate the next 3 games, you're like, all right, you kind of you already knew how to win, and you demonstrate that in 3 games. You kind of get like a pass for the first game.
Yep. No,
Yeah,
I
and that's
I did kind of write it out as like game one meme draft. Let's see if this works. And then they did actually show up and crush the rest of the series. So my worries were wiped away quite quickly.
By the way, in case fans think that's like too ridiculous an idea, like the idea essentially of potentially, like you say, sacking or burning a game. Now, obviously, you are trying to win it as well, but you just know it's not your best possible chances. The reason why that makes more sense than it might initially seem is because, first of all, like he says, you do it on game one of a series you're almost certainly going to win anyway, and you might actually win the game. There's that as well. And then secondly, because you even start game one with that type of draft, it might even just have implied value of them fucking up their next draft in game two by banning a bunch of stuff you were never actually going to play that you're only experiment with. Whereas think about it, you can't do it when you're up 2 games and go just blow the 3rd game, because mate, if you ever go to game 5, then you're really going to look back and go, what was the point of that? Like, so it's only game 1 you can really do that on, which is why classically, famously, Koreans often do it to Western teams at Worlds.
And I'll give you like an example. During our 2020 summer playoffs run, it was that like meme where everyone kept giving Bjergsen Zillion their 5th game, and no one was banning it. And I think most teams like would leave it open. So when we played the finals, I think we created a certain. Well, I don't know if they're like, I forget what, but we played Zillion the first game. And then it was permabanned the rest of the time, and they had to decide between banning Zillion or TF, where we actually, for the most part, wanted TF because it helped our top side a lot that series. And I think it was like, I don't think we expected to win that game, but we did anyway. And then it caused them to like fuck up basically like a ban that they were forced to do for the rest of the series. And so it's possible that like it was like one of those things that they were trying to do and it just didn't pan out.
Do you have any takes on Bjergsen's current form after he spent time coaching? Because I understand he was still playing a lot during that period, but he hasn't had the biggest impact. He's not the big time carry clutch player that he used to be. He's very stable, very selfless in terms of his team play right now, but he hasn't been the ultra star that he was before he took a step back.
I mean, put it this way, he's not even an MVP candidate, whereas I'm going to guess every single active split ever, he was probably an MVP candidate. It was all like 3rd in voting worst, right? So that's a big difference, Parth. So what do you think of current Bjergsen?
I can't say I've watched enough LCS to like know, but I know when he took the year off, he didn't play mid lane at all, or like he played very little mid lane. He was playing mostly like jungle and other roles, because as a coach, he always felt like he should understand the most roles and like the depth that they can do, so he can help each player individually and the team together individually. I think he actually had the most games in jungle last season, and so I also think that the field has kind of, I think like Jojo as a player who's like really caught up, but I think if Jojo wasn't in the conversation, you would still be talking about Bjergsen and Jensen as the top 2 mid laners. And I think that's the case right now, right? Maybe Takui's in there. Yeah, Takui's in there. Yeah. It's just like if you look at the field before then, like I don't think a lot of other mid laners kind of matched up. And this year they just have mid laners that have caught up. I don't think his form has changed significantly since like 2018, 2019, 2020. In terms of like his contribution to the game and everything.
I guess the troubling thing for me is like, even when we've had players like Abadage who have been very inconsistent in terms of their form and arguably started this split looking pretty terrible, but ended up by the end looking much better. It is like Bjergsen's form has been relatively consistent. We just haven't seen the same high highs, and he hasn't distinguished himself even when other players have been arguably underperforming, right? Or like, for example, the beginning of this split, you would think, oh, Jensen's coming off a break. Abadage kind of sucks right now. Like, this is time for Bjergsen to like make a case for him as number 1. And it never really felt like it happened.
There were some weeks where I was like, I think if you go back and look at week 1, like I think when they either got
coming off the boot camp, that's fair.
So it's like, I mean, every player kind of goes through this. What is Thorin laughing?
Why did you go earlier? You were like, look, Monty, I haven't really been watching that much League of Legends. And you're like, what about week 1 in game 1? Like he was ahead 4 CS at the beginning of the game. Like that's pretty good in that matchup. Which is it? And you got all the info. What the fuck? Sounds like you've been watching all the games.
I watched week 1, and then I started watching the playoffs. And I think that most fans do that, right? Like people come back, you get like hyped about the first couple weeks, and then you just kind of fade away until like all the playoffs.
It's also very normal in summer. Like The summer splits always have the lowest viewership in the middle. It's like the most boring time because for the most part, teams have the same roster. So you're not getting the excitement of spring. People are outside more in the summer. You saw MSI and you're waiting for summer playoffs and Worlds. So it's like actually the least exciting time to watch. Baseball has the same thing in like August. Like viewership just like falls off a cliff because they have a bazillion games and nobody gives a shit in the middle of the summer about what's going on. Switching focus though, let's talk about the CLG versus C9 series, because this one, while close and while it had many nail-biting moments, was really insanely maddening to watch from an analytic perspective, because it didn't seem like anything that was going on within these games had logical rationale behind it, but it was kind of players being arbitrarily picked off, like really poor positioning a lot of the time, wacky comps that shouldn't work, maybe working because of these reasons, and overall just a kind of unfortunate low quality of play.
Yeah, I think this was one of those games where you're like, yeah, that's the first game. That's like the first best of 5 they play, right? And then you hope that it slowly gets better as it gets closer to like semis and finals. Even like the drafts, it felt like both teams had like an idea of what both teams kind of wanted to play, and then they just kind of banded out, and they just had to like feel out what was working and not working throughout. Like you saw like the Zeri and like Enchanter support priority like go up a lot, and then even like towards the end, I think C9 finally figured out like, hey, we should just stop playing shit like, I don't know, I think they were playing like I think Ashe support and Nautilus, and they're just like, I'm just gonna pick like the safe, like I'm gonna pick Sivir and Lulu, and we're just gonna like ride this game out to the late game, right? And so I think it was like both teams kind of like trying to like figure out each other in like the most random ways until C9 towards the end just like, all right, we're just gonna pick the most brain dead thing and like get through it. And they started that way too. Like their first comp, despite the Ashe, was like you put Jensen on probably like his most standard champion, and it was like the most like like it was like
53 and 15 on Orianna and LCS.
Yeah, it was just like, hey, we're gonna have Trundle Ori as our core, and our side lanes are just gonna have Prio, and we're just gonna win team fights, right? And that core kind of just got lost a little bit later on when they're like pulling out like the Vi with Amamu and like Ari, and so yeah, I mean, it was definitely a little bit of experimentation. But it was fun to watch. So the thing I want to talk about this series is I'm talking to a CLG fan, like messaged me for the first time in like years, right? Like our last conversation was like 2019, and he's like, "Oh my god, are you watching this game?" And like you're like, it was like game 3, and they're like, "Oh my god, it's finally gonna happen." And in game 5, when they finally I think they got banned for the first time, he's like, "We've finally done it." And I had like a message. I'm like, "It's when you believe where it's like gonna go wrong." And like 10 minutes later, he just messaged me, "Fuck," but. It was just kind of cool to see, and I feel like a lot of CLG fans had that reaction during the series, where like, holy fuck, we're relevant in playoffs, we're taking C9 to 5 games, and then obviously it came crashing down, but we'll kind of see when like either a rematch happens or what happens to them in the lower bracket. But for me, it was like, I was rooting for C9 CLG, because it was just more fun for this team to kind of like put up this fight.
I think what was so infuriating about this match to me is that CLG, you can see the glimmers of them potentially being good. And by that, I mean, like, they do a really good job at times of warding. Like they're really good at like playing around their vision, choking out vision on objectives, pre-placing wards before objectives spawn. And the problem is that once they have the information, the way that they throw games during team fights is like insanely shameful, or the way they get picked off before these team fights begin. Like Luger was terrible in this series overall. People might look and say, oh yeah, well, look at his like big scoreline in game 4. He was constantly out of position and getting picked off many times. Obviously, most obvious, clearly in game 5 of this series. But even some of the team fighting that this team shows, like when Palafox was team fighting into the Nocturne Kennen composition, and when the lights go off, he's like dashing forward when he can't see into melee range of Nautilus and getting killed. That was a team fight that CLG should have won because they forced the ults early if they just kited out. But instead, Palafox goes in and dies randomly. So it's like they get so flustered in the heat of the moment that their team fighting is actually quite poor, or their positioning, like individual positioning, is quite poor. in spite of the fact that their macro like vision control and information is often good, which I guess maybe gives me some hope for this team, because you would hope they can correct their mistakes because they at least have the information to make the right decision.
Yeah.
But some of it was really lackluster.
Yeah. And I mean, when you kind of break down a lot of these games, right? It's like you're like layering first, like, are the technical skills of the players like up to par, right? And then you're looking at like the strategy, which is like their own formations and like their wording, and it's just general understanding of like macro and what they should be doing. And like I feel like CLG has gotten there. I think what they're missing was like the tactical end. It's like, how do they respond to opponents? How do they like act in clutch moments? When you're like game 3, like what are the things that you're thinking? Because there was a point where like they're down, right? They're gonna potentially lose that game. Like what's gonna happen? Like, and how you react as players, especially people who haven't played in playoffs. I think a lot of these players have never played in playoffs, or at least contracts hasn't for a while. It's like, how do you react to those moments kind of come out? And I feel like we saw a lot of that in CLG. It's like they have like the basic foundation.
Dude,
and
that
it's like,
game 1 was the perfect instance of what you're talking about, because Cloud9 does the level 1 invade, right? Pushes them just slightly off balance, and then Contracts just completely collapses. His jungle pathing makes no sense after. He's like, they invaded my blue buff. What do I do? He gets like outsmited at his own red. It's like he starts playing greedy. Then he could just do nothing for the entire game. And the rest of the team just folds. Like they could have actually, if they were a little bit faster, taken a level 1 fight that they had an insane advantage in. Instead, Dokla like blows his TP to do nothing. Poom trades Flash with Blabber at level 1, and then they just get preyed on in the bot lane, and Contracts is completely useless. And like, it didn't have to go that way. They could have done things in that early game, but they got so frazzled by this invade that they just shit the bed completely after that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like if you look at take the players aside and you show them this game and like what should happen, or if they're watching this game play from like the back, like from backstage, they're like, oh yeah, we should have just done X, Y, and Z. But it's like that's the difference, like between knowing what to do and like reacting in the moment, that really changes during playoffs, because it's when you like ban out like your key picks from other teams. That's why drafts during playoffs end up being super wacky compared to the norm, is because you're trying to play the game of like, what does he know, what is he good at, and what does he think I'm good at, and we're gonna try to min-max for it, right? And that level 1, like those level 1s happen in every game at Worlds. But if you look at regional play and even other regions, like you don't see a lot of that, and it's more because normal season is about like solidifying your strategy and what you're doing, because you play against a lot of different opponents every week, and playoffs is when you're like focusing on one guy and really doing all this crazy shit. And I think CLG, we'll see what they look like in the next series, but I hope they have a lot more focus on like level 1s, figuring out not only just defending what enemy team is doing, but like actually attacking what their opponents are doing.
Well, also, I think even just mentally stabilizing if things don't go okay at level 1, because it was hardly a disaster, but the way they played it was just so incredibly terrified that they ended up losing the entire game, and it was purely in their own heads. I think they did a good job of bouncing back in subsequent matches, but disappointing that that's the way things started out. But that's the value of having the experience and veterancy on the roster that C9 has, and knowing that they probably should go for a level 1 against a team like CLG that will be easily destabilized by something like that.
Yeah, and it's like, I still appreciate that CLG was like, despite playing a lot of these situations poorly, or like Luger potentially getting caught, like at least they are putting themselves in situations where they are getting punished, because it's only that experience that helps you later on, versus like a rookie team who kind of goes in, expects to get smashed, and doesn't really do anything, and then just like falls over and dies. So this is still better than a lot of the alternatives I've seen in a lot of the playoff teams.
I mean, I think they should make a pretty strong lower bracket run. I anticipate that they're better than TSM, FlyQuest, and their first opponent, Golden Guardians. So I imagine we're probably going to see a C9 CLG rematch at some point in time. That's what I would predict. Whether that's going to, go CLG's way this time, I think that they'll be better prepared. And honestly, I think CLG should have won at least 4, if not all 5 games in this series. I think they had very real opportunities to win every single game that they played, if not for the misplays. And the other side of this coin is, oh my God, I expect much more out of Cloud9's players, not because of their current form. This is what I expected out of them in this particular match. But if I look at these names on paper, like, you can't make that teleport if you're Jensen in game 5 of a series. Like, there's no way. Cloud9 should have absolutely lost this game if I just get so frustrated about this CLG call because yes, Dokla dies in the late game, but instead of just chasing people around, they had a wave at mid inhibitor. They could have just pushed mid and at least traded inhibitor for the Baron. I don't even think they would have had to make that trade because I think they could have threatened an end with the wave state that was there. So I don't think C9 could have even taken that Baron. I think they would have had to recall and actually defend their base. So the call to like chase people and Luger dying and getting picked off was totally wrong. Even when Dokla's dead, I don't think it matters that much because you already get them out of mid lane and you get the mid push.
My biggest pet peeve in League is people going for kills. Kills don't win you the game. They only win you the game if the death timers mean you can go and take the base. You always have to take the base. So if you can actually, if you're in a scenario where you're in control and you can get more ahead, that makes more sense than having a fight on even ground. Like, that doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean, unfortunately, in NA, that is just generally, like, think of all the discussion we had earlier. Like, that is the go-to number one problem. Like, the team who's in control of the game starts the Baron to bait the other team in, and then forgets they're baiting him in and just tries to do the Baron. It's like these things have got to get eliminated, mate. Because like this is like basic fucking like fundamentals of how you coach the team to play.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are saying like this is an NA problem. This is not like a
no, of course not. I'm just saying this is a example.
KT just lost the series.
The example I was given earlier was LCK did the same thing. Yeah, exactly.
This is literally like a game. It's like a game 5. It's like mid game, things are even, and like they're not. The decisions being made are not rational, and you celebrate when you make crazy good decisions. I mean, even 2017 Spring Finals against C9, we only won because they came and fought our team at Elder, right?
Yes.
Like Jensen should never been in that position to echo.
No, exactly. Yeah.
Just ran it down mid with Baron, it was already lost for us. And so like this is like, I don't know, widespread. It's like it's just what happens game 5.
Because my problem is, I just feel like people from playing in solo queue just still think the game is about fighting and killing Like, if there's one thing I love about the work of LS that he's brought to thinking about League of Legends, is that there's times when you can actually do nothing and get further ahead and just win the game by not doing something. And depending on which side of the coin you're on and what your comp is, sometimes you want them to be the ones making the move, not you. That's not always the case. But I feel like every single team, just on a like fundamental subconscious level, thinks they're the one who has to like, it's like, I have to score the knockout, I have to make the move to win the game, I have to kill this guy to it. It's like it's too reductive a way of thinking, in my opinion.
It's like a schema, right? Like the game overall has moved in a direction in the last 3 years to incentivize finding around objectives and conflict and like interaction between the two teams, right? Because Riot has pushed the game in that way, and so like it's hard when on one side you want to promote and push that as much as possible, and the other times like the 20% of the times where it doesn't make sense to do that. Like, how do you separate that, especially in like a key moment in like a playoffs game 5? And so yeah.
Like, put it this way, the other side of the same coin of where they're making a similar wrong decision, thinking fighting's all the game's about, is, I've always said this, every time I do a watch party, this almost always happens and I can't handle it, dude. I hate teams that sit under the inhib tower and they wait till the tower goes down before they start the fight. It's like, bro, if the fight has to happen, A, you can't be the one who lets him decide when it happens. You have to make it happen before so that you can do it while the tower's still up. And then B, because they always just sit there like almost praying they can just wave clear or something when they can't. Like, in that scenario there, like, again, you're thinking it's about, I've got to get the perfect fight. It's like, no, actually, you can actually take a worse fight there because of the situation you're in. Like, the amount of teams that make that fundamental error, again, I totally agree with the way. It's obviously very different if this was like a BO1 in regular season or a scrim as opposed to like game 5 of your first big playoff match. Yeah, of course, that's going to make people's brains go out the window. And certainly it's not just this region. But these are like simple fundamental elements where the funny thing is, I think these are the areas I've always wanted coaches to put way more of their focus. Essentially, like, what are your decision-making trees? Not things like, this is the comp we play, and like in that VOD you did that one thing wrong. Those are like specific details. Those can go everywhere and get lost. The generalities are what I'm more interested in, like essentially game theory concepts.
I think the difference for me when we compare other regions, Parth, to your point about losing your head in game 5, is that when I watch KT versus DAMWON KIA and KT like makes a play for Dragon Soul and they get Dragon Soul, right? They're making a play. And was it the wrong call? Yes, because DAMWON, it just like storms down mid lane. They didn't have mid lane prio, they didn't have a mid lane turret, et cetera, and lose the game. But a lot of that was DAMWON also using a Wukong to stop all their backs from going to the base. And KT was still going for an objective. The problem with this NA shot calling, right? And why it's more embarrassing to lose in this fashion is because CLG didn't make any play. They just ran into the jungle and got picked off randomly, and it wasn't actually a decision. It was like chase people into the darkness. It wasn't like, oh, we can get soul, or oh, we can make this macro play. It was like the worst decision you could make.
Yeah, and it's hard to say what led to it, because like I again, from being backstage, like sometimes there've been games where like one person dies and the other, like you have like the leader of your team being like, oh, this is where they're gonna start Baron, and so instead of doing that, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z. And maybe another guy was like, no, I want to do X, and so it might have been like a split call. It might have been like a moment of confusion. It's really hard to say what was going on in the moment to like lead to that, because again, those 5 players backstage looking at that, there's no way they make the decisions they made there.
Sure. Oh, of course not.
Yeah,
sure. I do think, by the way, that in itself ties into a problem that is a coaching issue in NA, though. I mean, every region, but just NA especially so, which is, that's another problem, Parth. If you only do the VOD review and you do it right after the game, they're all going to nail, oh, of course I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I would do that differently. But the question is, what would they do when they're actually in that scenario? Everyone in hindsight can see it and everyone can admit the end mistake. But the question is, have they fixed the actual fundamental problem to next time do it right? You know, because the problem is that basically when these scenarios happen in games, I feel like I'm watching one of those shit horror movies where it's like, what's that outside? I'll just go investigate myself. Oh, you stay here, but stay as a group, right? Hey, baby, maybe we should go off behind the tree. Like, it's like watching one of those horror movies. Like, they're making all the wrong moves. What are you doing? Well, you're all going to die to the zombies.
I know Parth has to go, but we'll leave it on this note because I want his opinion on this. This should be the way. Like, let's ignore all of the factors that make it difficult to play at NA, quality of practice, difficulty of finding good people to learn, how to lane properly or like play mechanically demanding champions against. In theory, proper macro should be the one thing that you can just watch the game from other regions or theorycraft and teach people. So how is it that the macro is still bad? Because the macro should be the one thing that you can, as a coach, affect at a team-wide level and introduce your players to these scenarios. So how do you trade? Because this should be shadow boxing in a theoretical universe, drilling your players on different circumstances. There are things you could do, such as like if a player hasn't, wakes up in the morning and they haven't seen last night's LPL game, why not show them the game, pause it and say, what's the call to make right here and run these drills and then see how these things play out and theorycraft it so that they are in the moment of the game. What would the call be right now? Make the call now. You know what I mean?
I think that all of these things are being done to various degrees. It's just you can't take like tactical experience and how to react to certain things happening in the game is one of the hardest things to do. And most coaches do the thing of like, okay, this is the thing that happens. This is the situation that happens the most often. Let me try to generalize it and like put it into our playbook. And that's what most coaches do, right? That's like the goal. It's like, hey, this like early game is like the thing that's the most controllable, and so that's like what's trained the most, right? And then it's like different mid game states, that's what's controlled the most. And it's like the further you go on the game and the more extreme and different the situations are, those are the things that are hard to coach because there are things that happen less often, and coaches for the most part are coaching the things that happen the most. So I'm not saying that these things shouldn't be done better, but at least just based on like coaching and watching this region, like that is what every coach is doing. They're trying to recreate these situations that happen the most often and trying to generalize that into the playbook of the players. In some situations, you either miss or just can't hit. And sometimes, even though you want to hit it and it's important, like a post-game Baron situation, those situations just organically don't happen as many times in scrims. And so, yeah.
No, I think here's the thing. I think you make a very valid point there, because actually it reminds me of a famous chess analogy, which is that in the world of chess, in the same way as an LCS coach wants to win the next BO1, because everyone's just trying to win the next game and get ready in the short term, famously people obsessively study all the newest openings and try and find the most cheesy, gimmicky one, because they think, oh, if I get a couple of pieces ahead, like I'll win. But what they obviously don't realize is if you actually fundamentally wanted to be a better player, what you would do is go and study the end game and figure out how to close out games that you're in, like just slightly ahead, a little bit ahead, a little bit behind. That's actually obviously how you fundamentally win the game. But as you say, it's a lot trickier because the scenario, the same as with the pieces, is not going to be the same every time. It's going to be a different board at the end of the game. So it is essentially the most high concept coaching. Anyway, obviously, Parth has to go at this point soon. All I'll say is this. back when he used to be the coach of TSM, when he won many domestic championships, he used to often stress that he actually wasn't supposed to be a coach because obviously they had all those other people. And all I'll say is this: after watching TSM at Worlds, I agree. So, no, obviously that's a joke. Pure banter. Thanks for coming on.
He won a lot of
thanks for coming on. I just said he won loads of domestic championships. It's just they were all Mickey Mouse LCS ones, but no, they were really in the context. They were very good. Well done. So.
All right, thanks a lot for going on, Parth. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
Right, we're going to be back for our own end game, which in this particular case is the viewer questions via the GROGcoin, of course. Go to the Insight on Esports, Discord, go into the GROGcoin lounge, click the pinned tweet. There's a description there of how you buy the GROGcoin. If you have 25 coins, you can ask a question in the Summoning Insight channel, which Monty will now read out and we will answer.
That's right. Our favorite user, architect of Korean esports-based Joe. Who would make the all Anti-Thorin team? Currently, I have top Whippo, jungle Bengi, mid Nemesis, bot Reckless, support Wolf, coach Weldon, owner Sam Matthews. Really not Nikolai Nyholm? I feel like owner Nikolai Nyholm has to be in there.
I tell you what we'll do. Paste the questions in here so I can see them. Because the problem with that is I have to keep in mind all those names you just said.
This one's pretty good though.
The problem with that,
all Anti-Thorin.
Yeah, but here's the flaw. Here's the flaw. He's fucked up on that one, which is like, I know why he's picked those names, but here's the issue. The top one being Whippo, you fucked up on that one. I've actually been a massive Whippo defender his whole career. He just means that because there was that beef where Whippo, if you don't know, completely threw me under the bus, apologized on my behalf for me to Koreans who actually literally hate gay people, that I said that they hate gay people. And he apologized that I'd said, like, that's just, I'm sorry, that's nothing to do with Whippo the player. That's Whippo the man I don't fuck with. He is a scumfuck sellout turncoat. Now, as a player, I've always thought he's a good player. I actually think he's an underrated player. I think he's a player where I actually find it disgusting that people give the Hillesangs of the world a million ints as long as they make great players, but then they don't give Whippo the same thing. The whole point of how he plays top lane is super high variance, but that can actually, if you're in the right team, be really good, as you can see when he's on the Fanatics of the world. So for top, I'd maybe change it. The rest of the team's good. I'd say for top, I'd put like Adam in probably, because that was the one in the summer last year where I refused to ever believe, because I have an eye test, that he was the best top laner, but every fan of course told me he had to be, and that he's the shit and was going to be like SOAS 2.0 or something. So I'd probably say it's a pretty good team aside from that, because obviously on the Bengi one, like, I don't know if there's a bigger contrast between what plebs think is a great player and I think he's not than Bengi. That's probably one of the top ones. Nemesis one, I also always thought never really passed the eye test as much. I always thought he was a little bit too passive in LEC. Reckless one speaks for itself. That's mainly, actually, by the way, at this point, it's not even really Reckless. It's more just his fans. Yeah, like that. The Reckless I'm talking about is from like season 5 or something. Like it's like 7-8 years ago now, as I've said many times. It's more just his fans keep that going. Because the joke of the internet, by the way, you know this, Monty, is the kind of person who incessantly every day has a profile picture Reckless, banner Reckless, name is like ReckyFan101 K-Corp, like fucking bio is like must protect Rec, even though they message you every day and every topic you're like, oh, I think FaZe Clan probably wins the CSGO major. They're like, what's this got to do with Reckless? When you ever say the word Reckless, they go, oh, why are you bringing up Reckless? You're obsessed. And then you'll like look, and the context was like, Swedish ADCs who've played in LEC. It's like, I can't win it. So I'm bored with the Reckless fans. They're just bored at this point. Support being Wolf's a good one as well, because I've said it in the past. It's not true anymore. And it was never really true if you think of like TPA and stuff. But like Wolf is one of the worst players to ever win. But this way, here's how I'll do it. He's the worst player to ever win 2 worlds as a starter, because Benga was always the starter. There you go. There you go, Wolf. I got you in the end, mate. I got you in the end. Coach being Weldon's pretty good. That's pretty up there. Because even though I actually also give him credit for the things he did do, I also knew, by the way, and how has this aged well, boys? You know, I said the whole gimmick of Weldon was, first of all, he coached so many teams, he could just cherry pick the ones that won. He didn't mention all the ones that were like the bottom feeders. And then the other angle is, because of a lot of his stuff was a little bit gimmicky, not totally, but it was just gimmicky in terms of if you don't know anything about sports psych, he's going to be able to do something. The problem is, if it's gimmicky, it doesn't last forever. It'll last, it'll a few weeks, or it'll get one player out of a funk, or it'll help you a little bit, but he wasn't going to revolutionize the game like people said. And obviously, owner Sam Matthews, I would just do that just for the fucking Schadenfreude, because he's just the most ridiculous. His fucking use of social media and all the stuff. He's the anti-Carlos. He just fucks it up every time. Somehow he always gets it wrong.
It's more comedy.
It's a pretty good team. It's a pretty good team.
Look, Sam Matthews isn't like malicious. He's just a pushover.
I think he's a bit of an idiot, but whatever.
I think Nikolai Nyholm is like way more, evil.
Nikolai Nyholm's like vaguely competent, though. I can rely on that. You see,
exactly.
I prefer to be able to predict what you can do.
You have previously mentioned that Discord communities should be considered public. Is something lost because these communities are no longer searchable by Google like old school forums or Reddit? I mean, it's just a new form of social media, right? Like, I don't know if it's something is lost because they're not searchable, but like, you shouldn't treat Discord like it's your own private group of buddies, right?
I think what he's referring to, obviously I can't know, but I said on a past show, I think it might even have been on like By the Numbers or something, the CSGO show, I basically said that you should treat Discords as if they are public, though, because when things like the XL case happen, like people act like this is just us and our friends in our clubhouse. It isn't. People are screenshotting that all the time, and that data's all there. Like, of the Joe Marsh one, of course, and that's obviously another one. Yeah, in that scenario, and Lena was the original for it. She did it with Reddit though, didn't she? Like, what they're doing in that scenario is they're treating it like, hey, you're just in the private club, but anyone can read that and see that. Hence why every time they've done it, it fucks them up. So Lena stupidly did say in her Discord, I've talked to Upset, and he says he's not coming. Then I come forward to the story. Lena says she's talked to Upset. No, she didn't. She never said that. Like that, you can't win again. Literally, the facts go against you when it's fans. So yeah, basically anything you say on a Discord, I'm sorry, you have to treat that as though you're willing to say that to everyone. That's the internet in the modern day. In fact, I'd say the general rule of what ruined the internet was exactly that mechanism. Before, to find something, even something annoying, you had to hunt it out. Now what happens is people go, would this annoy you? Hey, how about this? This is exactly what would annoy you. And then you go, that's right, I'm outraged by that. Like, we're all just fucking puppets being all our trigger points just hit all the time. So go on then, that's the next question.
Thorin mentioned on a recent episode of Side Select that there were only a select few Western players that Eastern players actually thought were good and respected. In the episode, Thorin mentions Diamond Prox and Forgiven. Are there any other notable ones in the East that the East generally thought were very good? I mean,
Doublelift. The thing, Monty, the point of this is exactly to corroborate your comment years ago about Korean interviews. What they don't get, because you famously got memed off of this, even though it was totally accurate. You know, you said essentially don't believe everything Koreans say, like Western interviews.
Oh, obviously.
Because what they didn't get was this, Monty, and obviously I'm the historian, so I have the bigger track. If you just look every year, all that happens is like, literally, you could imagine them reverse engineering this in like a PR group. Like, what cynical player from the West could we claim we think is as good as Faker, and in doing so get a lot of fans? Like, that's exactly what they were doing every time. So, of course, every time TSM went, they said they thought Bjergsen was really good. Of course, you know what I mean? Like, these of course, they're going to say Rekkles. I think Rekkles is as good as Uzi. But my point I made was, if you actually know behind the scenes who those players fuck with, it's not there's none of those people. It's only like the really rare, like essentially people they think are genius players, like Diamond Prox. I would say.
I mean, Caps, Perks,
Hillisang, these sorts of players are the ones they fuck with.
Doublelift was very well respected in the early days of Korea when he was playing there, and he was really good compared to the other Korean ADCs. So I think that because Doublelift competed in Korea in like 2011 and 2012, that there was a long legacy of respect for Doublelift and hype for Doublelift and fandom for Doublelift among the Korean fans. But like, you know, Perks and Caps, I mean, Caps is like obvious, like clear, like look at Caps' performance in Korea at this MSI. You can't tell me that, yeah, they lost a few games, but also his highs were such insane highs among some of the best, you know, against some of the best teams in the world that obviously people are going to respect him for that. What are your thoughts on rubber band mechanics? Is there a better way to address the issue? I mean, I'm a famous hater of most rubber band mechanics in the game. I think that having both individual bounties and objective bounties at the same time is complete horse shit. The problem is that this is a game, you know, most esports are games of resource accumulation, whether it's an RTS or the economy in CSGO, or it's, obviously gold and experience in MOBAs. The problem is like, how do you get away from that and not have it just be a complete snowball every single time? So you have to be very, very careful about the rubber band mechanics that you introduce, because if you don't have rubber band mechanics, it becomes very difficult to come back and there's no tension within the game. But if the rubber band mechanics are too much, you get Gen.G versus DAMWON KIA Game 5 semifinals where DAMWON KIA should absolutely win that game and the rubber band mechanics completely destroy it. So I'm not a big fan of the rubber band mechanics in LoL right now. I think they need to eliminate either individual or objective bounties and only have one.
The problem I have is, in general, I hate rubber band mechanics because I care about the highest level of competitive play, and therefore I don't want any randomized or luck-based elements inserted into that competition. I want the two best people to play against each other, play the best match ever, and the best player win. based on what they did in the game, not based on things like I blue shelled you in Mario Kart. Like, that's whack. Because here's the problem. The reason why that makes sense for Mario Kart, Monty, is it's not Formula One. It's a fun game you play with people of differing skill levels, and you own the game and maybe they don't. Therefore, you want to have a mechanic that makes it still fun, even if you're better than them. So the problem I have in this scenario is rubber band mechanics make tons of sense for casual games, and they make no sense for competitive games at the highest level. Like, I even think in League, there's a fucked up element where they're incentivized to have rubber band mechanics because they actually do have that disparity. They have the Korean team versus the NA team. So you want them to still have some bullshit chance of winning, when if this was chess, they would never ever win against someone rated that much more highly than would they? You wouldn't have any chance. So the problem I have in general with the rubber band mechanics is, I think it's not incentivized for competitive play. It's more for fun. Like, here's the analogy I would give. This is the problem when you make esports that are about the idea that you can have fun, but they're also competitive. The best example I ever give, Monty, is the game Among Us. Because you know how Among Us was like a cultural phenomenon for like 3 months in like 2020, right? Do you remember how it just went off a cliff and no one ever said the game again? I'll tell you why. Because when you're all noobs, it's a great game to play. It's so much fun. When you play against people who've played it for a year and you've just played it once, it's the worst game ever. You have zero chance to win. And that's not even a game with like mad mechanics in it, where there's just decision making and remembering stuff. So think about it, right? If you can't even make that game so it's still fun for like a random group of 10 people to play, what chance have you got in esports games that are like mechanics, like game knowledge and information burden? Like, the whole point is, by definition, 10 random people shouldn't be equal. They should be incredibly unequal. You know why? Because even if God made you equal, you fucking work in between. Did it? What if I practiced the game 10 times more than you? The question at the end becomes this. This is why I hate rubber band mechanics. Why do you deserve a chance to win if I practiced the game 10 times more than you and I'm better than you? I know the answer for my. There is no answer. Your answer is obviously, they're not fun, is it? Because here's the thing, years and years ago, this is a very quick tangent. I once saw a comment on the site ES Reality, the famous Quake site, that made me realise literally how the next 15 years of esports would go. And this is why, Monty, you'll never see me do that pleb shit that all my mates from back in the day do of like, we need a game like Quake, an arena FPS 1v1 game to be number one again. You know why I never ever do that, Monty? Because that era doesn't exist anymore and can never be accessed again. Because I remember on ES Reality, like 10 plus years ago, someone once posted a thread and it was like, I got my friend to play Quake. And he said, what I did was, while I was going out the room, I just said, have a go on this and just play like this free-for-all. And then I said, I came back 20 minutes later, I said, what did you think of Quake? And he goes, oh, it was quite fun. But the problem is, even when I played for half an hour, I didn't really feel like I could win. Now, when I realised that is how the average player thinks, he thinks he can sit down and play a game you've played for 10 years and he should have a chance to beat you. I realised, mate, I'm from a different era. I am not the new player. The new player really wants to have fun from his first game. By the way, that's a crazy concept in a game like chess or Quake or something. Like, you're never going to have fun in game one. You're not good at it. So the problem with this essentially is, you come all the way back, they're always going to have rubber band mechanics in modern games, especially games with a massive player base. And sadly, it is always going to impact on pro play like this, because the problem is, just like as you see in the difference between champion selections in pro play and solo queue, in the same way as Rise is shit in solo queue because they don't know how to use it, it's totally broken in pro play. Well, the problem is the rubber band mechanic's going to be the same thing, isn't it? Because God forbid, by the way, here's what people have never thought. Imagine that the underdog's ahead in the game. Now the rubber band mechanic makes the better team have a way better chance to come out. Now even that fucks the guy doing well. You know what I mean?
Look, I think it's a bit different because you have to consider, at least in MOBAs, or, you know, if you didn't have rubber band mechanics, it would be like when the other team scores, they get like physically stronger. You know what I mean?
I understand it's a fundamentally bad game. Yeah, that's why I don't like MOBAs. I don't even know why I'm on the show. Oh, I do, because unfortunately, y'all are just motherfuckers like Doublelift who were just brain dead. Go, Carlos was there. So it's just too entertaining. So
I just think it's different than traditional sports in that way, and so you do have to have a level of rubber band mechanic. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you in terms of theory, and obviously I come from an RTS background where there really weren't that many rubber band mechanics, right? And these are the games that I hold very highly. So I respect the Quake example quite a bit. With the strength of the LPL and LCK this year compared to a weaker summer season in LEC, do you think it's likely we see 4 teams from LPL and LCK get out of groups this year? No, that never happens, by the way. Somebody always fucks up.
Here's the reason why you shouldn't be too scared about the region strengths. I'm just going to give you the skinny. First of all, I don't know where you guys have been getting your news about LCK, but LCK is far from in really strong fashion. They have one team that really might be the best team in the whole world. It's possible, Gen.G. And then even T1, like, I think there's a world where T1 might not even be able to beat the Chinese teams. I think it's touch and go. But here's what even evens that out. So bad news, as usual, I have to tell you the same thing I have to tell you every of the last 3 years. China is stacked as fuck. The good news is, because they're stacked as fuck, what happens every year is at least one or two of the teams that probably should be there don't make it because the bracket's too stacked. So, so in some ways, that even counters itself out, right? Because that could also happen. They won't always send their top 3.
Yeah, the weird thing about China is because LPL has teams that have really distinct styles, is that one of them will, like usually in groups, one of them will have the wrong style for Worlds, but was like super strong in that style during LPL playoffs. And then they just FPX it and completely wash out, right? I think the LCK teams are more consistent in terms of their broad strengths and general performances, which is why we see like 4 Korean teams making it out of groups. But LPL teams like have higher highs but lower lows, I would say, because they're more they develop these strengths, and when the right meta comes on, they look fucking amazing. And when the right meta leaves, they look kind of bad. Sometimes.
This way, to contrast it with what we were talking about earlier, once you take Gen.G and let's say T1 as well, take those 2 teams out of the equation. Once you get to the group of DAMWON, Sandbox, and KT, guys, if a really good LCK LEC team like say G2 hits their peak form, they could beat a team like that. It's not implausible.
Yeah. You know, I think Gen.G is head and shoulders better. The rest of the LCK teams have flaws. I would say that in the right meta, you could see teams like Live Sandbox and KT doing very well at Worlds, but they're not like that much better. Like a good G2 could beat KT. Like that's not
absolutely
that's not crazy. You know, DAMWON has a lot of problems too. So I wouldn't say that there's kind of like the Gen.G tier in LCK, then there's the T1 tier, then there's the Live Sandbox KT DAMWON tier, and there's like pretty big differences between those tiers.
Yes.
Thorin has talked a lot about how CSGO has a lot of intricacies on LAN versus online, crowd being so loud you can't hear footsteps. In League, based on both of your conversations with pros, are there special differences for League in this manner? Yes, like so one of the things is when a team starts doing Baron, the base of the Baron attacks will like rumble the stage. So like you know when the team is like you know when the other team has started Baron because the whole fucking arena is shaking all of a sudden.
Which is wild when you think people might try to sneak it. That's pretty wild, isn't it?
It is difficult to sneak Baron in a stadium with the audio setups that they have because of the way that Baron sounds within the game, and because obviously they have the observers have Fog of War off, so they're seeing all the Baron sound effects and everything like that. It is very difficult for the other team not to know. Also, as good as you hear these noise canceling microphones are, they're still way worse than booths, and you could have both. You know, it's not like a condom. You can actually wear 2 of these things at the same time. Riot just refuses to do it because they're stubborn as fuck and dumb. But you could have booths and eliminate some of these issues, but also the crowd does seep into the mics and like ruin comms at times.
Yeah, here's another one that's an obvious one.
But it still happens.
Another obvious one, because this is also in CSGO, but it's not as big a deal in CSGO, but I'd say in League, this could be really harmful, is obviously when they're on stage like that with the headset on, but they have a mic, so they have to be able to talk in the mic. When they press the transmit button, what if as they're pressing the transmitting button, before they say the word, the comms of the casters come in, going, hey, coming in, like, that you can see obviously where that could hurt the competitive integrity.
Yeah.
Or the crowd just cheers in some way. Because remember, that's another thing from CSGO that does apply to League. There are moments in the game where if nothing's happening, if the crowd cheers, it's almost certain someone's like invading you or doing a crazy dive or someone coming through the fog of war, isn't it? Because why else would they cheer in the same way as in CSGO? If they cheer for no reason as you're slowly around the map, that means they're definitely flanking you or doing a push on you, you know. Exactly.
Yeah. So
just process of elimination helps you figure that one out.
From talking to teams and players, the audio technology has gotten a lot better than it used to be. It used to actually suck, where you couldn't actually hear each other because the crowd noise would go in. It is better now, but it still is occasionally disruptive. But the bass shaking everything is like obviously in League a pretty big one. A common pleb sentiment in LoL is that it's great that Faker is the face of LoL esports because he is non-controversial and draws no ire. Do you think that esports benefits the most from having non-problematic people representing their respective games, or do you think the alternative is preferable? So here's the thing, guys. If Faker was a more compelling personality, he would be even more famous. Like, him being non-controversial is not actually interesting. It's the same thing where it's like, wow, it's great that Faker is so famous. It's like, it's great that League of Legends is the biggest esport in the world. It's not because of Riot that Riot did a great job with the development of the esport. Like, we'll never know if they had actually good formats, didn't make all the fuck ups that they made that were so obvious, how it could have been even bigger.
There's no A/B
right?
test, of
there's
course.
There's no way to know. So in the same thing, it's like, yeah, Faker is the face of League of Legends. But I think if we said, if Faker was a crazy trash talker, it would just be better for the esport.
Yeah, the reason I find that weird, Monty, is don't we already have the example? We have Doublelift for LCS and we have G2 for LEC. Hasn't this made, if you're already the best and then you have a trash talk game that's good, it just takes you to the next level, doesn't it? And it's a way to get fans that aren't just a fan of your player. No, the reason why, to me, it's obvious it's the latter, that you'd actually want Faker to have the personality of Doublelift or Perks or something. It's because, mate, this is actually a conversation for real. It's behind the scenes mainly, but a conversation we've had on a number of occasions within CSGO talent. And this idea, by the way, he wouldn't mind this, he said it publicly himself, I've no doubt, it comes from Sponge, but it's a banging point, right? So you know the problem with the career of Simple is that, look, despite Twitter drama this year just with me alone, because I'm just the fucking, I just draw it out to people. I'm like the fucking, when I step in forwards and say the name esports, it's like an exorcist, it just draws the demons out of the people. But the demons were already there, understand that, I just bring them out, whereas before that they're able to mask it and pretend, aren't they? So basically, in the modern day, Monty, the narrative is supposed to be that Simple stopped being toxic and became, he used to even do a hashtag, New Simple, which is just a really cool guy who always acknowledges the other team was better if he loses, you know, says like, I played well, and if someone gets voted number one player over him, they probably deserved it, right? Here's the point Chad made, though, and I agree with him totally, is the reason the toxic Simple sucked is because he was fucking up his career and he didn't get to the top. If he could be the current Simple's level of play with that attitude, mate, I guarantee you CSGO would be way bigger, because that would be like some Conor McGregor shit, mate. Imagine the best player ever, who cannot be stopped, by the way, and almost every game is going absolutely popping off. Imagine on top of that, he's shit-talking the other team in like a brutal manner, like say, like, I'll make sure you never win a trophy in your whole career, or, you know what, oh, is that guy good? You think he's the fifth best player? I'm going to humiliate him in this game. Mate, imagine the fucking eyeballs that'd be on the game. It'd be insane, wouldn't it? People would love it. They'd eat it up.
The analogy is this. People will love the best player no matter what, because they respect their abilities. They respect Faker's career, all of his domestic titles, his 3 Worlds titles. But really what it is like, you can pile as much wood together as you want, but if there's no spark to light it, it never turns into a bonfire. It's just a tower of wood. And Faker is more or less just a tower of wood with no actual spark to him. And if you imagine the blaze that he could incite and the attention that he could bring and how far away you could see this fire from, it would be insane. So, you know, I think the Conor McGregor example is really good. Like, the UFC would be half as popular if Conor McGregor didn't do the things that he did.
By the way, think about it, especially Faker specifically, or a Simple in CSGO. If they then also did controversial things, it could even get mainstream attention. Like, dude, people in Korea would be reporting on this. If Faker understands something like, you know, I'll make sure like Chovy never wins another title if he wins himself. That'd be fucking front page news, mate. That'd be the shit. Maybe not front page. Maybe page 3.
If you had to characterize the LCK, LPL, and LEC and LCS as alcoholic beverages, which would you choose and why? It's kind of fun.
Right, in that case, I think we're going to go with this. Like, are you ready? I think LCK has to be like a fine aged whiskey, because it's like pure. It's very traditional. It's all about like the aged thing of like you're building on something over many years, and you have to drink it in a very specific way, otherwise you're a pleb.
that's
good. I did that at the end. Or like, for you,
you know, a classic gin martini. It may not be like the most like interesting drink, but there's like a beauty to its simplicity.
Yes.
And it relies on the purity of its core ingredients. LPL is like a spicy margarita, man. Like, it's good for a fucking party. You're having a great time with it. Not just a normal one. It has some like jalapeno infusion to it.
Tequila is the base.
Tequila for sure as the base.
Because we're all having a party now. We're all having more than the next day. We're like, what was going on there? What the bloody hell even was it? Yeah, exactly.
You wake up in a gutter with a sombrero for some reason.
To be fair, I felt like throwing up after a few of those LPL series. So yeah, exactly. Indeed. Right, now we have to do the West though. What the fuck are we picking for the West here? Like, listen, just to be an arsehole, the obvious answer for like NA is obviously like a Budweiser, isn't it? Because it calls itself the king of beers, and it's just really marketing. It's actually shit. It doesn't even have that great an alcohol percentage, and it's mainly drunk by people who are just idiots in it. So just plebs, peons.
Yeah, it's like it's the beer for people who don't actually want to drink anything at all.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
They're like, I really love drinking. You're like, what do you like? Vodka cranberry juice. You're like, you don't like drinking.
No, I know.
You say you do, but it's a lie. It's a lie. You just like the act of getting drunk. You like the effect of it, not appreciating the process and the artistry that goes into making the thing.
It's the question, though. I actually think LEC is going to be the hardest one, because what are we doing for this one?
I don't know.
It's a trickier one, right? The other ones seem obvious, but I'm trying to think what angle we go with for this.
It's a little, I think it's like underrated. I think it's like an English like cask ale, right? Like it seems like it's a more, pleb beverage, but there's a lot of complexity to it. You have to have an appreciation of beer to really like a nice like cask ale or a nice British sour.
It's not a bad shout as well, to be fair, because obviously historically Europe's going to think like all the best beers like fucking Belgium and Germany, but like obviously there's some good shit in the UK, I've no doubt.
Really good shit in the UK,
of course. But it's, as you say, it's more of an acquired taste, maybe.
Yeah, more niche, more appreciation. Looks kind of normal on the surface, but has a few layers to it. Whitney Houston originally posited this question back in 1985. And I've yet to hear a satisfactory answer. Gentlemen, how will I know if he really loves me? I mean, the nihilistic answer is you can't really know if anybody loves anybody, and you can't operate your life that way. So the only...
You don't really even know if anything exists except your thoughts. That's it. You don't even know if you exist. If you want to go deeper in philosophy, it could be, of course.
So I will say that no one ever, my take is no one ever really loves anyone. And the best thing you can ever do in life is love yourself, because that's the only thing that will ever matter. Loving yourself through every circumstance.
Yeah, here's the problem. I would actually tie that to the original question. I would say this. It's less important that she loves you than that you love yourself. Because if if you don't love yourself, it actually won't even matter if she does love you, mate, because you'll inherently sabotage the relationship or your own life, or you won't have an equal, you won't have a balanced relationship, or whatever.
She'll be loving something that you don't even like. Right? If you don't actually appreciate yourself or your own strengths. So I think the best way to operate in life in general is to love yourself, become the thing that you want to be. And then if other people want to spend time with you, I think that is like the actual purest form of love, but always just prioritize yourself first in every situation.
I would just say as a general rule, just look at people's actions instead of what they say, because obviously in this particular scenario, especially the most flowery words are going to hit your ear, aren't they? You're going to make the right thing go off in your brain, whereas what you want to actually do is observe the pattern of behavior. So for example, a classic way you could tell if someone cares for you is, do they care for you? Do they go out of their way to do things for you, to accommodate you? I'll give you a classic example. This is more like when you're dating, but it's a similar premise. Is, if you say to someone, would you like to do something on Thursday at 8 p.m? If they just say, no, I'm busy, then they don't want to do anything with you ever. If they were busy, if they were interested, they'd go, I'm busy, but on Friday I could do something at 7, and then immediately their actions tell you actually similar vibe. Does it seem like they make you a priority? Does it seem like they would sometimes put you before them? These are classic ways to tell. It doesn't have to even be a romantic relationship for that one, does it?
This year, Vitality spent big in both CSGO and League on super teams, and both teams failed to meet expectations. True. Is either team going to turn around going forward, or is the whole org a dumpster fire?
The difference is this.
I actually don't know much about the Vitality org.
The CSGO one, I mean, I think they've already made a move that could be the turnaround, bringing in the Spinks player. That one was one where, for me, it's like he still could add a piece and it could fix it. The League of Legends one, I think, is the opposite. League of Legends one is a triage operation at this point in time. It's like, what can we actually keep that doesn't kill the patient? So I think, in my opinion, you have to strip that right back to one or two players and rebuild separately, because just fundamentally, that team looks like it never worked from day one, mate.
I mean, it's also like one of those, sometimes even if you are a good GM, like nobody would have said the Misfits roster that famously basically like fell apart, looked bad on paper. Nobody said this Vitality roster looked bad on paper. Sometimes you just have synergy or interpersonal issues that you can't account for, just completely tank your team. And I think that was probably, I don't think it was a factor of bad management that created the faults of the League of Legends team. It just seems like play style and or personal incompatibility with the players they selected.
I also think League is a game that gets a bit misaligned in that way. Like, to me, League, because of some of the things we talked about earlier with the way the game snowballs and the other team, like, League's a way harder game to be like a good player and a bad team in. And so, yes, you can just put up your numbers sometimes, even with this totally different teammates. Like, the problem with these super teams, as you saw, Vitality's a great example in League of Legends. It made almost every player look shit. But I'm sure they weren't all actually shit. I'm sure some of it was like things cascading on each other and not having a synergy here, and then this guy can't help you, and this guy's behind. Like, that's the real problem with super teams. Now, now the problem is money. Now it does look stupid to make that team because by the end of the split, most players didn't play well. But I agree with you. In the off season, that was a fine set of gambles to make. It could have worked.
Yeah. So I don't think the org necessarily sucks. People say the reason why I think the Wonder Woman movie story is terrible is because I failed to empathize with her and other characters. It has nothing to do with logic. Thoughts. We talked about why Wonder Woman is bad. It's a bad representation of feminism because she just reacts to everything in an incredibly kind of like low intelligence way throughout the entire movie.
Listen, your take was great. And obviously on the last episode, people can see it. But I would say this, the mistake he's making here is it's not about Wonder Woman. He's nailed it. His problem is he cares that people go, no, but the reason why actually you didn't enjoy it was because of some like spurious bullshit like you didn't. No, what you need to do there, mate, is not waste your time talking to us. Talk to that person and go, shut the fuck up. I don't care what you think.
It's a bad movie.
Because by the way, in what universe are you having convos where someone goes, what do you think of Wonder Woman? And you go, I didn't like it. And they go, here's why you did like it. What are you talking about? What are these convos? Like, listen, obviously I block people on Twitter. Like, I would just get up and walk away from that convo. It sounds shit to me.
That's because they think it's about female empowerment when really it's just about a woman who can't use her own mind to make her own decisions or think objectively and then doesn't actually do things for herself, but because she's in love with a man. I would prefer my strong female characters to have their own internal motivations that are not affected by their affection for whatever males might be around. That's what I think about. I think you should do real feminism instead of just like lip service feminism that doesn't actually mean anything when you look at the context and actions of the characters. What if at the end of every split, bottom half teams had to pay tribute to top half teams based on their placing, i.e. 10th place team pays 10 million to first place, 9th place 8 million to second, etc. You're creating sports feudalism?
Here's the problem. I sort of get why he means it, but I'll tell you the most obvious reason right out the gate why that idea doesn't make any sense. If I have to pay 10 million for being 10th and I have to pay 8 million for being 9th, I'm now incentivized to pay you $1 million to throw a game at the end of the split so that I don't come 10th. You see where already this is starting to get dangerous. Like, because the problem with this is he's making it like, again, everyone's going to play by the rules and be fair and try and at the end, it's like this is to incentivize people not to be last players, basically. The problem is, I think it's like most problems, applying it to the real world is the hard part. I don't think it's a terrible concept initially. It's just I don't know how you could apply it and make it work.
Yeah, the rest of the question is like, wouldn't this incentivize bottom orgs to give it all their all and at least no more developing players bullshit? The problem is like players do actually need time to legitimately develop. Like it would create the problem that we saw in the relegation era where it's just like, oh shit, we're in relegations. But let's get Doublelift on the team real quick. Like it made, as somebody who owned a team in the relegation era, you were really risk averse with new players because you just had to stay out of the bottom because otherwise you would lose like, a 7-figure value slot. So if anything, that would make it harder to develop players than the franchising model. I just think that teams lied about wanting to develop players within franchising and didn't do it. But it is the better system for, in theory, developing players. What if instead of a team banning a champion, they could choose to save a pick? So you protect a pick, basically, so it becomes available during the first pick cycle. It would naturally change balance philosophy to stop champions from being mega OP. Yeah. I mean, that could be interesting, I suppose.
Wait a minute, though. Here's the thing. like, again, if we make that, again, purely abstract, Monty, you can address that. I'm sure there's loads of angles. The problem is, again, I'll just be very cynical. He's talking about the actual reality of the real draft that happens in LCS. And if you noticed, what he then has sort of implied, and this is where I cannot be on board at all, he implied that the reason champions are OP is because of the current draft strategy. That is my only problem with that premise. I don't think they make fucking Zeri OP because you have bans in the game. Like, I don't think that even enters the equation.
They want to sell Zeri, exactly. Which is released.
So we can definitely rewind and now just do the discussion. Like, what do you actually think of it as like a real application?
I think it would be interesting if both teams could protect one champion from bans, because each team would have the opportunity to pick that champion or each other's champion. Because obviously, like, you know, blue team gets first pick. They could potentially take away the pick from the other team. It would be an interesting wrinkle, I think, to be able to protect a pick.
Here's the problem I have, Monty. It goes like this. I actually have a really weird angle on the idea of picks and bans that I don't think anyone else agrees with in esports, because essentially everyone else would see in the short term it would just make a lot more fluke results, which is I actually hate that esports, all esports as far as I'm aware, are about taking things that are really powerful and not allowing them to be used. Yep. Because here's what I don't get about that. Imagine that philosophy in any main sport, Monty. Imagine like, oh, Shaquille O'Neal's too good at dunking. Ban dunking. I come to watch him dunk. He's the best and he can't be stopped. Imagine in like fucking UFC. Oh, I'm gonna ban striking for this fight because you're just only good at striking. But that's my strength, though. That's what I'm here for. Like, essentially, what I find weird is we come and we pay to watch tournaments where ideally the best nuke team in CS:GO won't get to play nuke if the team's going to. Like,
or the best player on.
You know, are we here to
play LeBlanc?
Like, look, as I said, I get the point is the problem they have is they don't want one tricks and people who are only good at nuke. But by the way, that's even a bit of a straw man in my opinion. That team wouldn't win the tournament by being good at one pick. No. You know, it would only affect it a little bit. Whereas, as I'm saying, like the fact that's whack is like I said, here's the analogy. Imagine when Faker's coming up, if you're like, you got to check out Faker on LeBlanc, but then it's just banned for that whole series. Like, the kid who you just turned to tune in is like, that didn't really seem like it was like what you said. Like, no, it would have been really, the problem is he's too good on it, so you don't get to see it. It's like, how can you sell that? That sounds so whacked, doesn't it? Because like I said, there's no sports analogy. If in sports you have the best high kick, you can do that to everyone who can be high kicked. You can't be stopped.
The problem in League of Legends is the game balance is bad. So
yes,
do we really want to see Yuumi protected every single game and have to watch that garbage? Like, I don't want to watch that. So I agree, if the game was balanced better, then protecting picks that players could like show off their skills on is the best. But the reality of the game is that some really stupid bullshit is just going to be protected, and then we're going to have to watch that champion in every single game, and it's going to be really boring. So
yes,
balance game better first, then we talk about that. For NA and LCK, what are the best narrative parallel teams for this split? Like, which, I don't know. There aren't actually a lot of narrative parallel teams because Gen.G really hard dominated this split. We didn't see that in NA. A lot of the teams were up and down. Even stylistically, like, teams are really, really different in Korea right now. We don't see like Prince and Aiming like hard carried their teams. There wasn't really an NA team that was like mega hard carried by an AD carry player.
Not by the end, because obviously people would have said CLD, but actually by the end it was like Parla Fox was having equal amounts of pop-offs, etc. Yeah,
Luger was really bad in playoffs too. Like, there's not any team that's as weird as DAMWON KIA. Even draft priorities are super different between the regions. Like, what the fuck is Lulu first pick blue side going on in LC? Like, who? Like, no Korean team would do that. They would like pick at this stage. They would pick like Renekton or some shit and like try and push an advantage, not play like some lame ass enchantress.
I agree, by the way. I think this is one of the few splits where there's almost no crossover whatsoever. I can't really even think of any analogs.
No, I honestly can't. It's been really, really different. It's been really different between the two leagues. What are some anime or just media in general people have tried to sell you on, but you definitely won't be giving a try? I mean, almost all anime.
Yeah.
Like, people tried to sell me really hard on Attack on Titan, and every few years, guys, when an anime reaches like peak hype and everybody's recommending it, I will try a few episodes. Attack on Titan I got like 5 episodes in and it turned into garbage. So
I didn't even get that far, mate. I got a couple in. I was like, I'm just out with this completely. Because here's the problem I had with that. Genuinely, this is why I don't get what you're getting about it. It's famously, I've always said I didn't enjoy Breaking Bad for similar reasons, right? But I'd watched the whole thing because people raved and said it was amazing at the end. Right? Here's the reason I know now that I'll never watch a show like Breaking Bad, because if I watch the first few episodes and I'm like, there isn't even a hook. Like I don't care if this guy changes his life and becomes a drug dealer. Like that's the problem. Maybe to you that was the cool thing, that was the draw. So similarly with Attack on Titan, I just watched the first I think 2 episodes and I was like, nothing about this is interesting me. It's just shit. I'm just out. See ya. I don't get what everyone loved about it. So whatever. There's one. That's a classic one. I agree with you on that.
I mean, in terms of general media, I am very, very suspicious of a lot of people who just like an IP and don't actually understand principles of storytelling or what makes a film or piece of media good. So, for example, people will try and sell me on a bunch of Star Wars shit. As soon as I watched The Last Jedi, I literally haven't watched anything Star Wars ever again because it's just ruining my appreciation of the original trilogy, and those are the only ones I care about. I don't care if they ever made more Star Wars past the original trilogy, because I like the original trilogy for the story that it told, and I don't need more in order to appease myself. When the new Indiana Jones movie came out, the 4th one, I've never even seen it because I like the original trilogy and I don't want people to shit on my appreciation of that. So just because it has the same IP doesn't mean that I'm going to fucking watch it. So like, I don't care. Just make good shit. So I just feel that all of these brands are just cynically there to draw people in, even if the new content is terrible and actually fucks up the original content that you like in terms of continuity or tone or theme of the original work, but they just keep shoveling that shit in their mouth. So anytime you're like, well, you really should watch this Marvel IP, I'm like, why would I care? Because it's Marvel. Is it like good on its own? Is it independently interesting? That's the only thing that matters to me.
Problem is, normally I would have loads of topics to this one, but recently I can't really think of many. Like I actually said earlier in the episode, so I'll say, sadly I did watch it, but if I would essentially have not ever watched it. I just watched it out of boredom when I was in some other scenario, let's say. But like I actually just knew Monty when everyone raved years ago about that Queen's Gambit. There's no way it could be good. There's no way, because first of all, the entire premise was just the most ridiculous feminist wet dream of all time in a way that was like offensive, as in not even about the woman angle, just the idea like even a male character that just wins all those, it would be fucking pathetic. Like the idea you didn't train in it, you just train with it, like fuck right off with all that. Like all of that was just absolute garbage. And then also when I watched it, like I knew it wasn't going to be about chess, because spoiler, chess wouldn't be very interested in a show. But like, mate, what was interesting about the drama of that show? Like I genuinely don't get what people liked about the main character, so I could never get into the character. Like what? Like why do I pull for this character? Because they were an orphan. Okay, that's not enough. Like,
or a drug addict.
Yeah, yeah, that's another thing. When they were just like fucking their life up with drugs, I was like, I'd actually like to stop watching this. Like, why am I following this person's life? Like, I don't care about this fucking person.
It would also probably be really hard to be a professional chess player at that level and be on that many drugs, I would think.
Oh,
like,
ridiculous.
Really,
again, the condescension of what the game you're playing is like mental in it. I know. It's just mental in it.
Really hard.
And that scene where that guy just goes, you may be the greatest chess player I've ever played. Kill yourself, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What how dare you? And he saw all of chess. He's an old man who's a master. Fuck right on. The whole thing was like so cynically made, Monty. Like that's the worst thing. I know there's some fuckers in a room, writing room in Hollywood going, and then we do it like this. Like I hate shows like that. I want authentic shows that are a real story.
Here's a dangerous question. What is a political ideology that you think a vast amount of people have a huge misunderstanding about? So I come from
political ideology. Did they say?
Yeah. What is a political ideology that you think a vast amount of people have a huge misunderstanding about? I will say, like, it's interesting to me because I left America for a long time, right? And then came back and like saw that a lot of shit had changed. I also went from growing up in a relatively small city of like 100,000 people in Colorado into living in New York City and living in Los Angeles and major kind of coastal cities. So I will say that one thing that I find that people who are like the rich coastal elites really don't understand about where I came from is that they seem to not be able to grasp that people in the middle of the country who have like kind of quintessential, I would say, like old school American values of freedom or like self-reliance. And you have to remember, like, this goes back to like Emerson's essays and kind of the spiritual formation of the American identity, that self-reliance is a huge part of what America is. And I think that when you exist in smaller places in America and people put an emphasis that the community should really be deciding what is best for that local community, and they don't want a lot of unnecessary government spending, government overreach, because they have really powerful attachments to their neighbors and their communities. And for the most part, they like being self-reliant. They like that freedom, and they like having this small town feel and these lifelong connections that develop. And when the government comes in and then, or these coastal elites come in and tell them that they should change all this shit, or that, you know, they have to leave their town because there's no jobs anymore and all this other bullshit, like that's really painful for a lot of people. And there is something very beautiful about these communities and the way that people help each other out and prop each other up and get each other through hard times. And it seems like you need a lot of government because you live in a big city where it's fucking chaos, and you do need more government in larger places to keep order. But a lot of these smaller places have their own understanding and order that's developed over generations. And there is a value in protecting this if that's the kind of life you want to live. And so I think that a lot of people, you know, who are not familiar with these environments look at them and get confused and try and enforce their own values on them when it is really something that's working quite well already. And I have seen kind of both sides of this. So I would say that that's something that's a pretty big misunderstanding.
I mean, the funny thing is, if I wanted to just keep it safe, the easy one to do is just obviously democracy, because you just by default, everyone is programmed by their Western culture to just think it is not only the ultimate system, but it is the only moral and good one. And if you think any other system's in any way viable, you were obviously evil and probably against modern life, which isn't in any way tied to that political philosophy at all. Spoiler, there isn't even democracy as it's presented, in the same way there isn't capitalism as it's presented. It's all crony capitalism. It's all fucking like cartelism. It's all like things preventing democratic power and the will of the people being expressed through like cynical cartelism and people with massive money and media.
Well, it was
so
also,
I would say this. Go on.
Modern democracies were also designed as republics, like the old Roman system, because you can only really do democracy at a like Athenian city-state level. You actually have to have like representatives past a certain scale in order for it to work as a system, right? And that obviously will always have a certain level of corruption when those representatives are taking money to run their campaigns and not necessarily representing their constituents. So.
I mean, the issue as well is, even if it wasn't corruption, inherently, how could the person who lives in a small town in the middle of nowhere have the same values and want the same things as the person who lives in the big city elsewhere? Like, essentially, one person loses out there. So the question just becomes, if it's democracy, well, spoiler, the guy in the city wins, he's got more people, or then it's do the more points. So the whole thing, again, it's like the riot thing. If you start with a pile of shit, you can polish it all you want, mate. It'll never be something amazing at the end. So I would say instead, what I'll say, the actual philosophy I think people don't understand is monarchy. Because again, you're all pre-programmed to go, that's something of the past, it can't work, it is bad, and it isn't democratic, therefore it is evil. Spoiler, there's a reason why almost every single religion in history is essentially a spiritual monarchy. It seems, as far as I can tell, to be something just like religion that is built into how humans conceive of and model the world. It's why, in my opinion, in America, you all stupidly say all that stuff of like, oh, we don't have King George and bloody paying the taxes to him, and we have a democratic system, and then all you do is myopically talk about your leader as if he was the God King and controls every aspect of your life. So the joke is, you all clearly secretly want it, because I actually think humans just think of life that way. This point is, if it wasn't literally the president or a king, it would be your God that you're thinking of. He's the one who controls the universe. And spoiler, have you noticed how every political system becomes like a spiritual feudal system? As far as I can tell, It's just what humans do. It's just how we naturally seem to operate. So I would just say it's more the idea that people would just instantly dismiss it out of hand as like something silly or that can't work. I would say it clearly can work, and even appears to be the most like default way humans seem to operate.
It also theoretically has the highest ceiling. You just have to get a really good monarch, right?
Yeah,
you have to get
obviously, if you had, if you had like a real, well, the premise is, if you had a real God King, which by the way is what they tried to claim, obviously they had in the ancient, their claim would be, if you had an actual guy who was a demigod as your leader, he would be the best leader, wouldn't he? And because he has ultimate power, he could do anything he wanted, couldn't he?
Yeah, the problem is finding somebody who actually works in the best interest of society instead of themselves and isn't corrupted, which is hard and doesn't. But good kings are very good, right? Good kings are good. Just you want to remove the variance, which is why it can suck as a political system as well. High highs, by the way, very low lows.
Just as a parting shot to all my American friends, you know when you do say, "Ha, at least I'm not being ruled over by old King George." I've got a really bad news for you if you look into the genealogical records of all your presidents. You're not going to like where it goes, mate. I know you're thinking, where could this possibly go for? Just don't look into it. It's going to be a real bad time for you. All I'm saying is in the end, it all loops back in. It all loops back in the same gene pool.
It's already bad enough that we have like multiple people from the same family either
you
being
just made your own dynasties as well, didn't you?
Or exactly. running for president or like marrying each other. Like, fuck this shit. Anyway.
You made your own version of it, exactly, yeah.
Remove one person from esports to have the greatest possible positive impacts. Now do the same to have the most negative impact.
Oh, that's a good one. Because by the way, as an aside, I always think that is the most ridiculous grounds that people try to attack people like me and you on, is the notion that we were like a net negative to esports. Like, it's the most ridiculous. But if you just look literally at what we have done, our actions and our legacy of work, it is almost like by definition the most ridiculous premise. So in terms of what I like about this one is, the one that's like to have the most negative effect's a really hard one, but so is actually the one that's had the most positive effects. Because even people I don't like tend to just be liars or douchebags. There's not that many people I could sort of take out that fundamentally changed the game of League. I mean, listen, there's one guy, I won't say his name on this episode, spoiler, that's like a Marvel reference, look on the past ones. There's a guy I won't mention in League of Legends in Riot HQ, who I do get the feeling, and you might agree with Monty, if this one guy was out of the way, a lot of inroads could have been made, and he seemed to have blocked a lot of the things that we want put in place. So that guy sort of would help League at least. I don't know about esports in general, that's a pretty big topic. Do you have one for esports to remove? Who's the most negative person in esports?
I mean, honestly, losing Richard sucks a lot because he's one of the people who actually like holds a lot of the scumbags accountable. And you guys, here's what's going to happen. These people just aren't going to get held accountable anymore. So enjoy that, you fucking idiots who bagged on Richard.
Since sadly, I couldn't actually get away to execute this. The idea is brilliant. The premise is great, but the actual like trying to make it work was very, very difficult. And it would have ended up just being an exercise in futility, in my opinion. So I'll give the idea here just because you can enjoy it as a fun concept because I'm never going to do it now. When Richard had that scenario a few years ago where obviously someone very close to him died in very tragic circumstances. And if people don't know, there was actually a vibe in that moment. Maybe he never comes back to esports. And maybe that's like sort of, it's just too far. He's done and he has to go on and sort of reinvent his life. I actually thought about doing a video because at the time I was doing those like mini docu/narrative things for Deserto, but I couldn't just get the idea to work in practice. But I thought this, because you just reminded me of it, I thought this would be the perfect video to make for someone like Richard. Essentially, you know the premise of the movie It's a Wonderful Life, to do a video like that about Richard Lewis's career. Because think about it, they do the same thing to Richard Monty. They all tell you he was negative and he caused all this drama and he attacked a player. What they don't do is this. What would happen if Richard Lewis didn't exist? And I was just thinking, I couldn't execute it, but if you could show all the players whose lives are different, they get ripped off, they get screwed over. If you could show people who literally were trapped in countries or visas. Yeah, mate, the joke is, you guys don't realize it, but like the ripple effect would have been insane for that one person. It would have been. So that's why I was thinking about making this video, because essentially if I could have made it, it would also be brilliant for Richard to show him like, no, we need you in this thing, mate. And you aren't just a side character like they're trying to tell you. So I agree with the Richard one. The Richard one's, I think, the one that takes away the most good if you take him out. What about the most evil one, though?
Yeah, most of those people honestly wash out on their own, because like the problem or the thing is that most people who are just greedy motherfuckers actually just get out of esports really fast when they realize they can't actually make a ton of money in esports and that the whole industry is just fucked. So you to a certain degree, even if you suck, you do actually kind of have to have a passion to stay around, and you can't be all bad. There just simply isn't enough money or power to be like giga corrupt and stick around. And
this statement means a lot. I would even agree, Monty. On some level, Nickel and Ion probably does like Counter-Strike and have an interest in having a team. Like, if he wanted to only make money, there were many different routes he could have gone than have this team, of course. And he could have pivoted 50 times over, of course, So
even the people that I dislike the most, I do think that they it's not that they have done all bad. And that
I'll even say, This applies to people we critique.
Love at some level.
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what. This is where I'll even give an olive branch. This even applies to people who might be maligned as they're just cynical or they're just about clout and hit. Like, I'll give you an example. You think Travis couldn't have just gone to Overwatch or Valorant now, or like, there's tons of things he could do. Like, he obviously on some level does care about League of Legends. Now, you can care about, you can question out his methods or why the tone of his content, but like, you know, when a fan, like a fan of mine will like hit on Travis and be like, he's just a fucking scumbag guy trying to get clicks. Like, you don't do it for 10 years, guys. You don't put in a 10-year shift just for some TMZ clicks. Like, you're even naturally like maligning someone like that, no matter whether you like them or not. Like, even they have some level on which they care and are here for authentic reasons.
Let me put it this way. I may hate certain members of our tribe, but at the end of the day, they're still part of the tribe.
It's why, if you notice, even though no one will ever do this for me, I always went out of my way to stress. If she wants to be in League of Legends, I hope for scoring stays, no matter what she has fucking political opinions about, because we need people like that in talent. You can't lose talent that have got experience and crafted themselves and got to the top. I'm trying to think who I would pick, though, because the problem is I don't really have one main person I think I would remove in that sense.
Most of the real shitters have actually already gone, so...
Because here's the thing, I would years ago have made the joke, like, whoever that fucking guy who greenlights all the shit at the score esports is just all my content cannibalized. But spoiler, he already left and went to Upcomer and they still do the videos anyway. So I guess it doesn't matter. Like, the Golem creating machine's already out of control over there, mate. So it's out, it's over.
We got a few questions left. We have to get through pretty quickly because I got to go. Thoughts on Hemingway? I'm a huge Hemingway fan. I am a huge Hemingway fan. I think I like The Sun Also Rises the best, but I like some of his like nonfiction work, like The Green Hills of Africa. I really like Hemingway. I think that he's such like a manly writer, and it really, like, that muscle really comes through in his prose, and he says such insanely true things with such few words, or implies things with the kind of the bare minimum of language that I really am a big fan. I'm a big fan of Hemingway.
Never read any, so next question.
Favorite early internet shock media? Probably Pure Ownage, the old show. That would definitely not be considered PC in current culture, but it was a really hilarious, like, early internet gamer comedy / satire that I think was actually very savvy, because you can get offended by the words they say, but it's the context in which they use them is actually pretty sensitive and multifaceted, and it was absolutely huge back in the day. It was before YouTube. You had to like torrent it when the episodes were released. I watched it in the early 2000s, and it really, I'm a big fan. I really, I've gotten to actually meet some of the guys who made it, and it was great. I really think about that very fondly.
The problem is, I actually never liked that part of the early internet. Like, one thing that probably would shock people, because guess what, part of this is a persona. I actually don't like, for example, seeing people get hurt. I've never understood that male aspect of thinking it's like funny when people like a car crash or someone get their head cut off. That's not my shit. So as a result, I never used to like something awful and all those rotten.com and all that shit. So what's funny is I'll have to say what my version of shock media is, which actually is just because of politics, sadly. I guess I used to read Penny Arcade back in the day. Now, I used to think it was just a cartoon, but obviously that was one of the first areas that the nutters came in and were making like, this guy's falling, like, so I guess Penny Arcade, there you go.
Speaking of something awful, I actually was pretty big fan of Something Awful. If you guys want to read some really internet shock media, and tweet me afterwards when you read it, they used to do porn reviews of like really disturbing, like disgusting porn, and they have a review that is hilariously well written about a porn called Swap, SWAP.AVI. So go read their review of swap.avi. It is really funny. Really funny. Did Gen.G get Chovy by saying, listen, we can't get Tarzan or Viper, but we got Ruler and Peanut. Will you join Gen.Griffin? I know Arnold talked about this on the Monty and Wolf show. So if you want a serious answer to that question, you can go watch that show where we did the interview with Arnold and he talks about the formation of it. But basically, I think he offered kind of better infrastructure and also a really good team, having Score come back as a coach. I think he feathered the nest and did his mating dance for Chovy very well.
Also, here's my joke. Chovy had already been in every shit team, so you only had good teams left, didn't he? There you go. Boom, boom. Whatever.
Will Xiaohu ever escape the curse of being the king of spring? Yeah, this guy can't catch a break, can he?
It doesn't seem like it. Like, unfortunately, he just seems to have the career where that's what happens, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bummer. It certainly is a bummer. But
basically, the problem he has is
at least we get one good international tournament a year with Xiaohu.
His problem is, because Worlds is the be-all and end-all in League, if you only either are the best in spring, you'll never get the proper status. Whereas if this was like CSGO and MSI was just another major, he would have a bunch of majors under his belt, wouldn't he? He'd actually be, by the way, one of the most decorated players ever to play the game. He'd be like top 5 or something, wouldn't he? So, yeah, just unfortunate the way his career went. I've always said, by the way, that's always going to be the problem with both TI and League Worlds, is it just sucks to be the best team in the world in March, doesn't it? Because what's the odds? You're still fucking the best in September. Like, it's just not high, is it? It's just the way the world works.
The last 2 questions are good. Worst esports career choices. I mean, this device one has to be up there, right? That happened right now.
Especially because if people don't know, I was told by very legit sources, he really did just do it for that girl. Everything else was like a second order effect. The main thing was he had to be in Sweden for this girl. And obviously, if people don't know, that relationship ended about a month into him joining or something mental like that. So that's why it just looks like, in hindsight, it's just the ultimate fucking worst zig when he should have zagged, in it. And also, he's just a mega good player. Like, he could, if people don't know, if he'd have joined a different team, he could have been like winning the major by now. He could have won 2 majors since then. But he's just sat on the bench for 8 months now because he's just sad, unfortunately. That's right up there for sure.
I mean, people will probably think of the D-Man one, but at the same time, the thing about esports,
he actually had a decent reason for it, though. That wasn't as bad, because in his particular case, like that was like, remember that was in like, dude, that was in like 2014 or 2015 or something. That's also when like esports super tiny. Like, you don't know what's going to get us back. Like when we all meme on him on buy the numbers about him not selling the shares. No one knew the shares were worth what they were. Like, that was years later that they sold them, guys. It wasn't like that day.
And also, I think the problem is that the really shitty thing about the esports industry is that a lot of times they just dictate where and how you live your life, and because they have a monopoly, like in a world where Riot didn't have a broadcast monopoly on European League of Legends and he could have gone somewhere else, he would have probably done that. But the thing is that they just fuck with your life constantly, nonstop in esports. If you're a caster, you have to live here, you have to do this. I'm somebody who has literally moved internationally multiple times to fit my esports career. And at the end of the day, you have to decide what is better for you as a person. Are you going to prioritize your relationships, whether it's a significant other or your friends? Are you going to prioritize this career that you don't know where it's going? Because they fucking bully you constantly. And it's not like I'm getting, look, if you're paying me $2 million, you can fucking bully me. You can make certain aspects of my life and say, well, if you want this giant pile of money, the money will be the balm that soothes the wound of moving somewhere, right? And that's the case with a lot of the professional players because they are making millions of dollars. But for casters, they just fuck with you and then you don't even get paid a lot. So
I'll tell you one I would pick. It's not really a popular one, but I think Froggen going to NA and joining Echo Fox was an enormous mistake. Because even though his body of work was still like some good years of play as a mid laner, he had zero chance to win, zero chance to go to Worlds, and he just basically wasted the last half of his career. Whereas if you think about how mega the first half of his career was, he could really right now have ended with like a top 5 career of all time from the West. So sadly, that choice to just live in America but play for the smaller teams for money, I wish he'd just gone the competitive route and just tried to be on the best team he could be on.
There are also many instances of players who latch onto their playing careers too long when they should just become casters. Like Crepo, I told Crepo for like a year or 2 before he actually fucking quit, and he was like, "No, this time's going to be different." And it's like he just kept getting on worse and worse teams and then losing. And then I'm like, "Dude, you could have just been a caster this whole time." Sponge is another one. God knows why that guy, he's great in CSGO now. Could have started that casting career earlier, and that wouldn't have done any damage to his playing career.
I'll tell you the craziest one. This is going to be a last point. We can quickly go on the last one. One angle that I think is mental is all the CSGO talent who didn't put their time into YouTube like I did. They are some of the stupidest motherfuckers of all time. First of all, they could literally have leverage over all these TOs that they work with now. Because remember, the only reason I don't work with TOs is because I get into moral disputes with them. These guys don't have morals. They just work for hire. So they could work for all these TOs for max leverage. And on the side, they could be like Shocks, as in the CS League of Legends, but they could have an enormous Instagram thing and YouTube account. And by the way, not only would that be insane leverage for your job, but it also means you wouldn't be at the behest of the TOs. You could create your own content. By now, you could have your own little content platform and distribution and everything. But instead, everyone just did the events and they just sort of didn't look in that angle. I think now I hope they regret it because it was a bad move. What's the last question?
Last question is best hoisted by their own petard moment in esports. This is a pretty good one. I have to think about this though.
Oh, let me think about that. Because there's obviously some really classic ones for that. Well, look, I'll just straight up, because it affected me. I'd say the way that ESL Impact League and the GG for All project went from ESL. Because if everyone was attacking me on the grounds, they're like, get out, we hate you, you don't belong in gaming, you misogynist. Oh, we are now selling the whole thing to Saudi Arabia. And then the same people who were telling me I don't belong in esports were saying things like, yeah, but a few years ago, they started to let women drive. Like, and I was like, I can't handle this. This is so fucking stupid. Like, that's so, like, the joke there is like, how are you going to talk about me being toxic and then sell to Saudi Arabia, the literal fucking monarchy, you idiot? Like, that's the ultimate hoisted by your own petard. Because here's the genius of it, Monty. It's actually provided me with a respite I never thought I'd ever had. You know, now I can make any tweet on that topic and nobody replies. Have you seen? None of the women ever. They don't even dunk on me, Monty, because they understand this is where the discourse itself has been made so toxic by the Saudi Arabian connection. To even address it would be to like become part of it, and they can't do it. So they have to now live in like blinders for the rest of their life. That's the ultimate hoisted by their own petard. Because I have to say, you probably thought the same thing. If that hadn't happened, Monty, if they hadn't have sold out to Saudi Arabia, motherfuckers would have tried keeping that angle going on me for years. They would have been claiming for years that like all women are against me in esports. Like they can't do that now. They fucked themselves on that one, mate. They've took out the steam out of their own engine on that one.
It's basically just any of the virtue signaling that goes on, because if you want to continue to work with either game developers or the big companies in esports, you will be contradicting yourself at some point in time or another. Yeah. If you are saying like, it's whether it's like supporting like gay rights or talking about the bad things the government's doing or Hong Kong or any of these issues that you think you can be outspoken on, guess what? You can't. And if you're going to go back and take that money, and like Frost Curran's like a great example, you cannot call out Riot and say there were, basically imply that there were discriminatory hiring practices at LEC for casters, and then immediately go back and then start working with Riot on the official Riot like LoL Esports YouTube channel again on your own show.
And by the way, if your whole premise, model, lens was about look at the representation, you then go and join a thing with exactly what you're saying you're against. Because as somebody says, like, we didn't create that standard, you set that standard, and we're just saying hold you to it. Yeah.
So like a lot of these people invent these standards, but they end up kind of indirectly working for the Saudi or Chinese governments.
I'll give everyone a little bit of juice. Here's the juice for you guys. Spoiler: my actual favorite hoisted by their own petard hasn't happened yet. So I'll give you a little hint.
Boy.
I'm just all I'll say is this. Just wait for the day that the IEM Rio talent is announced, because that might be one of the most fun days of my career. See you then.
Oh boy. All right. That'll do it. See you next week.
You go.